Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and welcome. Even though Shizzy was doing his best not to redirect to you, I can't see him. You found your way over here anyway, but the lovely Danielle, thank you so much. Happy Valentine's Day to you too, Danielle. But now that we have a little extra time, because I thought I would jump on and no, it's not like something about Mary, it's just hair gel. Um, I thought because oh, thank you, M. Young, for becoming a member. The first prick of the day goes to M. Young, and on Valentine's Day, even. Thank you so much. But over on the Discord link in the member tab, Ariel have been so nice to share a document with all of the explanations for the timeline that we have been trying to figure out. Come on. So I thought we might try and look at some of it because again, none of us really made it make any idea. But Holly's here. Good morning, Pixie. Happy Valentine's Day, Dog Daddy, Christy, BG. Well, I'm glad that you're finding it to your pleasure because that helps me staying alive, staying alive, uh, uh, staying alive. It's a BG song, Jamie. This way up is here, and Sophia Stalin. Oh. Well, hopefully it's nothing bad at the doctor's, but have a good day. And Lindsay Ross, Carlene, good to see you. Golden Girl, and of course Miss Young, Leslie, our friendly Norwegian, Mr. Federowski, and the Wolfman himself. Peter A, I will remember put it up in the left corner. I might forget it, just yell at me. Tootly Pep is also here. Iris, of course, the best mods on the internets. Lynn Dalton, yeah, free Zachariah Anderson. Palola's mom, happy Valentine's Day, happy Ash Wednesday to you if you are observing, and peace be with all of you as well. And Lexi, good morning, long time no see. Hope everything is going well. Erin is here, Sammy Joe as well. No, this is the anti-Shizzy stream because he has a lot of Danisms in his channel. But good morning, Brandon. Beef. Yeah, there's again beef between me and Shizzy. Irish. Feliz Dia del Amor y Amistad. That's Spanish, Jamie. Hey, Chris and Helen. Oh, let's go. There's something. There's something. If tinkling off your ear, know that. Yeah, I don't know. Even my headset hates me today. It's because it's Valentine's Day and I haven't bought my headphones flowers. I don't know. But at least I get to prick you on Valentine's Day. Thank you. Well, it's not as much a chart, it's just a lot of text. I was thinking about trying to put it into a chart because it gets more ununderstandable when you watch it. Birdman. Yeah, who brought donuts? If anyone brought donuts, remember to share with class. And Lexi, the lovely Lexi became a member. Happy Valentine's to you too, my pal. And Ruth Hitler. Hitler. We're gonna work on that one. Hallo Schöner, wie geht's heute? Minus 06, good morning to you as well. Why did we clean the board up? Does someone have a date tonight? We cleaned the board up because you and some others are way too kind, but you will still be in my thoughts in my love bags. Love bags? Well, I shouldn't say words. If it's Ash Wednesday today, that means I missed yet another pancake day. Shrove Tuesday. Oh, you'll be anywhere when you like it. Sussy Sudden Law Nerd, good morning and happy Valentine's. And Wicked Psych, good morning to you as well. M. Young has donuts. I'd like one plain. None of all of that greasy thingy thing they put over it. And no sprinkles from the Dunkin' Donut factory. Farm Girl, happy Valentine's Day. You missed Bodero's testimony yesterday. Had power and Wi Fi issues during the storm yesterday. Saw a clip on the news last night. Well, we all watched it, but let's try and see what. Because I had the Bodero, we have Kayla cross examination. As you can see, it's quite a long document. And then you have Officer Pentinent, the guy who was at the accidents, Aaron Sweeney, the tow truck driver, and Mr. Bodero. All of this is in a link in under the Adam Montgomery in the Discord, so people can go there and look. I will try to see if I can put up, but I'm streaming this full time. I might work on it if it's as boring as yesterday. I'll try to work on it while we're streaming to try to visualize it where there's discrepancies. Salty Dog, how are you this morning? Yesterday afternoon, who did we have yesterday afternoon? We had the DNA lady. We had more police officers saying they searched for DNA, but we haven't had any DNA results other than it was a hard. It was a big hit on the toothbrush. Irish, you know me. I don't. I shouldn't say words. Well, I'm sorry, but now you're a cream pie. Then thank you for becoming a cream pie. You make. Why won't you? Come on, click, clickety click. Why isn't StreamYard working now? Can I? Did I lose connection or something? No, now it's working. In Australia, you make and cook pancakes on Pancake Day, the day before Ash Wednesday. Good to know. Well, be sure it's not made by New Hampshire's finest. Good morning, KDP. Yes, I have a Discord now, Brandon. I use it as my brain trust to tell me how to live life. Renee27, happy Valentine's to you as well. Did I get sweets for Valentine's? Well, you might have to. I have Valentine's stream at 3 a.m. my time, which will be 9 Eastern. No sack. Cream pies is a lovely thing. Well, he has to get out of Iris's basement first. Carmen, you're new here, so you don't know that cream pies are actually kind of a thing on my channel. So this is a cream pie I made for the lovely Wendy H. She's gonna get that when I go to Tennessee. She's gonna get her cream pie. So don't try to understand why I say stuff. It's just because it's translation. Let's call it translations. No sack. Next Friday we could do. I don't know, Brandon. Ask Iris. Spacey Stacy, good morning. Well, I thought it was appropriate during this trial. But Mr. Anthony Bodo, oh, I didn't show it when I said there was a lot of stuff on it. We had his um, uh, his statement yesterday on Direct, where he began to talk about how he knew Adam and how he sold drugs to them. Whenever he had something to sell, not that frequently, they paid in food stamps. And then we came into the meat of it. Um, at Thanksgiving, we found this out yesterday. It was the 30th or 29th, where apparently Harmony should still be alive because she died allegedly on the 7th of December. He says that Kayla and Adam approached him saying they had no place to live, and he let him stay in their vehicle, stayed there for 2 days, the Thanksgiving weekend. Adam, Kayla, and the boys stayed in the car. He doesn't know where Harmony was during this time. Harmony was not with them. He did not see Harmony during this time. Yeah, and he had a Facebook account where his name was Tone Capone Bodero. Um, and he didn't take Kayla or the boys anywhere during these 2 days. States seemed to think otherwise because they wanted to refresh his recollection. Whatever he read didn't refresh his recollection. Someone had asked him for a ride to the clinic, which it's the methadone clinic. Said he must have taken him there, but doesn't know if it's with Adam and Kayla. Doesn't remember anything really. Didn't see Kayla and Adam much when they were staying in his car. Rarely saw them. Not sure of living situations before living in car. Doesn't recall where they lived before. Doesn't know whether they were living in their car. Went to their house once in September to bring them food. Kayla and Adam would come see him. He would serve them, and they'd leave. They came together or separate. Told law enforcement they were always together. During these 2 days, the battery died because Kayla didn't know how to drive a stick shift, but the battery was recharged by morning. Gave Kayla and Adam leftover Thanksgiving dinner. Next day, brought them Domino's pizza. And he clearly stated never ever saw Harmony. Kayla said he waved to him at multiple times. And during the cross-examination, he said that the marshal came talking to him January of 2022, didn't want to get involved in this case, told the marshal he had no involvement. And in the before the grand jury, he was scared because he thought they had information that he had something to do with Harmony's missing. So he lied a few times. Um, da, 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 Yeah, and he couldn't really remember how much he had been in trouble with the law with. And again, this was a lot of Elaine just asking questions we didn't need. And again, Thanksgiving weekend, let them stay in the car. They stayed for 2 days. He didn't specify the time frame they could stay. He did not go down and see them when they were in the Sebring. He did not go down daily or every other day to see Harmony and wave to her. Harmony did not wave to him at the time. They did not have Harmony with them. On those 2 days, they didn't have Harmony. Law enforcement played recordings for him of Kayla's statement. He was upset with it because he never saw Harmony at Colonial Village, and he never went down to the Sebring on daily basis. While they were in the Audi, he went down at least a couple of times. He did not see Harmony, never waved to Harmony because she wasn't in the car, waved to the boys. The boys loved him. Wants to help find out who killed Harmony, does not recall driving Kayla or Adam to get their stuff out of the Sebring. He wouldn't stuff his car with a bunch of things like that. Did not give Thanksgiving dinner to the family when they were in the Sebring, because that was when they were in Audi. If they brought a Sebring to the parking lot, he did not see it and he did not know. Never saw the Sebring. Saw the boys before and after Thanksgiving weekend. Adam had come to visit him one time, saw the other brothers plenty of time. Throughout the whole time, he knew Kayla and Adam. Saw the boys before December 8th. Can't say how many days prior to Thanksgiving weekend and he saw the boys. Adam came to see him with one boy. Adam and Kayla never came inside to use the bathroom or clean up the kids. Only saw Harmony twice. And she was with her brothers both times. and he had a very bad time with his problems with the legal system. Clearly remembers that he did not sell drugs to Kayla and Adam that weekend. Never have let a family stay in his vehicle before or since Kayla and Adam did. He would drive himself without a license. So I'm just doing a lot of scrolling. Because then you have Kayla's statement. December 1st. Stayed in the car, doesn't remember, but normally a colonial village. Bodo would come to her car and give her drugs. He would see Harmony. Harmony would wave. Bodo would wave back. Harmony not under a blanket, obvious because she waved. She was not hidden. Bodo saw Harmony pretty frequently during the period they stayed at the parking lot. Bodo brought Thanksgiving leftovers to the car and saw Harmony. So there's a clear discrepancy between what the friendly drug dealer saw and what Kayla stated. Again, lending to my suspicion, and this is just a suspicion I have, Kayla might not tell the truth. I hope it doesn't break anyone's hearts that I say that, but I have a suspicion that Kayla might be less than truthful. I know it's a hard pill to swallow, so this far into a trial, but I have a sneaking suspicion that Kayla is a lying liar who lies. Oh, and I missed a lot of people saying stuff. Top of the morning to you, Nonya. And Aaron, happy Valentine's Day to you as well. You just had an ad featuring Mark Wahlberg talking to me. Fasting and religious observance couldn't be more different from a dozen vaccine ads you got yesterday. Yeah. I have a class at 9 and I'm big sad I'm going to miss it. Well, I'm big glad that you put that timeline into the Discord, and I will try to see if I can try and put it, if I can figure out how to put it into a graphic or how to put the statements against each other. But maybe it'll have to wait for the weekend when I have a little more time. Well, I'm probably going to stream this weekend as well. Rastless Mom, good morning. And Julie, how are you? Iris, can you help Sammy Joe? Caroline, happy Valentine's Day. It would seem that everyone is hopped up on chocolate today. Well, not yet. Da, 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 da. The one who wrote up, that's the same officer. That's Penitentiary something. Names, they're hard. I don't understand the drug dealer. He said he doesn't let anyone drive his car, but he let them sleep in his car. Yeah, to me, that's weird as well. But they couldn't stay in his apartment because it wasn't his apartment. And maybe because he was a good-hearted, he brought them pies. He was a good-hearted drug dealer. He only beat people a little bit if they didn't pay. But if he loved that Audi so much, would he just let them run the battery flat? Yeah, I'm sneaking suspicion. Maybe the friendly neighborhood drug dealer isn't 100% truthful either. And I know it's big shocks I'm bringing in here. Talking about a big shock.
Hi.
Happy Valentine's Day, honey bun.
Oh, happy Valentine's Day.
You're my first Valentine ever.
You've never had a Valentine?
Iris, it's because when you come into your bedroom, there will be rose petals all over the floor and a large surprise in your bed.
Number two?
No, Jamie. A peen. Good morning, Wendy. Hey, Nicholas. I don't know what to do about you. There's 59 likes now, Nick. But thank you for. Yeah, please touch the little likey poo. Hey, cool gamer. Always trust your gut picker. Yeah, but I'm not sure if my gut tells me the truth about Kayla, but she seems untrustworthy. Where did I get it? I got it from the lovely Ariel, and you can get it in my Discord. I'm sorry, Farm Girl. I know I'm a little dowdy poo today. Yeah. Do we believe Kayla's mom about seeing Harmony? Nope. Sorry, Julie. I know you just came in. I'm sorry I implied anything of the lovely Kayla. Yeah, I will try. I tried it yesterday. We had Star in there. We had Irish and the lovely Jamie. I'll try to when I set up streams and that, I'll jump on Discord and people can talk. I won't do it tonight because I have a stream at 3 a.m. because I'm that stupid. But most nights or after most streams, I'll try and jump a little bit on Discord so people can come say hey if they want to say hi. I don't know why you would say that. That's a weird way to say it, but you could do that. Agree, Squab Bub. Killian,
my
how are you?
goodness.
And the lovely Liz. And Nanny Doo. Beep up. I love that his name is stuck like this for 14 days. God eftermiddag, Sebastian Müller. And Hospice Jess.
Hi.
Nisha. Exactly. Good eftermiddag is good afternoon in Danish. Hey, Lolita Smiles. How are you this morning? Hope everyone is doing great. I had a lot of sleep. It's nice. And went to the gym and changed my phone provider. So it's been a busy day for me today.
Changed your
Minnesota
phone
Twin.
provider?
Yeah, because my old phone
Look at
provider, if
you.
I used my phone in the US, I couldn't use data. And if I used it to call anyone, it would be $1 a minute to call anyone. So now I changed it to another provider who gives us, I get 10 gigs of data in the US. And I saved like $4 or $5. And talking about saving, Iris didn't save. She gave 5 Cinco memberships. That's 5 in Spanish, Jamie. And those went to Nisha, Nanny Doo, Spacey Stacy, Christy, and Wendy Yu. Thank you so much, Irish. Well, people are so generous, Jamie. It's because it's
Irish is
Valentine's.
just the best. Yeah. Happy Valentine's Day.
She is an Irish rose from
Mhm.
Texas. Thank you so much, Irish. And we have visuals, but no audio. Yeah, for now we need just to get the Discord up and running. I understand how it works. Oh, this is the ceiling in the background.
Oh my goodness.
But if you're a channel member, you can find the link to Discord. We'll figure it out later. I just started it, so I have to find out something. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Hey, Mess. In the middle of the winter, a dead battery below freezing temperature is a good way to ruin your battery. Yeah, but he said that they got the charge the next day. But again, it wasn't that freezing. Didn't we found out yesterday? It was like in the 20s or something.
I mean, 20 Fahrenheit is pretty cold in a car.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, to keep a body cold, no. There's a difference.
Hayden's chat called Elaine too, Trelane. Great chats think alike. We do. Oh, is Hayden is covering this as well? It's a lovely case. No, not too many are covering it, but it's great. Well, what your heart is full of. Well, maybe a chocolate one so she can enjoy it.
I said something else, but he said pee. Not me.
Exactly, Big Dog. That's why he didn't want them there. Yeah, he lived with his wife and some other people. I'm so far behind, I can see now. You
Mhm.
don't believe anyone in this case, even the guy yesterday. He was running down to the car to give heroin and crack to people who was responsible for little kids in the car. Yeah, but he also gave them a pizza. So he was kind of a nice guy,
Yeah.
according to himself.
And you don't
Zero-Sum,
hand out
hey, how are you
pizzas
this
all the
morning?
time. Hey, Zero.
You almost got stuck on Rossman Ralph. Well, it's a nice name. Who gave you that?
I wonder who gave you that name.
What time it is for me right now? It's 3:10 p.m. No, WhatsApp uses data. Oh, this is the DNA, so she's probably not a liar.
Is this?
Was it a
There's no
male
there's
Boilerman who said 12 inches?
no sound. Here.
What?
No sound in the video.
What the F?
From their mother because
There we
females
go.
only have 2 X's to give. So when an egg is
I'm
formed,
sorry.
it's going to have an X regardless. There's no choices. When sperm are formed, half of them are going to get X's and half are going to get Y's from the father. So when they join, you're either going to have an XX and produce a female, or you're going to have an X and a Y and produce a male.
And so, with regards to the profile on the toothbrush, because it was identified as being one of a gender female, there was no Y that you saw on that profile. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
It's separate from the toothbrush and being able to come up with that profile and see it there. Separate from that, did you also test a number of different swabs or cuttings
I
as
did.
part of your work?
I'm sorry. I did. Yes.
And with regards to those, I'd like to ask you about a couple of specific ones, and by the initials that they came to you under. Specifically, I'd like to ask you about swabs that you received that were labeled JMT 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Okay.
Do you recall being asked to test those?
They sound correct. I do believe one of my reports had those numbers. I don't
If you
have
had a
them
chance to look at
memorized.
that report, would that help?
That would be lovely.
I know you
Thank
said yesterday, I believe you said you write over 60 of these per year. Is that correct?
Correct.
Isn't that the same shirt she wore yesterday?
I don't remember the red, but I could be.
No, but I think about not her jacket, but the shirt.
Yes, ma'am.
Swingle, I'm handing you.
If she really only has one shirt, poor lady.
Yes, it's my January 19th, 2022 report.
Oh, it's different.
And that's what it is. It's 3 pages of report.
When you generated that particular report, the information refreshing your mind from the work that you just completed on the swabs?
Yes.
So I've asked you to review it for a quick moment. And then afterwards, I'm going to ask you a series of questions about a couple of different swabs that you tested on that day. Okay?
Okay. Just the JMT 1 through 4 swabs?
Correct.
Okay.
And I see you're looking up. So does that help refresh your recollection on your testing on those 4?
That does.
I wondered if you could talk to us a little bit about the results that you got from those particular swabs. And I'd like to start with swabs JMT 1, 2, and 3. Did you get any results from looking at those swabs?
Right. So 1, 2, and 3, I did get results. They were from more than one person, but there was so little DNA that they were insufficient to be able to make any comparisons. Remember yesterday I talked about when you have a profile, it has to be good enough quality to be able to compare it. And if it doesn't reach a particular threshold, then we can't do any comparisons. That's what happened with those 3 swabs.
And is that the same for all 3 of those swabs? There was just insufficient DNA in all 3 of them?
Yes.
Okay. When you do have a situation like that where it just is insufficient, does that mean that you can draw any sort of conclusions from it one way or another, that it's definitely one individual or definitely not, or that it compares to an unknown person versus a known? Can there be any conclusions drawn?
So we can, usually we can tell, at least if it looks like there was one person or more than one person, which in this case for those, all 3 of those, I said they were more than one person. And sometimes we can tell if there's an X or an X and a Y, and we can tell if at least one of those people is male or female. But in this particular instance, there wasn't enough information to even tell the gender.
Are they going to use this again, as we saw in another case, to imply that the lack of evidence is evidence? I really hope not. But I was just stopping because I need the most important thing on Valentine's Day, saying, "Good morning, genitals. Hope you get all the chocolate and roses today."
And let's stick with those 3 swabs if we can for a minute, JMT 1, 2, and 3. For those swabs, when you did your testing on this, that was testing for DNA analysis, not for general serology. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you don't know, or let me ask you, did you know what sort of substance might be on these swabs or might have been swabbed here?
So I was, when I get the file, I do have information, some cases, some I don't. For these, I did by then know that they were believed to have blood on them.
And with regards to, are you aware of whether or not they went through serological testing at the lab?
So those swabs did not.
They did not.
No.
Okay. And I believe you yourself, you've done serology at the lab a couple of different times, correct?
Correct.
All right. And with regards to that, what's the name of the test that the lab does for testing for the presence of blood?
Castle-Mayer.
Okay. I'd like to move now to JMT4, that last swab. Did you get a different result on JMT4 as compared to 1, 2, and 3?
I did.
And what did you see on JMT4?
I got a profile from one person, and it was a male.
It was from male?
Male, yes.
Not female?
No.
And let me go ahead and ask you, were there several other swabs that you tested in this matter?
There were.
And from those other swabs, generally from all of them, were you able to come up with any other known profiles or a profile that you saw on any of those that was one that could be compared specifically?
I believe there was one other sample somewhere that had a female profile, if I remember correctly. I don't remember if it was a cutting or a swab of something.
If you had a chance to look at the rest of your reports, do you think that might refresh your recollection as to where that may be?
Yes.
Yamaha Bike, I hope you get well soon. So the 4 swabs came back, 3 inconclusive, and 1 JMT4 was a male DNA profile. So that's the DNA from the car. Your pro shoulder pads. Well, I have them in my jacket as well.
That particular one that you talked about, that's not within the report that you were reviewing a moment ago. January 19th.
No.
Do you recognize the 3 documents I've given you there?
Yes.
And what are they?
My February 1st, 2022 report, my February 20, oh, sorry, they're out of order. A June 29th, 2022, and a February 21st, 2023 report.
Would looking at those reports possibly help refresh your recollection as to the other profile that you were able to see?
Yes.
Feel free for a moment to review.
But she was a lady who could carry shoulder pads because she was quite a stout woman, lovely woman, but stout, built like a running back. Timeless shoulder pads should be a business. I loved her.
I think
James
I was
Bond.
incorrect. There was a hair that was female, but it was not actually good enough for comparison purposes.
Okay, so there was a hair that you looked at, but it was not suitable for comparison purposes.
Right. And everything else, it does look like you're correct. They were not anything that I could compare.
Let me ask, with the work that you did do in this case, at any point did you make anything called a cutting or take a separate sample out of what you had been provided?
I did not.
You did not. Let me just have a moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
So, what did she prove? Nothing. They found male DNA and Harmony's on Harmony's toothbrush, and I
Yeah.
hope that what someone wrote in chat that she had used it to clean a toilet.
Ms.
faucet.
Swangel, one more quick series of questions. With regards to the known profiles you were able to develop, not only the one for Adam Montgomery, but also the one for Crystal Sorey, and then with this profile that you were able to see on the toothbrush, the one in 100 sextillion. With those 3 profiles, what were you able to do with that information? Is there a place where that goes, or is there a place where that type of information is shared?
The only place that we would have to share anything would be with the national database, and I believe the profile from the toothbrush was sent to them for the missing persons portion of the database. That's my recollection. That was not something I did, but I believe that is what happened. And then the profile from Adam Montgomery was put in.
Into that
the
database.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Swangel. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel will have a few.
Okay.
Thank you.
There should be an
Good
accounting
morning.
Good
statement.
morning.
How are you?
Fine.
I do have a few questions, and you clarified a few things for me. Sure, if you don't mind. Okay. Just let me know when you need to look at a report, and then the jury will understand that you're reviewing your report when you testify.
Okay.
So one of your first duties, you said that you had 2 sort of roles in this case.
For the most part, I did just DNA, but there was one report that I wrote that was serology.
And that was in the beginning of January of 2022.
That sounds correct. I believe I started it actually on the 9th of January that year.
Okay, and that was because a whole bunch of stuff went to another criminalist who normally does serology. So you checked a few things to get them done quickly.
Correct. So all the evidence came in and they were asked to rush it, and it was a Friday, which is when they all happened to happen. And because I was planning to come in on Sunday, he did what he could on Friday, and on Sunday I was tasked with trying to get these couple items in particular tested and started for DNA.
Okay, and so one of things don't simply, let's take swabs where people think the collector thinks it's possible blood. Okay.
Yes.
Somebody at a scene has collected a swab and thinks it's possible blood. Doesn't go right in for a DNA analysis, right?
Not usually, no.
Okay. It often goes to serology for intermediate test to see if there's a presumption that it's blood.
Correct.
I know
And
it's Valentine's
if,
Day, but you people are Really?
it turns out that it's presumptively blood, it
Okay.
goes on to the DNA lab.
Correct.
And it may turn out to be DNA and it may not.
Correct.
And then if it is DNA, you may be able to get a profile or you may not.
Correct.
And if you get a profile, it may be sufficient to compare to a known sample or it may not.
Correct.
Okay. So these are all the steps that are generally happening in the lab in a case where swabs and samples go to the DNA lab.
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay. And when you did your serology testing in this case, and I think the numbers on them were swabs BEO5 and BEO6.
Yes, they are the correct numbers.
Okay. And one of those swabs was negative for blood.
I believe they were both negative for blood.
Okay. One of those swabs was negative for blood and sent on to the DNA lab.
They were
Right.
they were both
Okay.
negative and both sent for DNA.
All right. So let's talk about, well, let's do them both together. You're right. BEO5 or 6 was negative for blood, but sent on to the DNA lab.
Both of them were negative for blood and were sent to the DNA lab. Yes.
Okay. But BEO5,
Those are the correct numbers.
BEO5 was
Yes.
negative for blood and sent to the DNA lab.
Yes.
And then BEO6, you actually got a little more information in your lab, right?
In the DNA portion,
In the DNA portion.
that's the report that he took away. So I think so. But it was not, again, it was still not comparable.
Do you have 19 with you?
Where are we going with this, Elaine?
Okay, so I have messed this up and I don't mean to repeat, but I'm going to back up so that we have it. BEO 5 and 6 were both negative for blood, but sent to the DNA lab.
Correct.
Okay. And at the DNA lab, you got DNA from BEO6?
I got nothing at all from 6.
Okay.
BO6.
So
correct.
here's something that was sent to the lab, found not to be blood, but still sent on to DNA in BEO6, right?
Yes.
And then in BEO6, there's no DNA.
Correct.
And then BEO5 is sent to the lab, found not to be blood, but forwarded on for DNA analysis. And you did find DNA.
I found a small amount of DNA. Yes.
And in that small amount of DNA, you found presence of more than one,
That's correct.
and you don't know how many.
Correct.
And you found the presence of at least one of those multiple 2 or more DNAs was male.
Correct.
And the presence of male DNA limited your ability to see female DNA.
That's correct.
So that that mixture could have been 2 males,
Yes.
could have been multiple males,
Yes.
could have been a male and a female,
Yes.
could have been multiple males and females.
Yes.
You just have no idea.
Correct.
So, and I want to talk about some of the reasons that might lead to that insufficiency determination.
Okay.
DNA can degrade over time,
Yes.
and you may 2 years later find DNA or not.
Correct.
And in this case, when you were talking about JMT 1 through 4, were you aware of where those swabs were obtained from?
I don't remember if I did know that at the time when I first started them. I'm not positive if I knew or not.
Okay, the jury has heard some testimony about the collection of those items from a trunk of a Sebring. Does that sound right?
I know that there were definitely samples from the trunk of a car tested, so that would make sense. Yes.
Okay. Now, if DNA is out in what do you call the environment that you hold the swab in? Not quarantined.
Room temperature.
Okay.
What are you?
When
I'm
you
not
store
sure.
it so it won't degrade.
Right. So they're just stored usually in envelopes.
Okay.
Mhm.
And are they put in refrigerators or any kind of special environment?
No.
Okay. So when you store it, the DNA can degrade?
It can, but if it's just at room temperature, usually it doesn't.
Okay. But if DNA is out in temperature that could go from very, very hot for a while to very, very cold for a while, it can be subject to degrading.
Correct.
And but at the same time, it can be subject to those swings in temperatures for years and not fully degrade, right?
That's true.
So sometimes some DNA exposed to those extremes in temperatures, you may end up with nothing, or you may end up with something.
That's true.
Because DNA can actually stay around for a long time.
It can.
And it is why even after years have passed, you test for DNA and or blood.
Yes.
Okay. Now the JMT 1, 2, and 3 had DNA, but they were not sufficient quantity.
Those three. Oh, sorry if I look.
Sure,
The report again.
please.
1, 2, and 3. Right. I could tell that there was more than one person, but that was all that I could tell about those three.
Okay, so again, we have that multiple that you had in BE05, right?
Correct.
And it could have been male
No, they have a deal
and a
with her.
male.
I don't know anything about the gender for that sample, whether it was male and male, male and female, female, male, etc.
Right. All of those choices apply because there's only 2 genders that are under consideration.
Correct.
Okay. And could have been all of the same gender.
Could have been.
Could have been all of mixed gender.
Correct.
These swabs are not from the toothbrush. The toothbrush has a clear DNA profile. The rest is inconclusive. Again, 3 swabs inconclusive. 1 swab, JMT4. That's the first guy who told us he did the luminal, the guy who never tried it before. That tested positive for male. And a hair that's not suitable for comparison. And then she said, BEO, that's the guy who had tried luminal before, and sent those on to the lab, even though they were negative for blood. And that's the part. Is Elaine trying to imply it has something to do with man juices? So there's a mixture of more than one man there. Could it have been it's because there's man juice? Because that would leave DNA without blood. Is that where we are going with this one?
Could have been 2, could have been more than 2.
It could. Generally, our wording is if we say more than 1, it usually means we think it's 2. If we think it's more than 2, we generally would write more than 2, etc. But when it's very low, it is difficult to tell for sure.
Not on the toothbrush. No. The toothbrush isn't one of these. That's DMT and BEO are from the interior of the car. Interior of the car, not toothbrush.
So here it could have been multiple, but what you saw is more than likely 2.
Correct, because it's more than 1, and I did not write that it's more than 2.
Okay.
So yes.
And you tested a fair amount of swabs in your DNA analysis capacity, right?
Correct.
And they were swabs that had the initials MER and various numbers after that.
Correct.
And the jury has learned that the initials are usually the person that collects it, and the number is kind of the order that it gets collected in, right?
That is correct, yes.
So a fair amount went through serology. Something was deemed appropriate to send on for DNA, and then it was tested by you.
Correct.
And you said JMT you knew was from the trunk, or you believed was from the trunk of Sebring.
Correct. I knew there were several things from a trunk of a car. Yes.
And nothing from the interior of the car, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I bet she has a wonderful chat as well.
Thank you
Thank
very
you for
much.
staying with us.
You're welcome.
Swap up. I bet your job is more.
I think not at this time.
We'll have to do a
There's
stream
one
where you
more
can
criminalist, perhaps,
you
and
can
then
be
I will
Wardiert like an expert.
answer.
Yeah, that's a no.
Yeah.
All right, you may step down. You're not excused from the subpoena.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's a little more serious on the channel who have both said love bags, man juice. No, I was saying it was said earlier in the testimony that Harmony was made to clean the toilets with a toothbrush, and now we're talking about the tooth. Tell me that's not true. I couldn't hate these people anymore. Now I do.
When did they say that? Because that's gross.
Again, Stockades at the square.
Yeah, sorry. Do you swear the testimony that you're about to provide
I
to the
hate
jury
these
will be the
people.
truth and the whole truth and
I
no
know.
pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
You might have had a seat.
Morning.
To push that.
I'm gonna need a
Them
bio
and-
break. Dude.
Just pouring the water right by the microphone.
Now I need a bio break.
Okay.
Get to it. What are we doing? Why are we watching the Guardian Room trying to turn on the TV? Boom, ba-dum, bum, bum. Yeah, we can try and speed it up a little more.
Did you call him a garden gnome?
Yeah.
Morning, Detective Riley. How are you today?
Good morning.
I'm sorry, I just referred to you as a detective. Mr. Riley, can you begin by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
Scott Riley, Scottrilley.
And what city or state do you live in?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
How long have you lived in Manchester?
On and off my whole life.
About how old are you?
I'll be 53 this year.
Mr. Riley, how are you presently employed?
Employed, but I work for myself. I'm a consultant for, I do some work for some civil law firms.
Is that, what kind of work is that?
Interviewing.
Investigations?
No investigations, just interviews. I just do like a forensic type interview.
Do you do anything else currently?
I still work at the police department part-time.
And let's talk about that. When you say you still work at the police department part-time, what police department is that?
Manchester.
And can you just walk the jurors through your experience working at the Manchester Police Department?
So you want me to start with my first police department and then move into Manchester, or just Manchester?
Manchester.
So Manchester, I went there in 2007, and I spent, I think, maybe 7.5 years in Manchester in patrol, doing all kinds of different assignments, bike patrol, motorcycles, stuff like that. And then I went into the juvenile division as a school resource officer for a couple of years, and then I spent the remaining almost 8 years as a juvenile detective.
What kind of things did you do as a patrol officer?
Respond to urgent calls, anything from traffic stops to to urgent, could be bank robberies, anything, whatever's needed at the time.
And is it pretty typical for officers that start at the Manchester Police Department to work patrol for some period of time?
Yes, it is.
You mentioned going into the juvenile division and working as a school resource officer.
I did.
How long specifically did you do that for?
2.5 years. If I recall, I don't really know exact. I think it was
It's very quiet.
maybe 2.25 years, 2.5 years, somewhere around there.
And you also mentioned eventually becoming a detective in the juvenile division.
I did.
What did you do? What were your assignments and duties in
Duty.
that role?
Investigating crimes either against or by juveniles.
And how long were you a detective with that division?
I was just shy of 10 years by a few months.
Earlier, you mentioned prior law enforcement experience prior to the Manchester Police Department. Can you tell the jurors what that is?
I worked at Hooksett Police Department. That's where I was originally hired in 04. And I worked there from 04 to 07. Then I transferred over to Manchester.
Mr. Riley, did you graduate from the New Hampshire Police Academy?
I did.
What year did you graduate?
The 135th Academy, and it was in 2004.
I want to switch gears, Officer Riley, or I'm sorry, Mr. Riley.
I'm still an officer, so it's okay.
Okay. Can you,
Yeah, don't be weird.
were you assigned duties in your capacity as a law enforcement officer in the investigation of a missing child, Harmony Montgomery?
I was.
And can you just describe generally your role and involvement on that case?
It began with everybody pretty much in the division because when it first came in, it was fast paced. They kind of grabbed everybody they could to work on it. So the assignments in the beginning were kind of just, they'd have like a morning meeting and they would decide, you're doing this today. There was nothing specific.
No.
And then it morphed into, I was assigned monitoring jail calls, jail mail, jail messages. I was involved in some interviews. I mean, I didn't have like a specific assignment, whatever was needed.
Oh, he's the guy who interviewed.
We ran with it.
Did you say it was all hands on
Adam.
deck?
It was in the beginning, yes.
Oh, was he?
I
He's a
mentioned
nice
the
guy
missing
who gave him
persons
cigarettes.
Investigation. Did that change at some point during the course of your involvement?
It did. Yeah.
What did it
Pretty sure.
change to?
Changed to more of a homicide investigation.
Do you recall when your involvement began on the Harmony Montgomery case?
I believe it was the 2 days after Christmas, so it would have been the 12/27 of 2021, if I recall correctly.
At some point in the investigation, did you and the officers with the Manchester Police Department receive information pertaining to the Families in Transition Shelter, FIT shelter here in town?
We did.
And what led you? What information did you receive that led you to that shelter?
I wasn't part of there was an interview that was conducted and information was obtained that maybe that the child was placed in that apartment for a period of time.
You mentioned an interview being
Not sure.
conducted. Was that with Kayla Montgomery?
It was.
During your time with the Manchester Police Department, were you tasked with processing that room?
I was.
When did you process that room?
I believe that was June 4th of 2022, if I recall correctly.
Can you describe your response to the Families in Transition Shelter that day?
We were told to go out there and we were going to complete a search of the apartment. I mean, the crime scene van was involved. It wasn't my case, so I didn't really have any of the planning. I was just kind of, let's go. You're going to help process the scene, and we obviously went out there.
So you mentioned receiving information pertinent to your investigation that may be at the Families in Transition Shelter. Did you subsequent to that, after getting that information, did you provide a subpoena for documents to the Families in Transition Shelter?
I did.
If I can approach, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Are we going to see his interview? I wonder.
No, because this is about the transition center, the homeless shelter. It's to bring in all the boxes you see over in the background. I believe is the parts cut out of the ceiling. So they're going to bring him in, then give. He's testifying. We found stuff up there the next guy will say we cut it out, then the forensic guy, and then the DNA expert, just like yesterday with the car.
Mm.
It do kind of look like someone who could be an extra in Gotham. And that annoying sound from court is back. Spit love to the king. Yeah, again, we know she's dead. So why are we having to go through all of it? Because he pled guilty exactly to keep the jury from having to do all of this. Oh, Nanny Doo, how nice of you. One of these. Nanny Doo gave me 3 corner kisses, Jamie.
Aw. Everybody give Baker all the corner kisses for Valentine's Day. So cute.
Love watching this trial with you, mods, subs, members. Found you through LTL podcast. Oh, how nice. And I lied. Didn't I?
So, Mr. Riley, I'm
5
handing you
corner
what's been
kisses.
marked as State's Exhibit 93 for
I'm such a
identification.
bad person. Thank you.
I'm just going to ask that you review those items.
And LTL is a good place for the Karen Reed case.
Paying specific attention to this page and
Yeah, he's a good
this
guy.
page.
I think he does a really good job because some of the channels gets a little too breaking news about everything. I think he has a really good way of describing all of the stuff.
Mhm.
But thank you so much for the 5 corner
Are
kisses.
you aware of what those documents?
I am. I've never actually read these, but I am aware of what they are. Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to strike idea of State's
But-
Exhibit 93 and mark as
Wouldn't it be better for them to just get him for that goddamn murder?
So,
We're glad to have you back, Beck. And even though you're sick, we hope and we try to keep the mood light, even though this is a horrible case. The worst part about this case, I don't really get many short clips out of it because we're never quite as funny as we are in some other cases.
Yeah.
And there's I don't know if it's because Florida is a cooler place. Little D lives down there; she can help me out. But there's a distinct lack of suasion in this trial.
Some of the accents are, for me, some of the accents are great. But
Yeah.
hasn't been as what I wanted. He's pretty good, but
Oh, someone is asking what a corner kiss is.
guys,
Right.
you have no idea.
Um,
It's hilarious.
it's from the Carolyn Tyler case where a lesbian woman had a male lover who was only allowed to kiss her on the cheek. No, on the corner of
No.
her mouth.
Yeah.
But if he would buy her an iPad, he got to smooch her. And Jamie found it so funny that I painted a little picture of it. And that's
it was
where
so much.
my whole I'm not that intelligent thing started. So this is my interpretation of a corner kiss. And then I set up the buy me a coffee where you can call it whatever you want. So I called it corner kisses instead of buy me a coffee. So the inspiration for that name came from this one. Sadly, he never got to buy her the iPad and have a full run at her because she died. But he did sleep in her sleeping bag for months after. Oh, and he probably still
yeah.
owes the $25,000 of debt she ran up on his credit cards.
Yeah, he got her a couple credit cards that he would pay for.
Yeah,
It was
as you
a
do.
really interesting situationship between these two. But they kept calling him the corner kisser and giving corner
Yeah.
kisses in the trial. So it was just funny to hear like a lawyer be like, and he was giving her corner kisses. What is
Yeah.
a corner kiss?
How do Jamie and I know each other? We don't. I was in Dave MLS Mexican Law Show, his chat, and she was on panel, and then he invited me on to talk about the Danish legal system because I'm a juror in Denmark, which is a different system. So I've been doing that for 12 years, and then I dual streamed with him, and he brought Jamie in with him, and then she slid into my DMs and said, "Hey, buddy, you better bring me on every day, or I will beat you mercilessly." And then she comes on and flashes her lashes and seems all sweet and nice. But so I only know Jamie via the internet. But we met because I was in chat somewhere. So
Yeah, we had a really awesome meet cute, right?
yeah.
Just I
Oh,
demanded
Aaron
to be
Hack.
on your channel.
Aaron Hack bought 5 corners kisses and said, "Happy Valentine's Day." Oh, so sweet.
Aw.
The only problem is I can't bring them on screen, so. But you still go on the wall. Thank you so much, Aaron.
Aaron is the best.
Yeah, all the people here. We have such a lovely crowd. Not from a Danish
Mhm.
dating site. Jamie doesn't leave her house. How would she date a guy in
From
Denmark?
a Danish yeah. And honestly, in a million years would not be. I didn't even know what kind of people were in Denmark, to be honest with you. Baker's one of a kind. So
And-
that's not
and,
that wouldn't be the first place I would be looking if it was the case.
And the Nederlanden, it's common to and expected on birthdays to corner kiss people close to you 3 times. Apparently, that's a weird thing to the rest of the world. I find it weird with the French people kissing each other on the cheeks as well. Yeah, he looks part uncomfortable, part why am I here annoyed.
Mm-hmm.
No, sadly, Jamie won't be joining me in Dollywood.
No, unfortunately.
Yamaha, you're delirious. It's the purple nurples that hurt.
Purple nurples. What is
I don't know. I
happening?
just put it on screen. It took your card this time. You didn't have to do it for me. Yay! I bet last time it was because the mixer was paid for. Well, I still have my.
Probably.
I have the little Duke, the figure you bought me. So thank you for that too. It looks almost like me. I'm a little more buff. Well, thank you so
Aaron,
much,
that's so
Aaron.
sweet.
The French do it while including escargots in the mix. I never understood people who eat snails.
Snails? Okay.
Yeah, escargot is snails.
Oh,
Do we dare try to skip ahead? Yeah, we do. Oh, we're back live. Boom, 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 boom. All the other kids with the pumped up kicks. Mama. Nope, Dave, that's not going up. Yeah, but you're Holland or Dutch, so you're close to French. Wood. What did I do wrong
No.
this time? Jamie, have you tried that snail face cream stuff? Was going to
I've
ask you
seen
the other
it.
night, but
And I'm interested, but I haven't. No. Everyone says it's it's not worth the hype. But then some people say it's really moisturizing. So let me know if you've tried it.
Farrell likes a good facial. Thank you,
It's like
Aaron.
snail mucin like face stuff that is like hot right now. I don't know. I love skincare though.
Well, then, right, I can't remember the lyrics. You know, when I get bored, I start singing. Hey, Penelope, slippery little suckers. Exactly. That's snails. Stephanie, let's recap the morning if anyone has just swapped it,
And overruled in part.
of course. We had the DNA lady. She said that she tested four swabs called JMT 124, and there was only one swab, JMT4, had male DNA on it. Then there was a hair with no suitable for comparison. Then they had BEO 5 and 6 were sent to another lab, but was negative for blood. But BEO 5 possessed a mix of male DNA. And that's why I speculated that it could be male juice, but man juice, but we weren't informed. Don't bring up my boomer moments, Razzler's mom. Yeah. And women, oh, we have a woman tax. No, you just jump on all the, use this snail glue so you can get less wrinkles. Rain is free. All the other kids with the bumpers give you better run and run, outrun my gum.
No objection.
That's what I'm here for, Stephanie. Thank you for joining.
Is with you, Mr.
Oh, nanny. Thank you.
And I'd just like to walk through what those documents are with the jury. If you could start with the first page, the room information.
But you are always beautiful. It's Instagram and television tells you you're not, but we love you anyway.
The individual's name.
Yeah.
Because it's not so much your skin, it's your personality.
Can you read that for the jurors?
Adam Montgomery.
In what room does it say Adam Montgomery was staying?
It's very true.
Room 1,
Personality
And what were the dates associated with
is a big one.
December 30th of 2019 through February 20th of 2020.
And Zach is saying no more polls, no more stupid accents. Obviously, the chat would unanimously agree with him if I did a poll. Yeah, but I'm not going to do that because he just paid me $5 to not do it. So thank you so much, Zach. I might do a poll about if I should honor that $5.
the next document? This is work order number A11010. What is the start date of that document?
2/5 of 2020.
What's your understanding of what this document is?
It's a work order for the vet.
And can you read the description on that work order?
It says general other, really cold in units 2 and 5. Come check the thermostat, slight odor when the heat is on. Done on 2/5 of 20.
And what was the unit number associated with that?
Unit 2.
And we'll talk about this later, but are you familiar with the general layout of the rooms in the shelter?
Yes.
And let's move to work order number A11079. Which unit
Someone
number
is an elitist.
associated with that work order?
Unit 1.
And that's your understanding of where the defendant was staying.
Correct.
And can you read the general description?
General other, weird smell coming from vents in the unit. Come check it out.
What was the date associated with?
February 21st of
Sending me
2020.
those pictures.
And you mentioned earlier that the defendant left that room on February 20th.
Correct.
So this is the day after he left.
Correct.
Let me approach your
This is the work order from the halfway house that there was a smell coming from the vent system that this officer collected. Yeah, but even if she didn't put on that war paint, you would still love her because you know her. And to know your wife is like having a comfy slipper. Who showers 3 to 4 times a day? That's weird.
Dr.
3 to
Bodo,
4
in
times
you,
a
it's been
day?
marked and previously published as States Exhibits 31 through 34,
Carson was 28.
and what's been marked for identification as States Exhibits 35 through 39 for identification. Can you take a look at each of those in turn? I'm going to take these records back from you. Can you take a look at each of those in turn and describe what's depicted on those images?
This is the. Are you going to put them on the screen too? You want me to hold them
I'm
up?
going to put them on the screen, but
Okay.
if you can just
Just this one.
talk to me about
Okay.
not show the drawing.
Okay, so the first picture is a picture of the front of the families in transition, which I'm going to call fit for ease. It's the front door. It's really just the front of the building.
He's a former cop. I just think he went to the halfway house because he wasn't on the case until after they started believing Harmony had died. So he just went there to get the evidence, I believe. But again, it's been 10 minutes of sidebar. I don't know where we are.
And the second is second picture is
Have a job.
Attorney Knowles, him saying second picture, I need him to identify what he's looking at by the
Just your
exhibit
honor,
number,
if you could
please.
Just review the number that's depicted at the bottom.
Get these kids
this
a
one
job.
right here.
Yep.
They
Okay.
shouldn't be
So
out
number
here
30
puffing
Number 30 is the front of the building. Number 31 is inside the building, looking at doors, apartments 1 and 2. Number 32 is looking inside unit 1.
That's different.
It's a picture inside the room. Number 33 is another picture inside the room, specifically of the ceiling. Number 34 is a picture of the vent, our area of interest, one of them. Number 35 is a picture above the ceiling, looking at the an area of interest that I'm sure we're going to talk about shortly. Number 36 is I had placed a measuring tape to kind of show the size of the area of our interest up there. There's a-
Men and their measuring tapes.
and then number 37 is a picture of the ceiling was cut and it was on the floor before they wrapped it.
How about 30, 39, 38. $39 and $39.
Give me data. Have to balance
So
it.
38 is another picture of the ceiling when it was on the floor. It was placed on butcher paper.
I'll take one, please.
39A.
39A is a picture after I cut the ceiling, just the hole and picture of the room. And then 39B is another picture of the ceiling where I cut out the ceiling.
And do you recognize the items?
I do.
Are they accurate representations of what you saw that day?
They are.
At this point, Your Honor, I move to strike the ID from States Exhibits 35 through 39B.
Not 30 through 34, just 35 through 39B.
30 through 34 have been previously published. to the jury.
I see, okay. Any objection? All right, the ID is stricken, they're entered as full exhibits.
Detective Riley, when you arrived at the Families in Transition Shelter, were you accompanied by anyone that day?
Many people, yes.
And you mentioned remembering going there. The image that I've just depicted behind you, identified as State's Exhibit 30. Do you recognize that location?
That's the front of the fit, yes.
And the individuals that accompanied you that day, do you remember their names?
Some of them.
Okay.
Detective Stewart Coswick, Rahill, Deputy Duffs.
I agree.
William Duffs is his name. Tufts, I'm sorry, Tufts. Detective Dunleavy. There was a couple supervisors there, I think.
So the
Captain Layton
individuals
was
that you
there.
just mentioned, the majority of them work for the Manchester Police Department.
Yes, all but one. Yes.
Are you aware of where Deputy Tufts that you mentioned?
U.S. Marshals.
Mr. Riley, what did you do when you arrived at the Families in Transition Shelter, FIT shelter? You mentioned that you did some cutting as you were reviewing those images.
Speaking all
Can you tell
over
the
you.
jurors what you actually did?
Good deed.
So you want me to start from my first observation when I walked in the room or just the actual cutting?
Let's talk about walking into the room first. If you'll look at the image that's on the screen behind you, State's Exhibit 31. What are we looking at there?
Unit 1 and 2. The doors.
Unit 1. I don't know that that's much better, but
This is 01.
can you, so Unit 1 is on the left, and where's Unit 2?
Right here on the right. Right there.
So they're adjoining rooms.
Yes. They're polar opposites from each other. I'm pretty sure they're exactly opposite, like this. The wall separating the two.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Oh, yeah. Sir, you just need to speak into the microphone
sorry.
when you're speaking
Yep,
so that everyone can hear you. I know it's hard, but
Yep.
And did you make any
not hard.
impressions when you,
Speak in the
well,
microphone.
did you enter the room when you arrived?
I did.
And the image that's behind you, you said you recognized.
That's Unit 1.
And was that the layout that day?
It was.
Are you aware of whether or not they're allowed to move furniture at the Families in Transition
I have no idea.
tenants?
Not aware.
But that's what you saw when you arrived.
Yes.
And again, can you remind us why you were going there that day?
There was information developed in the investigation that there's a potential that the missing child was placed above the ceiling in this unit.
And was there an access point to that ceiling?
There was.
And do you see it in the image there?
I do. It's the vent at the top.
That vent?
That's correct.
There's a number next to that vent. Can you read that to the jurors?
Number 1.
When you arrived in that room, when you actually walked in, did you make any impression? Did you have any impressions?
I did.
Can you tell the jurors what those impressions
There was an odor. I could smell something. I didn't know what it was when I first entered the room, but I could tell there was an odor in the room.
Okay. Any other impressions?
No, they stayed in the halfway house after they had been sleeping in the car, and then they moved to Kayla's mom for like a week, and then they stayed in this house, halfway house. I showed the pictures yesterday of the discoloration of the ceiling tiles right next to the vent. We will see them in a bit, I believe.
Detective?
I mean, it looked lived in. Kind of a normal residence, I guess.
There's no closed caption
Did
on
you
this
do anything
morning.
with that vent?
I don't know.
while you were there?
I did.
What did you do with it?
I removed the vent,
the
I
one
pushed it up into the ceiling and moved it to the side.
Was there anything securing that vent when you moved it?
I don't believe there's anything securing the vent to the outside frame. The vent kind of just sits into the outside frame. But the vent was connected to some tubing up top by a zip tie.
Did you remove that zip tie at some point?
Yes, I did after.
What did you observe did you look into the
It's 2
the
years later.
opening?
2
I
years
did.
later.
I did.
You observed when you,
As soon as I removed the cover, I knew I could smell what I know is decomposition. I knew I could smell a dead
Kayla
body,
told them.
what I believed to be a dead body at the time, or it smelled like decomposition is the best way to describe it.
Oh,
what
he
is
smelled it.
decomposition?
When a person dies, their body starts to degrade, I guess is the best word. It's a smell that you just won't forget.
And Can you just tell the jurors what your experience is with that smell?
T-bone.
I mean, I've been to many, many death scenes, many autopsies. I've smelt it many times.
Did you make any other observations when you looked into that vent?
I did.
And what were those?
I could see at first that there was, it looked like a stain right close to the edge of the vent. That correct? And I also noted that you can see the sheetrock dust. And I'm sorry if you can't hear me. It's hard to crank my neck around to see this. The sheetrock dust you could tell had been altered. Like you could see in the back, it's all fresh sheetrock dust, probably from when the place was constructed. And this over here appeared to have been something had been in that area.
Mr. Riley, if you don't mind just standing up and actually pointing to that area of dusting that you're discussing.
Right here. You can see here, this is different. The composition is very different between the two. It was clear that something was here and not placed over in this area.
And the staining that you mentioned, where is that? If you could point it out on the screen.
I'm sorry, say that again.
You mentioned seeing staining.
Yes.
Where is that on the? At some point, did you attempt to measure what you were observing in that picture?
To the best, yes, I did.
And is that it?
It is.
About 16 inches across?
Approximately. It varied in size.
Let's talk about what you did next after you observed this area of interest. What did you do?
As a team, we obviously decided that we needed to take this, so we cut it. We used just an old school sheetrock serrated knife, and I cut the sheetrock until I got to the metal studs, and then we had to use a reciprocating saw to cut the metal studs you can see in the picture.
Did you take any precautions while you were working on the ceiling?
When I was up in there, I had gloves on, but I didn't go up into the ceiling. You couldn't because it would collapse. So I didn't really have, other than putting the measuring there, I didn't really have any direct involvement with like the stain. When I started cutting, we changed gloves every time we changed, like when we took the vent down, we changed gloves. When we started cutting, I changed gloves. But I was below the ceiling at this point. I was cutting from below. I wasn't up in the ceiling with it.
Were you wearing a hazmat suit that day, or a
I was
mask?
not.
How about a mask?
I was not.
What were your working conditions like while you were doing this?
It was hot.
It was hot.
It was hot. Yeah, it was very hot.
Sweating.
I was.
So you can.
How long did it take?
Change
You said
the
you
evidence.
removed a portion of the ceiling. How long did that take?
I would say the actual cutting was probably maybe an hour. The whole time we were up there was or dealing with that, maybe 3 hours. I don't recall the exact times, but it was within a couple hours, I think, probably from the time we removed the vent till the time we actually took the ceiling down.
And so you mentioned actually taking the ceiling down. Is that what it looked like?
It is.
And again, that staining, did it become more apparent once you removed it from the dark area it was in?
It did because of the lighting. It was.
Do you recall whether that item was given an evidence number?
I know it was. It wasn't tagged by me. My primary focus was just getting it down, and then it was handed off to the team that packaged it and tagged it. I am helping assisting packaging later, but initially they put it and covered it in butcher paper.
Do you recall having it labeled MER 3D?
That sounds right. Yes.
MER, those are initials this jury heard. Do you know whose initials those are?
Yeah. Detective Rayhill.
That's Max Rayhill.
Correct.
We are very concerned that if he's sweating and breathing, his DNA can contaminate the evidence. That's why it's not a Chinese upper respiratory system thing. It's because you can contaminate the crime scene. That's why you're thinking about it.
You mentioned butcher paper.
Yes.
You see that in this
Yeah.
image?
Yes. You can see it through the hole. It's sitting on top of butcher paper.
At what point during your processing did you actually place that butcher paper down?
I didn't place it down. The team that was there did. I was.
Oh no.
Come on. You know you want to go. Come on. Who's a good YouTube? Who's a good little YouTube? Come on, YouTube. Come on. Who's a good YouTuber? Come on, do it. Do it for Jamie. Come on. No black screens of death right now.
Uh-oh.
It was finally getting
Standing
interesting.
I had to
That's a
do the
good
ceiling. I'm
little
not very
YouTube.
tall, so I had to stand on a platform to get to cut. So once we got to the point that I could cut the last metal, we had to have other team members hold it. And then once it was detached from the ceiling, I got out of the way and it was put down on a piece of paper.
Do you know what the purpose was of putting it on paper?
Preserve any evidence that's on it or in it.
Would that be including the items that fell during the cutting?
Correct.
Are you aware of how this portion of the ceiling was handled once it was removed, once you removed it?
I know it was placed in the crime scene van, and then I believe I helped carry it up into the evidence room. And then I didn't have anything to do with it for a period of time after that.
Were you aware of low points in the ceiling? while
Oh,
you were
sorry,
placing
Kelly.
it?
I
Sorry.
don't know what do you mean by low points.
Was it completely level, or do you know?
On the outside, looking up, it was flat. Inside, there was a bunch of different channels because of the metal framing.
I want to talk about how large the ceiling was relative to the overall room size. You documented it, is that right?
I did.
And is that accurate in comparison?
It is.
How did you actually get up there to cut this out?
We used that bed frame.
No ladder?
No, well, we had a ladder there as well because we had to have multiple people, but I stood on that bed frame, and if I recall, I may have stepped off to the ladder. And I know there was some talk about having other people jump in because it was hot that day and it was a lot of manual cutting, but I continued, and just because I was already covered in sheetrock dust, there was no sense getting anybody else.
Mr. Riley, I want to switch
Morning,
gears. At
Lefty.
some point in your official capacity as an officer with the Manchester Police Department, did you travel to Florida?
I did.
Can you explain that to the jurors, why you did that?
They're trying to figure out how to get this to a lab to test it for DNA or try to figure out what was on this staining. And I know that I didn't myself, but another detective had done some work on this prior to me getting it. I offered to drive it down to Florida because they had it was too big. You couldn't fit it in a plane. It turned into a mess. So I offered to drive it and they said, sure. So I went and rented a car at the airport. And I know that the size, I remember it being 44 inches wide, and we had to find a vehicle that it would fit in. So we rented a car and it fit, and we drove straight to Deerfield Park, Florida. I think it's DNA Labs is the name of the.
DNA Labs
Yes.
International?
Yes, correct.
And when you say we drove it, who, if anyone, were you accompanied with?
Detective Bergeron Rosa.
And so you drove it from Manchester to Florida.
We did.
And do you recall the date of that?
I believe that was July 20th of 2022, if I recall correctly.
Did you stay in Florida or did you come back to New Hampshire?
We stayed overnight. We drove straight through. We didn't sleep on the way down. We drove the whole way.
In your career as an officer, have you ever done something like that, such a long trip?
Personally, yes, many times. As a police officer, no.
Did you eventually come back with that item, that portion of the ceiling?
We did.
And when you say we did, was that with Adam Bergeron Rosa or was that another officer?
That was with Detective Heil.
Heil.
Yes. Just a timing thing. So
I'm not sure they need a warrant for a halfway
How
house.
did you come back with the item?
It's not his property.
we flew down and we rented a car, or it was a Ford Expedition, if I remember correctly, and we came back with that amongst many, many other items. It wasn't just that item, but the vehicle was completely full.
Between the time that you took possession of the portion of the ceiling and the time that you got to the lab in Florida, were you able to maintain and secure possession of that item at all times?
At all times, yes.
And once you obtained it back from the lab in Florida and drove it back to New Hampshire, were you able to contain it, to secure it at all times?
We were.
If I can have just a moment.
Bit halfway house.
Just a few, but I think I
Oh. I'll be able to use this now. It was just hard to turn around.
doesn't have to go high.
What is
Good morning.
doing?
Good morning.
I'm Caroline Smith, and I do not have very many questions, but
Thank you.
Thank you.
you talked about having many different duties in this case, right?
Correct.
And one of those duties was to talk with Kayla Montgomery.
Yes.
And do you recall when you were speaking with Kayla Montgomery?
I would say either the 30th of December or the 4th. I think 12/30 of 2021 is. I may be wrong, but that's kind of in my head.
Okay. Was that at a fit shelter or a recorded interview?
Both. So I talked to her 2 different times, so that may be off by a day. The first time I believe I talked to her. We were at Fit.
Yeah, he's the start of a
And the second time?
Was at the station.
Okay. And that was a recorded interview?
Correct.
And that was prior to her arrest?
Correct.
Okay. Did you advise her that she could have an attorney?
Yes.
And did you tell her that she didn't have to speak? You wanted to talk to her about missing Harmony?
Yes. I don't know if I did or Detective Dunleavy, but she was advised that it was a voluntary interview. Yes.
Okay. And you talked for a while.
Yeah. Yes, it was. I think it was
And
pretty
then at
lengthy.
some point, I think you all gave her a chance to be alone and write down maybe her thoughts.
Correct.
In case she didn't want to tell you all directly, maybe she wanted to write it down and pull her thoughts together.
That is correct.
right?
Yes.
And the essence is that and you gave her a fair amount of time, right?
Yes.
And when you came back and looked at the note, it essentially ended the interview.
It did.
Okay. Now, another random duty. I don't mean to call it random. You just
It
were
was.
She
jumping
just
here,
said-
there, and everywhere,
Very
right?
random.
And
Okay.
one of the things that you did was
I thought she just
sorry,
laughed at duty.
to collect something from the House of Correction that Kayla wrote.
Correct.
Show you what's been marked
Oh my
as
goodness.
Exhibit G. Do you recognize this document?
It's okay to remove it out of here.
Yes. You have it.
Okay. I do recognize it.
What is it?
It's a note that she had that was, I think they were doing a cell search, if I recall correctly, and they found this in her room,
Okay.
in her cell, sorry.
Okay. And so essentially, the police department, someone discovered that this note had been seized,
Yes,
and you were assigned to go and take the note.
correct.
And
Scott, it's families in transitions. That's why it's called the Fit Center. It's a tax exempt 501 nonprofit organization who owns it.
did you talk to the COs and sort of document everything about how that was obtained?
Yes, they had their own report. They provided me with their inside report.
Okay. And do you recall when that was?
I don't. I'd have to see the report.
It's the I want to pickle his dickle.
I'm guessing early January. I don't recall the date. I have to see it.
This is the prison note they found where
If I
she
showed
would
you a
have
copy of her
all the
report,
stuff,
would
I
that
believe.
help
It
refresh
would-
your
it would.
recollections?
It would. Just too many dates to try to
I know.
wrap my head around them. So it was
Okay.
January 31st of 2022.
Okay, and, excuse me. From the time that you obtained that note, did you put it into evidence and secure it and all that stuff?
I did.
Okay. And just very, very quickly, I want to talk about securing evidence and why you do it, okay?
Yes.
And why you have these initials and all these bags and stuff. You can't do anything about evidence and what happens and who touches it and how it might get transferred and all that stuff until you collect it, right?
Correct.
If you want to preserve something in the exact condition that you want it to be in, you can't affect what happened before, right?
That's correct.
So all you can do is take what you have available, and from that moment, you can preserve it.
Correct.
Any changes an item might have gone through, any transfer of evidence back and forth, you can't affect that.
I cannot.
But
I
from the moment
I
that
thought it was.
you
I might be
collect it,
mistaken.
you're gonna make sure that there's virtually no changes in that item, right?
Correct.
And one of the ways that you do it is to collect.
Lie detectors isn't admissible in any state because it's not a science. It's just an indication that someone will be lying. But if you believe your lie, the lie detector will tell you're telling the truth. So lie detectors haven't been admissible in court cases. I don't know how long.
It and put it in a container.
Correct.
Okay. It might be something like an evidence bag,
Could be.
and it might be something more, it might be an envelope if it's just a document.
Could be. Yes.
And in that one, you put it in that clear evidence bag?
I believe this was their evidence bag, but I don't recall if it's ours or theirs. This doesn't look like our bag, but it may have been. We have many different types, so I don't recall if this was mine or theirs.
Okay.
It probably was ours because I believe I took copies of this, so I believe this would be our bag. I may be
Okay.
mistaken.
And that's a plastic bag.
It is.
So you try and collect it and preserve it in the container appropriate for that evidence.
Sure.
For instance, you wouldn't put the tile in plastic because that might cause
Condensation.
condensation and affect the condition of the item within there, right?
Sure.
So
Yes.
you're not so worried about condensation with a piece of paper.
Correct.
Okay. And then when you collect it, the jury has seen items open and it has red tape. This one is sealed.
It's the same as body language.
Product of the bag it's contained
It's
in,
not a
right?
trustworthy science.
But other evidence items might have some tape on it.
Sure.
And the reason for the tape is that you are securing the evidence and letting anybody know, once this is taped, that nothing is going to change that item unless we can track it, right?
Sure.
For instance, if evidence has been taped with Manchester Police Department tape, then something might be sent to the lab for checking, right?
Sure.
And the lab would have to open an item to test an item, right?
Correct.
Jesus.
And so when the lab opens whatever packaging that you have retained a piece of evidence in, they actually don't open from the top, right?
I don't do that. I have no idea how they open it.
Sustained.
Okay, so one of the purposes of the different color tapes is to be able to track when an item of evidence has been opened from its packaging.
I use whatever color tape is available. I don't use it for tracking. I use it to seal the item. That's the only reason I do it.
Okay, so if somebody comes along later and opens the item, they have to reseal it to indicate that it's been gone in and then keep the tracking. You don't do that?
Overruled.
I don't reopen evidence. I don't know that I guess
Okay.
it's possible it could happen, but I wouldn't necessarily use a different color tape if I did.
Okay,
I would cut it in a different area. I would tape it and then initial it after.
okay. So you would cut it in a different area so that somebody knows that it has been opened from the original sealing.
Sure.
And then you would tape it in that second area, right?
Sure.
And you would do a report that documented the fact that for whatever reason you had to go into the bag that contained the item of evidence.
Sure.
So that anybody that wants to know, has there been any changes to this item of evidence, we can track anybody who has had access
It's
to it.
reasonable, yes.
Okay. But there's nothing you can do about anything before you collect an item of evidence.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, but she's like every other woman. I'll be ready in 5 minutes.
Thank you, officer.
Yes, officer.
What was that all about?
I don't know.
Officer Riley, you were asked about interviewing Kayla Montgomery, and you mentioned that that interview ended.
It did.
Can you tell the jurors why that interview ended?
She said that she didn't want to talk anymore and she wanted to get an attorney.
She asked for a lawyer.
She did.
You know me
Note
too well.
G, Exhibit G, that note that was collected. Are you sure about who collected it, who put it in that plastic bag?
I think I would have, because I believe I took photocopies. I don't recall if I did photocopies or they gave me photocopies. That's why I'm unsure whether I put it in that bag or someone else.
When you say they may have given you photocopies, you also said it may have been their bags. Who is they?
The
They that you're referring
Valley
to?
Street Jail, Hillsborough County House of Corrections.
Note G also talks about her wanting to speak to her attorney, right?
Correct.
You were asked about the handling of evidence, packaging. You were asked about cross-contamination. Do you know what cross-contamination is?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what cross-contamination is?
Well, it depends on the item of evidence, but I mean, cross-contamination could be anything from blood to DNA to.
No, he found
Yeah,
the
I'm not
stains
sure what-
after the dead body.
Specifically with respect, and let me back up. You were asked about tiles. Did you collect tiles from that fit shelter?
Tiles. They were collected, yes. I didn't physically collect them, but yes, they were collected.
You collected the ceiling.
Yes,
And this wasn't ceiling tiles. This was the actual ceiling.
this was drywall. Yes,
Do you remember what the drywall was connected to?
it was connected to metal.
I was connected to the
metal studs, metal framing.
arm
Metal
Yeah.
framing.
bone. I was connected
So that's
to
what you
the.
collected.
Yes,
After that collection, did you volunteer a DNA sample?
if needed, yes, I did,
Why was that?
because it was sweating so much it was nearly impossible to try to measure and take pictures of that stain. I mean, it was just the sweat was running down my face, so I wasn't sure if I
Ew.
could have sweat and dropped any in that opening when I was up in there.
Is that pretty standard when you're collecting items of evidentiary value, of potential evidentiary value, that you volunteer such a thing?
Yes,
And that's for many detectives, correct?
yes.
I don't have any additional questions. Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
The
Elaine.
prosecutor asked about how the December 31, 2021 interview ended. And with that note, and you said that Kayla asked for an attorney?
Is that the recorded interview?
Yeah.
Yes, she said it. She wrote in the note that she wanted an attorney. Yes.
Okay, but the note contained a lot more than I want an attorney. The note contained what she said
Yeah.
her story was.
Yes.
That Adam had driven off with Harmony and she,
Approach.
Connected to the.
So it's okay.
Sorry. I was almost ready to go live. Yeah,
Mhm.
and then she walks away from it again.
so the note that essentially ended the interview included that she wanted a lawyer, right? also included that she didn't know anything or go talk to Adam, he wouldn't talk to.
Yes.
Sorry about my misreference to the ceiling tiles.
So it's okay.
Uh, and again, that volunteer of the DNA sample is a lot of stuff can affect an item, and you want to make sure if there's an item of evidence that is revealing information that nobody understands, that they can check your DNA, compare, and see maybe it's that versus something else.
Correct.
If there's a question about perhaps DNA being found.
Correct.
Okay.
I can't even sing anymore. She's ruining my soul.
And by the way, note G that you collected from the COs. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. That was not the note we're talking about in the interview. That was the note where Kayla had listed her desires in talking to the AGs.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
You may step down. Yes.
Oh my goodness.
So now I can go live again because are we going on morning break?
All right, 15 minutes, so 12 for you all.
15
Oh
minutes.
my! We've been going for almost 2 hours, and I was early, so they haven't. They're going for an hour and 45 minutes or something like that, and they need a break too. Hui. Jamie, what did we learn in these two witnesses?
I don't know. I do only use my mic for the dogs bark. I don't know what's going on up
The only kind of thing we learned is what they found at this place, and it looks way different in this picture with all the laundry by the window.
there.
But we learned that they came in here, they saw this, and you can clearly see that parts of the ceiling is still covered in dust, and there's this place that's clean from the dust.
I
And then
mean, this is stuff we already know. It's just like, what did we learn from any of this stuff? Okay.
Well,
you found
well, we know
stones.
it because we have been seeing these photos before. But this
Mhm.
is the ceiling after he cut it down, where you can see there's clearly two parts of it that has been disturbed. This is where the wind is. But how does this prove murder, other than
Yeah.
or who murdered her? We know she's dead. I don't get why we're wasting this amount of time on it, because he pled
Exactly.
guilty to it. So shouldn't they just get out of this part? Because this is where the bag allegedly was. And yes,
Yeah.
the next witness will tell us her DNA was on the ceiling tile, but that doesn't change anything because we know she's dead. What the thing they will say is, well, it means something because they found his handprint here, but he admitted he carried the body around.
Yeah.
So
We
we know
know
he
that.
placed her.
Yeah. We know he's been trying to conceal everything. We know she knew about it. Like, we already know this. But where is this evidence that proves one or the other? You know, he's claiming he didn't do it, she did it. vice versa. We need more of this. We need more of that testimony.
Yeah, and Minnesota mom, pick me up some energy drinks. Elaine is killing me today.
I want some snacks. Give me some snacks.
We learned the greatest cop exists. Well, yeah. But the problem for me is he's gonna be convicted without ever describing in a clear way how she died. Because I don't buy the beating up story. Because I looked into that document where they put Kayla's story, the officer's story, and the drug dealer's story together, and they don't add up. None of that adds up.
No.
And I'm not sure Elaine is good enough to tell them that.
She's not, because she just asks these pointless questions and drones on, and I don't understand what her points are. Is it just me? I'm just wondering.
Yeah. I don't know where she's going. Hey, PG again. The body and the ceiling is a very specific part of Kayla's story, and the state is going to be allowed to show the parts of it that can be proved. Yes, but this only points to what happened to the body after. He pled guilty to those things. And I know, yeah, they can find him guilty in those parts. But again, they're wasting 2 days now talking about a ceiling tile and they talked about the DNA obtained from the car for 2 hours yesterday. And the only clear thing we learned was the toothbrush had her DNA on it. And then we talked for about an hour about how they use Blue Star and what Blue Star is, and that the guy never used Blue Star before. Maybe he might have used it before. And that you stir Blue Star, you don't shake it. I know more about Blue Star now than I ever did. And what did we find out? They found out with that Blue Star that they had 4 swaps with one identifiable male DNA present, but not which male. And 2 other things, which one of them had presence than more male DNA. And now we learn from this police officer that there were multiple people in the room when they cut down the ceiling, so all of them could have contaminated the evidence. So maybe that's why there's only a few hits on the DNA. But I really don't. I want to. I don't. Heather Musher, you are correct. A better lawyer could have torn this to pieces. But she's just. So you just said that, yeah. So you said that, yeah. And you said that, yeah. Let's go over that again, yeah. That's my biggest problem. Elaine is this bad. And again, this is a case with an absolutely devil of a man, an a-hole that should be yeeted into the sun multiple times. But imagine it was your buddy who just slipped up and did a little bit wrong or was wrongfully accused. Imagine having Elaine as your appointed attorney. This is not justice. Stirred, not shaken, like James Bond. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
No, because you had the admittance of Adam Montgomery, because he said, "I plead guilty to." The second is the falsifying and the
abuse of a
abuse.
corpse and what? Assault?
Falsifying evidence.
Oh, falsifying evidence. No, the second degree assault and murder is on the table still. Gotcha.
He did good pleading to those charges, and the reason we were told was he pled guilty so the jury didn't have to see all the nasty pictures, and now we're seeing all the nasty pictures. So he's banking on he knew they couldn't prove it. He's happy with the charges he pled to. He's not coming to court. Yeah, but they still haven't. Elaine hasn't been good enough to sow reasonable doubt, in my opinion. We do this because we're 196 people discussing this right now. But the jury is 12 people who can't even take notes. Do they get all of this? Do they? Of course, they would never sit and cherry pick in the affidavits and the timelines. But yeah,
Yeah.
actually, she was on the gun case, and she was the same back then. She never knows where she's going. So yeah, Treehouse Tyrone is a better lawyer. Yeah, at least he got to the point after talking for an hour. She never gets to the point. My Bill? Oh, brother-in-law. Oh. Yeah, he claimed guilty, but she mentioned it during openings. Yeah, that's my biggest problem, because I want to see Kayla go down for this, but the state sold her a nice little deal. Yeah, they have to show the custody of the evidence. So when the DNA expert comes in, you can't just have a DNA expert come in and say, "Oh, we find DNA on the ceiling tile. Where did the ceiling come from?" You have to put the entire way. How that's why he said we drove it down to Florida, because the local DNA expert couldn't find DNA on it, so they went to an expert in Florida, DNA International, I believe is the name. Oh, theft. Don't get Elaine as a lawyer if you stole it.
She did steal it from another trial. She's been rocking that name for a hot minute too. Good job, Erin.
Yeah.
You're devoted.
You need eyelash power. I can share a secret. Today is eyelash day.
It is eyelash day. I didn't even realize I made an appointment on Valentine's Day. And my lady is staying late for me. So she's a sweetheart.
She's a sweetheart.
Yeah.
Pernille, the problem is no inspiration flows to me from this is boring. There's nothing funny I can pick out, and again, because this was easy to pick as something you need to make fun of. A guy corner kissing a lady. That's
married lesbian woman to be.
Yeah, being corner kissed by a married straight guy.
I think you are a married man who your lesbian obsession, she's saying, do these things for me and I'll let you corner kiss me. And you're like, deal, I'm in. It just makes me laugh every time.
It's because Jamie is working, so she concentrates better when you don't sit there and fawn over her eyelashes.
It is easier to work with the camera off because I feel like I focus more. Even though
second degree assault, second degree murder. He didn't plead guilty to those two, but he pled guilty to abuse of a corpse and falsifying evidence. And funnily enough, abuse of a corpse is a misdemeanor in New Hampshire. So that's a maximum of 1 year in prison. Falsifying evidence is 7 years. So a little chop action or magic bullet action gives you less time in the prison than falsifying evidence. No, it's a Baker jaw. It's just like a Habsburg jaw. It's a speciality on all my drawings.
He likes
the
chins.
paint trail.
He likes a prominent chin.
Well, this is not the. That's Adam Montgomery. I hadn't started painting back then. Yes, and her droning on is worse than being at a elementary school recital of something. I just can't with this woman. Yeah, those men are usually stymied by the mother's basement walls. Exactly. And they spend way too much on OnlyFans.
Oof.
Those are the bane of the existence of anything good on this planet. It's the incels who spend all their money on OnlyFans.
Well, his name was brought up in the trial several times, so everybody knows his secrets now. Poor
Yeah.
guy.
Because it's a Baker thing. Tilly, what you see is because you interpret it that way. You spend all your money on LawTube, you see no difference. Well, most of us doesn't get naked all the time. Some of the time, yes, but not all the time. Court is back. I'm yelling that because it's me who controls what we're showing on screen. It's
I was like,
today.
okay.
Oh. Look, Jamie. And on Valentine's Day, too. Dun, dun, dun.
Baker loves hearing those words.
I see a world full of degenerates, but mostly in my chat.
One brief housekeeping matter
Okay.
for this particular witness. With regards to the next witness, the state's going to intend to call Detective Raymond Lammy from the Manchester Police Department. This will involve some handling of the pieces of evidence, especially some of the larger pieces of evidence. One of the evidence technicians that happens to work in the Manchester Police Department, David Dido, is present in the courthouse today. We would ask if you would be able to just simply glove up and be able to help handle some of those materials for Detective Lammy rather than having Detective Lammy do all of the work himself, because we will be talking about some of the largest items that we have.
Any objection to that?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, and can he stay during cross and
Absolutely.
Do
I
this-
think that's
do the
way
same
to
thing.
do it, is to
So now we're going to see all the ceiling
his
fans.
ability to assist the jury. in-
They must still smell because
if you-
that's a
if you want
spongy
him, if you
material.
don't, I'll leave that to you, Attorney Smith, but he'll be available to help manage the larger pieces of evidence if you want that, okay? All right, that's fine.
She sounds nasal.
Maybe
to me.
just introduce him. You know, he's not testifying, but I think it might be useful for them to know who he is. Okay, very good. All right, ready to bring in the jurors? Everybody ready? Yes?
Yes, Your Honor, sorry.
Good God.
Carmen, we had a girl I went to school with at
Does that fit through
a
there?
parents
Does that
teachers
fit?
conference. One of the other mother's OnlyFans pictures
I
had
guess maybe
been
we'll take
leaked,
it out
so
of there.
everyone was just staring at
Your
her
cart?
because
Yeah.
everyone
The
knows
cart will
everyone
fit.
in my town.
Okay, that's
So that's why you don't do OnlyFans, or at least wear a
Yeah.
gimp mask. And she had
Put your face out there.
some pretty well-known tattoos as well.
Yeah, do it in secret. Come on, people.
That's why you do OnlyFeet, not OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Just like me. Maybe I should show both feet tonight for Valentine's.
You may be seated. State may call its next witness.
You might get
The state calls Raymond
a
Lammy.
ton of super chats for that.
Your Honor, we'd like to call evidence technician David Dido, simply be able to assist you with handling the physical evidence, not to testify.
The objection?
Not objection. And Detective Lammy, if you can just remain standing, raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony that you're about to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
You can have a seat, make yourself comfortable. There's some water there in front of you. And Detective Lemmy, if you can get started by just stating and spelling your full name for the record.
Ray Lamy, Lamy.
And Detective Lemmy, how are you presently employed?
I'm currently employed as a detective with the Manchester Police Department.
How long have you worked as a detective?
I've been a detective a little over 5.5 years.
And what's your current assignment?
My primary function is fraud investigation, and I also am a lead in crime scene processing.
What are your current duties and responsibilities, Detective Lemmy?
General investigations of any financial crime from start to finish. When it comes to any major crimes in the city, violent crimes, then we all lend a hand and process those and work on those together.
Have you ever had any other roles at the Manchester Police Department?
I was a patrol officer for just about 5 years.
And prior to that, any law enforcement experience?
2 years in Litchfield as a police officer.
Did you graduate from the New Hampshire Police Academy?
I did class 163, approximately February, March of 2014.
Detective Lemmy, do you participate in regular training as a function of your role with the Manchester Police Department?
I do.
What types of training have you completed?
Notwithstanding a litany of financial crime investigations, I've done forensic identification of skeletal remains, blood stain pattern analysis, crime scene processing, death investigations, Faro certified, and crime scene photography.
You mentioned the Faro just now. Can you tell the
Okay,
jurors
it doesn't
just
suck.
generally
He's
what
a
that
nice
is?
lady.
A Faro is a 3D device that can map out an area,
Irish.
which is useful for documenting measurements and recreating a scene for the jury, such as yourself.
I want to switch gears, Detective Lemmy. Were you working in your official capacity as a detective, rather? Were you assigned to a particular case involving a missing child, Harmony Montgomery?
Yes.
And can you just
I'm gonna
generally
grab
describe
coffee,
your role
Jimmy.
and participation in that
Okay.
case?
Majority of my role was helping coordinate evidence processing, liaison between the state lab and private labs, processing of several vehicles for evidence, and also some other various items that were processed.
Did you coordinate with a lab in Florida during your participation?
I did.
And when did your involvement begin in this matter?
The beginning of January, we had some initial tips that were phoned in that we went and investigated in Haverhill, Mass. And then a vehicle was processed middle to the end of January,
You mentioned the beginning of January. Do you remember what year that was?
2022.
You mentioned tips, and I want to discuss that. Are you aware of a tip line related to the disappearance of Harmony Montgomery?
Yes, I am.
Had you worked in your career as a law enforcement officer, as a detective, had you worked on a case involving a tip line before?
I've had tips come in for some of my own cases and financial crimes.
I guess I'm referring to a specified tip line associated with this case.
I did not field the tips or the calls. I was just asked to follow up on them.
You were directed to follow up on them?
Correct.
And you said one of those was in, did you say Haverhill, Mass?
Yes.
You mentioned processing vehicles
Mhm.
during your participation in this case. Was one of those vehicles a blue Audi AS4 bearing New Hampshire registration number 4569334?
I can tell you that it was an Audi AS4 blue. I can't tell you the exact plate without referencing my notes.
Your Honor, if I may, excuse me, if I may approach.
Yes.
Detective Lemmy, I'm handing you what's been previously published as State's Exhibit 22 for identification. Or for
Yeah.
Do you
I do recognize that vehicle. It's the one that I processed here at Manchester Police Department, New Hampshire plate 4569334.
And that's the Audi that you processed.
Yes.
Were you working with other officers and detectives during the
Cough in our
processing of
ear.
that vehicle, Detective Lemmy?
I was.
And how many days roughly did it take for you to process that vehicle?
The physical processing of the vehicle took about 3 days, and then there were additional days after that processing the evidence that we took out of it.
Was it consistent? Excuse me. Was it consistent with individuals that were assisting you during your processing of that vehicle, or did the members change?
The members changed a little bit.
Do you know a Detective Heil?
Yes.
How about a Detective Pittman?
Yep. The two of them and I were responsible the first day of basically inventorying the vehicle, identifying the majority of the evidence items that we pulled out.
And this jury has already heard about the initial processing as you take in evidence. But Detective Pittman, do you know what his initials were? Or are?
JP.
And the items that you collected from that vehicle, were they processed under a specific set of initials?
Yes, JP.
About how many pieces of evidence, potential evidence, were labeled with initials during your time working on that body?
Under the,
Did you get that in New Hampshire?
I would say it's approximately 271.
No.
Separate from that, did you use any testing during your processing of that Audi?
Yeah. After the first round of testing, or the first round of processing the vehicle, a few items were tested with a method known as a hemistick. And a hemistick basically is a reagent on a strip that, when comes in contact with hemoglobin, will turn a dark green.
Did you test all 271 items using a hemistick?
No, we did not.
Why not?
We essentially looked at the items on what appeared to have potential for yielding some type of blood or DNA.
Are you aware of false positives occurring with the use of a hemistick?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain that to the jury, please?
The reagent on the hemistick can get false positives, which will trigger it to appear to react as if it came in contact with hemoglobin, which is found in blood. And some of the items that can do that are potato, tomato, iron. They can give you what you would think to be a positive, but it ends up being a false positive.
Because of false positives, Detective Lemmy, when you see something that's presumptively positive, what do you do with it?
Well, presumptive positive is just an indicator that it could have hemoglobin. So we treat everything as if it has the chance to have that. In this particular case, the items that tested positive were sent up to the New Hampshire State Lab for processing.
And I guess let me ask this: do you take additional swabs to send up to the New Hampshire State Lab?
Depending on the item, I believe in this case, the items were small enough that we were able to send the whole item up to the lab.
On this particular vehicle, where did you use the hemisticks?
In the back seat, there was a car part just randomly sitting on the seat, and it was plastic with car insulation, like sound and deadening insulation on it. And there were a couple of spots on that looked suspicious that I tested.
How would you describe, excuse me, how would you describe the condition of the vehicle when you examined it?
So the vehicle had what appeared to be, and we didn't test it, but it smelled like it, appeared to have a thick layer of mold all throughout the inside of the passenger compartment.
And you previously mentioned working on that vehicle for several days. Did you take any precautions because of that?
We wore Tyvek suits, and also not wanting to breathe in mold, we wore a face mask.
Of the items that were pulled from that vehicle, did you send any off to the state laboratory?
I did.
And do you remember which items you submitted?
The first three items that we did initially were, I believe, JP 55, which was the car part, JP 120, and JP 122, which were carpeted floor mats.
Do you recall submitting item JP 119, 153, 195, 224, 251, 216, 225 to the lab as well?
So those were sent several days or a week later when we processed outside of the vehicle area. And I actually used a different testing method for that one.
What was that testing method?
I transitioned from the hemostic to Castle-Meyer,
Congratulations.
which is a similar type of test. It's processing
Hi, Ken.
using reagents to also identify hemoglobin. But the Castle-Meyer historically has been known to provide less false positives. So I transitioned to that and processed approximately 37 items that had come out of the car. And out of that, I believe 6 gave me a presumptive positive and 1 was a false positive.
When you say that one was a false positive, how did you determine that?
So, and not to get too technical, but the way the test works is you drop 3 drops on a swab. So the swab is used to collect the evidence off of the item. Sometimes it's a dry swab, sometimes it's a drop that's been dipped in sterile water. You rub it on the evidence item, then you drop a couple of drops of what's called phenolphthalein onto the swab. If the swab immediately reacts with just those initial drops, that's considered a false positive, because until you add a couple of drops of hydrogen peroxide, 3%, onto the item, it shouldn't react at all. So in one of the cases, it reacted as soon as I dropped the first couple of phenolphthalein drops onto it.
Excuse me. You mentioned this green color when you're using hemosticks.
Mhm.
Is there a color associated with the Castle-Meyer test?
Yes, the Castle-Meyer will turn a bright pink.
And is there a different level of pink that you're looking for, or is it something else?
It's not so much the level with the Castle-Meyer test as it is the time frame of how long it takes to react. So if it reacts immediately, it's a stronger indicator that it's a true positive.
Can you still have false positives with? Well,
You can.
I think you mentioned that you did in this case.
Yeah, you can still have false positives with the Castle-Meyer. So it's just a presumptive test that gives you an indication. Let's look further at this.
So, Detective, I want to switch gears. I want to discuss processing of a portion of a ceiling. Are you familiar with what I'm referring to?
I am.
Okay. And can you just generally tell the jurors what your involvement was with that?
Certainly. So I was aware in my conversations with the team that a large section of ceiling had been gathered. I was also aware that that piece of evidence had been sent up to the state lab for processing. They processed it for different items and did not come back with enough evidence to support there being DNA on the item. I was told by members of the team that they sent a couple of these pieces of the ceiling down to the private lab we mentioned earlier, DNA labs in Florida, to have tested, and they came back as testing positive for blood.
At this point, Judge.
And-
Say.
Sustained.
I'll redirect, Judge. So I don't want you to get into the specific testing of any of the items, but just what you did. You've explained that.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I may approach.
Yes.
I'm showing the defense what's been marked by identification. States Exhibit 40 through 51.
This is how the courtroom really looks. The coffers and
Yeah.
back.
They all have microphones.
Detective, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification. Identification is States Exhibit 40, Exhibits 40 through 51. And I'm just going to ask that you review each in turn and then look up when you're ready.
Okay.
Really notice the the strong jaw, the chin
Oh my God.
on the cover. I get bored sometimes.
And Detective, you looked up. So are you familiar with those images as well as what's depicted therein?
I am.
And how are you familiar with them?
I took the photos.
Are they fair and accurate?
They are.
And again, you took these photos.
Yes.
Are they consistent with what you saw the day you took them?
Oh my goodness.
Yes, they are.
All right, at this point, I move to strike what's been marked for identification as states exhibit 40 through 51.
Without objection. Without objection, the ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits. They may be published to the jury.
Thank you. I'm going to take them back. I'm going to put some up on the screen. We'll go through them.
Very true, Becca.
So you mentioned being tasked with processing this item. Are you familiar with the item number associated with it?
MER 3D,
And when did your processing occur?
July 15th, 2022.
Specifically, what was the
Thank you,
item
Ruth.
that you were tasked with
I might
processing?
switch to that.
The
If it-
MER
just
3D
was
was a large section of ceiling tile, which was sheetrock with some metal
Oh.
strips on the top of it.
And so those images that I asked you to look at, I've put one up on the screen behind you. Can you explain to the jurors what they're looking at?
Yeah, this is the whole piece of evidence as I examined it that day. And you're essentially looking at a center opening that I believe is where a vent was, but I wasn't present when they removed this item. And the metal pieces you see are the strips on the top part of the ceiling. You wouldn't see this from underneath it, but that's what the sheetrock would have been mounted up to.
And when you say you weren't present for the removal, is that from the location that it was taken from?
Correct,
The shelter, the fit shelter?
correct.
And so what does this image depict?
This image is evidence. I requested that the item be, that I examine the item
It's
because we
late.
didn't, well, I won't speak to the lab results, but I requested that I review the item to see if I could find any potential traces of evidence that we should be looking for. So the evidence technicians brought this out for a viewing. I viewed the item. I noticed things on the item that made me suspicious that there were additional areas that we should be testing.
Detective Lemmy, let me ask you this. When you received the item from the laboratory, was it packaged up?
Yes,
And
so it was, this is how I found it at evidence. The evidence technicians brought it out, they opened it, and this is how I found it.
No, that's the Sarah Boone case you're thinking of, not the Karen Reed case.
I know Karen Reed that's a doozy of a case.
Yeah. But they are supposed to have a meeting tomorrow. That's correct. But the Sarah Boone case will be postponed. Because Sarah Boone was set to start the 3rd of May. No, there was a pre-trial hearing, and then it's supposed to go when we are in Tennessee. So, but she got her 7th lawyer. We're still hoping she's going to go pro se.
Yeah. At this point, just do it, Sarah.
So, Detective Blimey, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 108. Are you familiar with this item?
I am.
And what is it?
It's a hand sketch that I made of the ceiling.
A hand
And when we
sketch.
discussed your processing of that portion of the ceiling,
Is it a Baker
how
original?
did you process it?
So the entire physical piece, as you see it here, was brought into our training room at the police station. It was placed on 2 work tables with that side face up. It was removed from the evidence bag that it was in and placed on butcher block paper on the tables. Then we went through the process of basically dismantling the metal pieces from the sheetrock.
And let me stop you there.
Mhm.
Going through that process of dismantling the metal framing from the sheetrock, was it important to keep track of what was coming from where on this object as a whole?
Yes, so because the whole
Yes.
piece was entered into evidence as one evidence number, once I was going to start dismantling it, I attached my own initials and numbers to each piece that was then separated.
So when you attached your own initials.
That's for
you
Valentine's
wrote
stream
your
tonight.
earlier initials, so MER3D, and then your initials
See.
following that.
Correct.
And so this item that I've just shown you, why did you create this?
Well, other than having photos of it, this helps to show where the positioning of each of the items was. It's not to scale, but it shows where the items were so that we could have a better understanding.
Did you create this as a demonstrative to show where each piece came from?
Yes,
Each of the pieces, I think you mentioned this, but you gave a specific evidence number of its own with your own initials attached.
correct.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of the sketch that you created?
Yes.
Or at this point, I move to strike the ID of States Exhibit 108. Mark is full and published in the jury.
No objection. The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It may be published.
Hey, bye, friends. Welcome, welcome. You haven't missed much today other than pictures of the stains on the ceiling from where the case, the bag was put. Thank you.
And so I've added the image to the screen behind you. That's States Exhibit 108. And I want to discuss the items that you packaged or that you removed. You mentioned the railing. Did you remove any other items?
This.
We separated several of the pieces of the sheetrock from the main unit. There was one large piece that I ended up keeping intact, but then we separated off parts that
Hey, Betsy.
didn't appear to be important as far as any potential evidence items on it.
And you mentioned taking the photos. Did you give those photos specific evidence numbers?
Yes,
Did you provide a description along with each of those evidence numbers?
I did.
And so
Hey,
can you
Betsy.
explain to the jury what they're looking at here?
So and I'll point up here if you can't see, let me know, but I just put a tape measure on it just to see what the distance was between the metal grids. On here, there's also a couple of handwritten letters written right onto the sheetrock. That was not done by me. I presume that was done by the state lab. And there's what appears to be a dark stain in the center of this piece of sheetrock.
And so the letters that you're referring to, if you can just read them for the jurors.
Far left is the letter A next to that cutout, B cutout, C and
Happy
D
V-Day to
are
you
in
as well,
the
Angela.
stain area.
And when you received this item back from the state crime lab or the state forensic laboratory rather, that had already been done. That's not something that you did during your processing.
That's correct.
So this item is MER 3D RL4. Can you describe what the jurors are seeing in this picture?
RL4 is the metal grid that runs across here. It was sitting on top of that dark stain, and it's lifted up on edge, so flipped up on its side. And there's also dark staining on the metal itself.
And when you say that dark staining, did that become an area of potential evidentiary value during your processing?
Yes, it did.
And I just want to show the jurors where that
But they
item,
have to put it in.
MER
if there's an
3D
appeal.
RL4, came from. Do you see it depicted on the sketch you drew?
So RL4 is this section that runs completely across the larger piece. And in this
Sketch
smaller box,
is right next
right
to
here.
Schweizer in the dictionary.
And what's depicted in this image?
This is still part of MER 3D RL4. It's the other end of the piece, and it's also showing dark staining running underneath that grid.
I want to move on to RL14. What's depicted in this image?
RL14 ended up being a piece of the sheetrock that we separated from the main piece. It's separated approximately at where this line is. And this is the dark stain on the sheetrock itself that had been under RL4.
And I want to look at where that came from in relation to the portion of the ceiling that you processed. Can you just point that out on your sketch?
Yeah, so RL14 is this section right about to here, over to about this line that extends from here.
And what does this image depict?
RL16, so this line right here would have been where RL4, that long strip that runs across, and then RL16 is another section of sheetrock that we separated from the main piece.
All
of
that dark
interest.
staining is
Approximately
underneath
at
the
where
metal.
that
It must
thin
smell
line is going
so bad.
across. That's where
Oh, I
we
know.
separated that piece from.
During your processing of MER 3D, did you become aware of low points or warps essentially in the drywall and framing area?
Aaron, he can't get off.
I
from the murder
can't
if he
tell
doesn't
by
do that.
looking at it the
I
way
don't
it's
know
laying
how
on
he
our
really will.
workstations, if the item would have been angled when it was sitting on the ceiling itself. But what I can tell from looking at this, where there was a dark stain in that center, and then you see a much darker stain running along that railing, it would appear that the fluid that would have made that stain would have run along that, which is not uncommon for fluid to track an object that's attached to it.
Did the fluid, the staining, appear to be absorbed into the drywall?
It appeared to be absorbed into the drywall more in that center area.
I said he needs to come to court, do that, or else he will get fried. Because even though Kayla is very untrustworthy, this isn't. This is just putting in evidence. So this doesn't matter. The only thing matters is a 5-year-old kid is dead, and he must bring up a better story than she did.
Where it was a lighter color,
Yes.
and then it was much heavier consistency along where the rail had been.
And what is depicted in this item, this image?
So this is still part of where RL4 was, sitting on top of it. And this is just a shot from the side of the piece to show that there's
These
depth
expert
to the
witnesses are
staining
all
itself.
so effing boring. But
At
it's
the time of your
important to them.
processing, Detective Lemmy, were you aware of other testing that had been conducted on this item at the lab?
I was.
Laboratory. And can you tell the jurors what that is?
So those two square cutouts that you saw on the sheetrock itself where the paper was missing, those two had been cut out and sent down to the lab as part of the state's processing of the item. And the results came back.
Objection, you're saying?
Sustained.
Not asking you for the results,
Gotcha.
but you were aware of other testing that had been conducted.
Correct.
Were you aware of fingerprint testing, latent print testing conducted on that item?
I hadn't reviewed results of that, but I was aware that some had been attempted.
What does this image depict?
It's just another more direct on from the side of where RL4 had been sitting, the kind of the thick layer of staining.
And again, this item.
Again, this is RL4 going.
Oh, come on. It will be
across,
Yamaha
and then
bike.
this section that goes up, that's where RL3 railing had been.
Hello.
In this image.
And this just continues on. This is where RL3 was. RL2 was.
Yes,
down
the
in this
lift
area.
part now is
That's
where
where
the
the
back was in
initial
the ceiling.
Stain had been.
So it's
and then
just-
RL1 would have been. up
We're
in
just
this
going
area.
over this. Yeah, keep the sexual stuff down.
Are you
once
aware
they
of
go
whether
back to
there was
drug
a
studies.
vent involved in the processing of this item?
I was aware just from the team, but I had not viewed it.
Are you aware of where the opening to that vent would have been?
Yes, the opening of the event would have been in this area. There was metal grids coming out this way in the initial photos.
You mentioned the Kastle-Meyer testing. Did you swab? Did you test? Did you use the Kastle-Meyer test
I did.
during your processing? And what's depicted in the image?
So again, this is the part of RL4 that we were looking at predominantly. It's showing my sample swab, and it's showing a bright pink result. So essentially, the swab was used, it was dipped in a sterile water. It was
A neighbor
rubbed on
did
the
say that
stain
there was
itself in that
a smell
area,
coming. That's the,
and
if
then
you
the
remember
Kastle-Meyer
the
test was
report you
applied
saw
to
at the
it.
beginning was a
And
maintenance
once the
report.
3 drops, or the couple of drops of the
He said
hydrogen
the smell was
peroxide
bad
were
when the
applied
heat
to it,
came on.
it was an immediate pink.
And can you remind the jurors what that immediate pink, what it told you?
The faster it reacts, the more likelihood it is that it's a positive versus a false positive.
Detective Lemmy, based on your processing of MER 3D overall, the portion of the ceiling that you processed, did you submit any of those items to DNA Labs International?
I did.
And what of those items did you submit?
That whole piece of sheetrock that remained after those other few that we looked at were removed was sent down as one item. The rails that came off, RL1, RL2, RL3, and RL4, those were packaged separately and sent down as well.
And let's talk about those rails, Detective Lemmy. When you removed the rails from the drywall, did you have any observations?
So other than the darker staining like this that was present under a couple of them, once RL4, which was the long piece, and over the part that was more heavily stained, as soon as that piece came up off the sheetrock, there was a noticeable foul smell.
And what was that smell associated with?
I would speculate that it's from that stain itself.
Okay.
Detective Lemmy, I want to switch gears and I want to talk about the ceiling itself. We have portions of it here, and I'm going to ask that you remove, and you have your evidence custodian with you, technician with you. I'm going to ask that you remove them from their packaging to show to the jury. And
But
so,
we
Your Honor,
require
I would
you to
just
do
ask
it
that this witness
right
be permitted
next to the
move freely
microphone.
with the evidence technician.
Yes, please.
Yes, you may. Go ahead.
I need you to crinkle all the paper
So Detective Lemmy,
as close as you can to the microphone.
And they will. Don't you
And
worry.
I'd like you to identify where that specific item would be in relation to the scale.
I'm just wondering, and this is now we had all the fun with the boring technical stuff. This is sheetrock that absorbs both
And Detective Lammy, if you can start with
liquid and smell. You would
Oh.
probably still be able to
Exhibit
to
74, identified
it
as
right
MER
now.
3D RL13.
So yeah, now the fun stuff is kind of gone away because now we're back to the bad evidence.
Mhm.
I don't mind a little lighter tone when we're talking about boring technical stuff, but just remember what was on this ceiling tile 4 years ago.
So is he still not showing up to court? I had to
He's
deal
still
with
not
the
showing up.
dentist.
He's not in court, and as Aaron said, he has to show up and do a job of telling people why he couldn't be there because it was so hard to live with the thoughts of what happened to little Harmony and had to relive whatever he did to help Kayla and make that believable. But
Mhm.
yeah, this and again, sheetrock it keeps the scent.
Oh yeah.
Specifically with respect to RL13, is that one of the items that was sent down to DNA Labs International in Florida?
Yes, it was.
You can't get it in this case because he's not. There's no death penalty in that state. He hasn't shown up since they did the voir dire of the jury. He's allowed every morning. He gets a phone call. Do you want to come to court today? And he can say, no, I don't feel like it. And they, or he can say, I feel like it. And then they're going to send a car to get him. But yeah. So yeah, we need a little humor, but maybe keep the smexiness out of it. Keep it subtle smexy because a 5-year-old kid lay decomposing on that ceiling. I hate this place.
Yeah.
As Mo wished, right by the microphone.
Yeah. And I thought it was a
Counsel,
defense
While they're
mechanism.
doing that, could you approach for just a minute?
Yeah, could we cut the sound so we don't have to blow our ears out? I don't get why they're allowed to do it. And I know he's represented by counsel, but still. I've never seen it before.
Well, you can be tried in absentia. So, I mean, it's not and I guess it's a bad look if we're supposed to be, you know, justice and presumed innocent, dragging someone into court. Maybe a bad look.
Yeah.
But as much as I dislike him, I feel like I'm with you, Baker, as far as what evidence we had that he did it. Nothing thus far.
Yeah, proven guilty isn't a thing we have seen yet because I got those testimonies and I really want to put into a timeline, but you know how it is. We want to do a lot and stream too much, so we don't have the time to do it. But she clearly lied, and she lied multiple times during her testimony.
Well, yeah, I mean, the timeline doesn't make sense to me. The problem is that there's no reliable narrator in this, so the truth can be somewhere in between Kayla and Adam, and those two wouldn't know the truth of it, bit him in the behind.
No. And if he's so innocent, why is he not in court trying to prove it? Well, maybe he's believing the best way to prove his innocence is by having his very competent representatives present his case for them. I don't know how
It-
he could get that feeling with Elaine too, but no,
It's a bold
Angela.
strategy.
Bold
Yeah, Angela, I
strategy.
really can't tell you why he chose this. In the beginning, I thought I would have stayed away during opening if I had, because then you don't put the face of evil on him. But the
Yeah.
rest of the days, it just looks like, well, he's back in prison sleeping while we're talking about, again, we can have fun while all the boring, yeah, this is a piece of sheetrock and blah, blah, blah. But now when we have to sit and remember there's a 5-year-old who lied dead on this piece of sheetrock. That a-hole isn't man enough to show up. And he admitted to putting her on that piece of sheetrock.
And and if he wanted to really honor his daughter, give her a proper burial, tell them where she is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or at least give us an area so we can put a marker for her and give
Yeah.
her mom peace in her soul. Because
Yeah.
her
And
mom didn't find out finally that she was dead until last Wednesday.
just the whole and then bring these social services workers to the bench because they have some explaining to do.
Yeah, for sure.
Ask that you.
He's been asked every morning if
Sorry
you want to
ask
come to
that
court.
Pick it up and just show it to the jurors if you can watch them.
Actually, when you pick it up, I don't think it needs to be.
No, Waller wanted out of the courtroom. The judge said no. Yeah, I think it's a judge. It's a judge's discretion. That's not a big stain.
And Detective Lemmy, you can set that down.
She has been. She must have been a very, very small child, even though she weighed 35 pounds.
Hmm.
She was nearly 5, though. I mean, that's pretty small for a
Your Honor, I
5-year-old.
move to mark what's been marked for identification.
Yeah, she was in the
States
25
Exhibit
percentile, I've
74
learned.
As full, so strike the ID and publish. I missed doing that prior. There's no objection.
No objection.
All right, the ID is stricken, it's entered as a full exhibit.
So Detective Lemmy, if you can just identify where RL13 is in relation to the sketch that you've drawn. Sure.
Well, he agreed to the abuse of the corpse because he helped Kayla. Kayla was the one who was with her when she died.
And for the jurors, if it's difficult to see because it's low to the ground and you want to stand, you should feel free to do that, okay?
As it was presented to you from that face view, what you saw was the cutoff from here over this way down to about this section. And that's what that bottom dark stain was from here over to the edge.
I would just ask if Your Honor would allow if Detective Lemmy can just point that out to the jurors.
He can point it out, yes.
If he can approach closer to the jurors. so they can see.
On the board?
With the board.
Oh, sure, yeah. Just the condition of that, I didn't think it made sense to get too close.
So what you were seeing.
No, not waking up early. He was bitching over having to be strip searched.
This way.
Oh.
I showed it on day 3. I think I showed the notice.
Well, God forbid he be uncomfortable.
Oh, I know, right?
Yeah. Abuse of a corpse is a misdemeanor, so that's absolutely nothing like admitting to murder, which is punishable by life. And I think the story he's trying to tell could work if he shows up and shows how Kayla is lying. But he should have been there.
Exhibit 74. I want to move on to Exhibit 75, which is RL15.
Yeah. Let's just the 2 different stories. The state says punched in the face repeatedly. Kayla makes it to he punched her before they went on the drive. in the car at night, 2 or 3 a.m. in the night, I believe it was. Then again in the car, and she passed away. Adam's opening statement, he hasn't talked, so we don't know his version, but is that he had been out getting money and came home and she had passed away, and he helped Kayla hide it. So that's the story both of them are going with. And Kayla is about as trustworthy as a $2 coin.
What do you got
Yes,
against
I was
$2
near a
coins?
dentist. That's who you're smelling on me. Stop.
Yeah, and then that's when she said he beat her repeatedly. Ah,
You stop it.
we can't hear Elaine during the entire trial, but we can hear them touch every single millimeter of paper. Yeah, and that's when Kayla came up with he beat her in the middle of the night because of an accident. Yeah, I really want to put it up against each other, but I don't have the time for it. He would be transported every day. That's what the judge said. We will call you every morning, and you can say, "I'm gonna come. I'm not gonna come." So he would be there. They wouldn't hold him locally. Yeah, but I said a $2 coin.
Wait, don't they have those in Canada?
Yeah, but that's Canada. Blame Canada. Blame Canada.
I put forward a motion to make Canada less real than Australia. Australia moves up to semi-real.
It's a good strategy not coming to court. He looks like a stereotypical thug who would kill, ironic since most serial killers look like the guy next to. Yeah. Ditch pickle huntress. I agree. Don't put that face on evil, but he could, if he showed up in a nice suit. Yeah, I know he has to maybe make sure that the collar was above his. I'm gonna no audio for, because this is just going to be another hellhole of Pringles. If he covered up that Pennywise tattoo, then the bad part for him is that his teardrop is on the left side, so it'll be shown to the jury. But I understand the not showing the face of evil when they talked about all the heinous things that happened to her. But now, if he shows up when it goes over to the defense side, people just wonder, why didn't he show up before? Doesn't he care about this little girl's life? Just got done getting your heart event monitor stuck on. Yay. No, you don't need to go back. It's just technical stuff to put DNA into it. But hope everything is good with that heart event.
Yes.
It's relaxing. You listen to some weird ASMR.
Yes.
No, bag crinkle and ASMR would be terrible.
Yeah.
This is non-consensual ASMR, and I, for one, do not consent to this.
No.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Bodo and Adam, but I need to get to work on that. There's so much that just doesn't add up with Kayla's explanation with all the other. And I know Bodo, he was your friendly neighborhood crack dealer, so he's probably not the most trustworthy. But still, he claimed he never ever saw Harmony, and she claimed he saw her all the time. So, but again, did Elaine put that out there, or is it just because we are sitting here discussing it afterwards? It could
And-
be that I think he is in protective custody, so there could be that. Yeah, but you know how these alternative intelligent people thinks.
Yes.
That's good to hear, Volby. Yeah. That's the big problem is she is so untrustworthy. But I just think Elaine fumbled the touchdown worse than the 49ers fumbled against. I don't know if they fumbled. I didn't watch the match.
I was about to say I have no wisdom to give you about sports ball.
Can we go to what's been marked for identification as Exhibit 76? That's RL 15.
So just to be clear, that item was the original packaging that MER3D was in.
So the butcher paper that we saw.
I agree. It was never a match
Exhibit.
because Taylor's
So
team
was
was
that
going to
on?
win all the time.
Yeah, the first photo that showed it sitting on the table, partially open. All of that paper is what was in there.
Was that also submitted to the lab in Florida?
No.
No, and that's the problem with, as I said, always with Elaine.
It
Have
is-
this and then say, oh, so boom, boom, you didn't do that. Boom, boom, you did that. And then bring it back in closing and said, do you remember when Kayla lied here? She lied here. She lied here. She admitted to lying. People would remember that.
And on
And
an
Detective
emotional
Lammy, while you're
level-
opening that, can you just describe for the jurors what this item is, RL 15?
So this one is RL 15. The way I showed it to you earlier. RL 4 ran all the way across this way. RL 15 is the big piece of sheetrock. Just like that item.
And people complain I talk over court.
So this piece was not submitted to me.
And if you could just hold it up for the jurors to see.
I don't believe so.
Your Honor, I've moved to strike ID and mark as full, States Exhibit 76.
Without objection.
Right, the ID is stricken, it's entered as a full exhibit.
No, her name is Elaine 2.0.
Detective Lammy, I'd like to move on to what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 77. That's RL 16.
Wasn't there someone that she was asked about in one of her testimonies about they had a doctor's visit with her? Oh, I should have noted down how big she was. I know she was 35 pounds, but how tall was she?
Well, that and if she's having to Hunger Games fight her brothers for, the Frisbee hamburgers thrown back.
While they're working on that,
You
Council,
got gut pretzel because recovery addicts chat say, oh, they're gross. Bigger chat. Yeah, because we don't eat cheese danishes or cheesecakes. Or I never had a pretzel, so I couldn't tell you.
Pretzel? You've never had a pretzel?
No, I'm not
Like a-
German.
Like a soft pretzel?
I'm not German.
I'm not either, and I've had many soft pretzels.
But Baker, they're a carb. Carbs know no culture.
Yeah, they don't.
Well, he did state over the crinkling of the paper that we never tested this board. So it was very important to put that into evidence. They are going to put the entire ceiling into evidence. And that's the worst part, because again, what is the good thing for the state with this? What piece would I have brought out as the last? The one with the small imprint of a 5-year-old. I know that's gruesome to say, but that
Yeah.
tugs on the heartstrings. Now you're saying, oh, we took this piece, we didn't use it.
Well, just like they used the toothbrush yesterday when there was really no, I mean, there was no real reason they needed to open that because that was for sample DNA,
Yeah.
but that was theatrics to show this was a little girl
Yeah.
and this was her toothbrush.
And Detective Lemmy, if you can just describe what this item is and where it came from, according to your sketch.
So RL 16.
We do have shopping malls, but we don't sell pretzels in shopping malls.
That's like a thing over here.
It's because you're all Germans.
Possibly true in my case.
Have not been touching that particular piece because RL 16 is this area right here.
And on your sketch, where's the vent area located?
That's down here.
So this would have been
All raspberry.
Yes.
I'm a fan of raspberry. I like the little
Let's
tartness.
move to the next item. I'd ask that exhibit be marked full, ID stricken, and published to the jury.
I don't know what a pretzel
The idea
is.
is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It can be published to the jury.
Detective Lemmy, I would have moved to State's Exhibit 78, what's been identified as RL 11.
Valhalla, I was there when you and the expert tried to locate the
Your Honor,
Galapagos.
the-
No,
The same with that item. I'd
yeah,
ask
Galapagos
that State's
Islands.
Exhibit, what's
I
been
know you don't
identified,
know
marked for
it's not
identification
there.
as State's Exhibit 79. That the ID be stricken, it be marked as full and published.
So you said 79.
I'm sorry, 78,
Okay. 78.
RL 11.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit, and it can be published to the jury when it's taken out.
It's like people when I tell them I don't like potato salad, they said, "Oh, have you tried mine?" If I haven't tried a pretzel, I haven't tried a pretzel bun. Guten Tag, Herr Lienete.
Detective Lemmy, can you just tell
Kannst
the
du es
jurors
sagen, dass
what this
Brezel
item is
sind,
and where its
sind
relative
Deutsch?
location was on that portion of the ceiling according to your scale?
Same place. The difference between the RL 11.
Was this item submitted to the laboratory? No, it wasn't.
My goodness.
See? What? Parts of it fell off.
Hi, Valhalla.
Thank you, Detective. And if we can move to what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 79, that's MER 3D. So State's Exhibit 79.
Hey, Hollymore. How are you this morning?
Oh, hi, Holly. Happy Valentine's Day.
And another piece that has absolutely no evidence on it, but here it is. Ah, this is annoying. Couldn't we just put out the piece with all the DNA evidence on it and said, we took it from the ceiling? Trust me, bro, there was more ceiling.
Or do you think that the detectives are like, since we sweat our ever living buns off, we're taking everything in?
For identification.
But it's just, it doesn't.
And 80 is RL 3A.
And 20 minutes ago, I was beginning to get that gagging feeling because I saw an imprint of a small 5-year-old kid. And now I want to yeet this entire courtroom into the sun.
79
Because
remains for identification. Is that accurate? So
They're just wasting time. Why can't they
75,
stipulate
and
this is ceiling?
79 remaining for ID, correct?
Correct.
That's your understanding, Jabra?
Yes, Judge.
Well, if they
While
already
that's being
have the
opened,
tile,
Detective
what
Lemmy, if
else
you can
are
just
they
describe
opening up?
where that item was collected from.
All the other parts around it.
Of the portion
Like the
that's
metal
open.
bars
Private
and stuff?
line.
RL3 is the middle rail. Running straight down. RL4
Oh my God, just show the stupid tile and be done with it.
I mean,
Again, Your Honor, I move to strike ID, mark as full, and publish.
Objection?
No objection.
The ID
And
is
this-
stricken on exhibit
This will
80,
go on to
and as a
lunch.
full exhibit, and it can be published to the jury.
Well, he didn't get caught because no one was willing to sing, even with a $40,000 reward.
and I mean, it would have. I agree with you, Baker. It was effective, and I hate that I go back to the Brooks trial, but they didn't show every piece of the damn car.
No.
They showed the car. They showed the important bits. And to have to see that little girl's, resting area for months would have been impactful. This is just now boring.
According to holding up to that chart, running down. RL4 was running across this.
Well, they have a metal bar.
Detective
Give me a
Lemmy, if you can
break.
just show them the
Like-
underside of that roll.
What is this? What necessary is this? Do you see how the tile was held up with this metal bar?
When was this item submitted to the lab in Florida?
Is this cool? Okay.
Why not just give them the items that were submitted to the lab where
Detective
they
Lemmy, when you're
tested
ready,
and found
I'd like to
DNA?
move on to State's Exhibit 81, what's been marked as State's Exhibit 81 for identification. That's RL3, RL4, RL12.
This is the reconstruction of an entire ceiling that they
Okay.
took down, where there's only DNA on, I believe, 2 of the pieces. 20 minutes ago, we saw the imprint of a dead 5-year-old's body, and all of us was really, really sad to watch that. And now we're just annoyed that they're wasting time opening boxes and say, well, this wasn't tested. This wasn't tested. This was on
Well-
the other side of the room.
And also, why didn't you just bring them all over to that area? Why do you have to dramatically walk across the courtroom to get the one box at a
Yeah.
time?
State's Exhibit 81 and publish it.
No objection.
Yeah, but still, they were taken
The
out,
ID is
shown
stricken,
the
and
car,
entered
and
as a full exhibit,
that was
may be
that.
published to the
and they didn't really. Are we behind?
jury
I can
once
speed
it
this
is
up
opened.
Yeah.
because absolutely nothing happened. Oh,
I know it's for dramatic effect,
Mental
Angela,
romance.
for sure.
Detective Lemmy, while that's being opened, can you please describe for the jurors where this piece of evidence came from in relation to that portion? of
That's
the
what.
ceiling
As
used
long
in
as he's
sketch?
pled guilty, well, they have to say it was him, but still.
I'm sorry, he needs a microphone, please.
Now we're worrying about Michael. We haven't done that for the last
So
30 minutes.
RL4 and RL12 were attached. We did not separate
You
them.
know,
when we
here's the
processed this
thing.
Because we didn't want to cause any
Also,
damage to what would have been underneath it. RL12 is this part that runs across the opening. RL4 runs all the way across.
like he has gloves on, but he's conveniently touching everything around the courtroom,
Is this the rail?
and then he's touching the evidence. So what's the point?
Sorry, I wasn't hearing Mike. You mentioned a smell when you removed those rails. Was that the rail you were referring to?
And Angela Brewer has it right. It's for dramatic effect, but if you want to have dramatic, and I've been in a few relationships, so I know dramatic. You start building. You don't descend dramatic. You start with, oh, we put the ceiling down. There was a smell from some of the tiles and stuff like that, and you end by showing this is the piece we believe the back harmony was left on.
Yeah.
That's how
Here's
you
a
This would be
bar.
the orientation
There's another
as we
bar.
found it.
Well, cool.
This would have been the grade opening.
Now you took the
and
bars.
RL floor, and then the other pieces that were attached to it.
The guy in the
Yes.
black shirt. He's a police guy who he was randomly at the courthouses and is there to handle evidence with them to make it go faster.
It's not helping.
My pal is a little behind, so she
She'll
wants
get it back on
potato
scale.
salad now. Well, this proves there was a ceiling sometime at some
Yeah.
point.
Well, if they didn't have the bars to the tile, you wouldn't know,
So when
right,
you're ready, if you would
guys?
just
I
retake
mean,
the stand for cross-examination.
Oh, we're done. Okay.
oh, Jesus
most
Christ,
privileged ever.
Emily.
Roger, Roger.
Is anybody?
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Jamie Brooks. I don't believe we've met, but I represent Adam Montgomery. I also have a few questions for you. I want to go back, though, to what was addressed during the beginning of your direct examination. That's the blue Audi.
Mhm.
You were involved in the processing of that,
Yes, I was.
and you mentioned earlier that there was evidence that was collected from the Audi.
Correct.
And that evidence was also submitted to the lab.
Some of it.
Let's talk about that, some of it. And again, how does a piece of evidence get labeled?
We typically have one of the detectives use their own initials, and then we'll start, if it's the beginning of the project and they haven't labeled anything yet, it usually starts around 1 and then works its way up from there.
And when it came to the collection of evidence from the Audi, there were a fair number of JPs, correct?
Yes,
JP standing for,
James Pittman.
and a number of those pieces of evidence collected by Penman, you decided to have submitted to the lab.
Yes,
And could you please tell the jury what particular items you had submitted to the lab?
if I could review my report.
You most certainly may. Actually,
I
if
think
I were to, are you familiar with something called a crime scene note?
Yes.
And what is a crime scene note?
Well, a crime scene note is typically an overall write-up of the processing of a scene.
sometimes they take 1.1,
I am
1.2.
going to, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Jeepers Christ.
I'm handing you what has been marked 2457 base stamp. Recognize that document?
This was
Uh,
not created by myself.
Not created by yourself, but it was a crime scene note.
A non-Dane building Legos.
Yes,
Lego.
And does that include a list, an exhaustive list of the items collected from the car?
it should.
Would reviewing that help you recall which items you had submitted to the lab?
Probably not, because this wouldn't pertain any of the processing that was done after the collection. There would be a lab submittal that I probably created, and that would list the items that I sent up.
And that lab submittal would assist you?
Yes.
Judge, I think this would be a good time for a break.
Approach.
This is the first thing the defense have said I agree with.
Yes.
This would be a wonderful time for a break. And then go back there and say, did we just waste 3 hours of people's life with, again, the only evidence brought in today are they cut the ceiling down. They didn't wear protective gear or mask. It was hot. He was sweating, so it could be contaminated. They had 4 swabs with DNA on them. 3 of them was inconclusive. 1 JMT4 had a male DNA profile. We don't know which. And 1 hair not suitable for comparison. Two other samples were sent to another lab because they were negative for blood, but on BO5 they found presence of more than 1 male DNA. And now we have this ceiling was tested and most of it wasn't tested. This is what we have done in 3 hours.
What do they need a break for? Like, what is he
It's
talking
lunch break
about?
time, Jamie. It's 12 o'clock.
Yeah, but how many questions does this man have for this guy?
Well, all of them. They're going to ask how and why they put butcher paper on there and who opens them. And if they open them, where do they open them from? The top, the bottom, or the middle?
Oh my God.
But for big exam purposes, it's 3026. Do you recognize this document?
No, no break.
Well, I guess they're not getting their break.
He wants to get into what was in the Audi.
Yes, sir.
Would looking at it for a minute or two help
Yeah.
refresh your recollection?
Only in terms of the actual evidence item numbers, what the physical piece is, I can't tell from here without
Okay.
looking at photos or additional documentation.
So, well, let's stick with the numbers then.
Okay.
Come on, don't do that now.
Having reviewed that report, what items did you have submitted to the lab for potential testing?
119, and these are all JP. 153,
Yeah, because I don't know
195.
what the Audi had to do with anything.
224, 251, 216, 225.
There's so much dead air.
Yeah.
What he had 2 hours to do what I do. I write it on a piece of paper. It's not that hard to take notes.
Haven't they had almost 2 years to say, hey, when this guy gets up, we could need the report he actually wrote?
I don't think that,
So
like,
I understand that you
they
may
keep
not
asking
be
a
able
lot of
See you later,
questions
Ace.
they don't know the answers to.
recognize, for example, specifically what 119 was or 195. But those samples, the JPs collected from the Audi, did some of those include specimens from the floor mat?
The carpeted floor mat that I tested initially with the hemosticks,
Yes.
those were different numbers. Those were JP 120 and 122.
And those were submitted to the lab as well,
Yes,
correct?
sir. Yeah.
Do you recall a cash register receipt?
I do.
Could that have been one of the items submitted to the lab for analysis?
I believe so.
A shoebox?
Yes.
Blue bath towel?
I would have to jog my memory about the bath towel.
Detective, do you still have up there the case scene note?
Yes.
My biggest problem with this defense is I can't see where they're going.
And sir, what was the evidence item number for the bath
Yeah.
towel?
153.
Julie, I've been watching this for 6 days now. I'm not sure what the defense strategy is. I can't tell you.
Would you like me to read the listing as far as how Detective Heil listed it?
Maybe.
Just wanted to confirm that a blue bath towel was sent to the submitted for analysis.
So he identified it as towel with unidentified stains. He did not list the color.
Giggity.
Cash register receipt. Do you recall having that submitted?
I do.
A pink sweater, women's?
Yes, sir.
A folder with papers?
Number on that one, sir?
Yeah, but do the
Take a
jury
look
get
at
that?
224 and see if that refreshes your recollection.
Stacy, yeah, that was the weird part about the opening. They really didn't get into He's pleading to this,
Yes, sir.
so we are probably getting the full trial.
And what is your recollection now?
That was paperwork that was submitted.
A gray bath towel? Does that ring a bell?
Number?
225. See if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes. Towel with unknown stains. He did not reference the color. My photos would show it, though.
I apologize. I didn't hear that last response.
The photos that I took during the processing would also help if you wanted me to clarify the color.
Fair to say, though, that 2 bath towels were submitted for analysis.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Finally, do you recall a length of twine?
Yes, sir.
And again, that was collected and submitted to the lab?
Correct.
I now want to turn to your use of bloodstain reagents, latent bloodstain reagents. In the processing of the Audi, you used Hemostix,
Yes, sir.
Kasselmeyer.
Yes, sir.
You were also involved in the processing of a Chrysler Sebring.
I was involved in that as an assistant to the detective that was processing it.
Detective O'Leary.
Yes, sir.
And when you were there assisting him in the processing
Sadly,
of that Sebring,
it seems they want
does
to drag
January
everything into
7th
it.
of 2022 sound correct?
I would be guessing.
Okay. But he was using Blue Star,
Yes, sir. I remember that.
and that again is another latent bloodstain reagent.
It is.
And whenever, regardless of which type of agent was being used, whenever there was a presumptive positive,
I have the same problem when
it
I
was collected.
am DM when someone and then
I
someone
can't
writes me in
speak to
Danish.
the Sebring because I didn't process that vehicle. I can only speak to the Audi.
So when it came to the Sebring, were you there for the Blue Star part of the processing of that vehicle on the 7th, or no?
I was there when we,
Old line red. The only Matlock moment we can get from this is if Harmony's DNA was in the Audi. That would be a Matlock moment. Other than this, send the jury to lunch.
when he blue starred the trunk area.
But it's your understanding that the practice, your practice, the practice of the Manchester Police Department is that when there is a presumptive positive, it is something that's preserved.
If we did a swab of an area, we would typically preserve it.
And that's what you did in the processing of the Audi, correct?
Yes, sir.
I believe, as you said on direct, that you preserved the ability to be able to look further at an item if there was a presumptive positive.
Yes, sir.
And again, you want to over collect as opposed to under collect.
I do.
I don't have anything further. Thank you, Detective.
You're welcome, sir.
Anything further?
Just briefly.
That's what you wanted a break for that lame cross? Come on, guy.
How, no, what did we prove with
Detective Lemmy, I
that?
just want to follow up with the items
I don't
that
know.
you were asked about on cross-examination by Attorney Brooks. All of those items that you just identified, I think we talked about them on direct as well. Were they from the blue Audi that you processed?
The particular numbers that we reviewed, I believe, were from the Audi.
Was that the same Audi that was covered in mold?
Yes, sir.
And Detective Lemmy, let me ask you this. Do you know where that car was in 2020?
I do not.
How about 2021?
I do not.
How about 2022?
I know it was in the evidence processing bay at Manchester Police.
At some point?
Yeah.
Do you know who that vehicle belonged to?
I know that there was consent forms provided, I believe by 2 different people. One, I'd have to review my notes to see the other one.
And does Anthony Bodero stand out to you, that name?
It doesn't.
Okay. Same questions with the Chrysler Sebring. Do you know where that vehicle was in 2020,
I do not.
2021,
No.
2022?
it had been in the evidence processing bay at Manchester Police.
Yes, and if this is just as boring, we might switch over to that one to cover that, or maybe I'll cover it later.
Thank you, Detective Lemmy. No further questions.
T-Bone is
You may
probably
sit
sleeping.
down.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's just about 12:15, so a good time for our lunch break. I remind you, don't discuss the case with anybody. Don't watch any social media. Don't do any independent research. We'll
Check
come
out the
back in an
broken
hour,
egg if
so
you want.
please be back at
He's a cool
1:15.
guy. Or if
All
you
right,
don't like him, go
1:15,
check out
everybody.
Mo in
Thank
the
you
deep
so
end.
much.
We'll cover all your needs,
Yes.
also by streaming. You watched a trial from Alaska yesterday. They were so quick. Yep. We have done cases where they went to like 7 or 8 witnesses in a day. It just went boom, 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 boom.
Rewrap, what do you need to do processing wise?
I would ask that Mr. Dido be able to repackage that.
Okay, one minute.
He's allowed to repackage it. Oh. No, we're gonna follow it. Maybe there will be the Matlock. Again,
All right, they
it's-
can do it now. I just asked them to do it expeditiously so the court staff can have a break as well. Okay, very good. Thank you.
yeah, it's really, really annoying.
Dave,
Dave,
lay down. He's done. Sorry.
go on, Dave.
Lay down.
Holly,
Jamie, any objection to
Jamie, any objection?
To everything.
Well, he just asked any objections.
I object.
I object to all of this.
All things.
The worst problem of being a trial streamer is people will ask me every now and again what happened, and I have to be semi-awake to kind of be able to fill all of you who fell asleep. Did they say 1 o'clock or 1:15? Well, it doesn't matter. We're going to do words on screen, and I'll be back. I'll sit in the background and see if you behave, or Aris will yell at you, and it's going to be the best place to hang out during lunch. 1:15. Thank you so much, Drama Laundry, and I know she's from Love Shack University.
Ooh.
Because that's
Love Shack
where
University.
Shaquille O'Neal went to school. I know America.
Oh my God.
Didn't you know that LSU is his alma mater?
Love Shack University.
Yeah.
I
You
didn't
know,
know
I
you
am
called it
learning
that.
new things.
Yeah, you're right, Brandon. No Iris is nice Iris today. But everyone, wake up. It's worth on stream time. Even T-Bone might wake up now. And I'll be back.
Yes.
And will you be joining us in the afternoon, Mo?
Yes, I probably will. I am going to get some lunch and rotate laundry because my life is often glamorous and you are super jealous.
Yeah.
I love laundry. So
It's the folding it part that seems to bog me down unless you get an entire load of towels and then you're like jackpot.
you're hilarious.
Yeah, but did the jury get that was what they did? That's my problem. I hope they have a great closing.
Yeah. I would be so it would be so hard to be a jury member and not be able to take notes. You're supposed to remember this. Notes keep me awake. If I don't have something to do with my hands,
Again,
then you
And
can
think of, like-
guarantee.
Yeah. Well, think of how many times we've had to go back and be like, well, what did they say about that? Like those jurors don't get to. And with the boringness of what they're bringing as evidence, I've glossed over a lot of stuff. And then Baker, you or the chat will say something and I'll be like, oh yeah. But are they getting that? Or are they just like, what does all this mean? So that's what's frustrating.
Yeah. And that's my biggest problem in all of this is we can see we kind of can see the defense is doing stuff, but they just don't. What they should do is, as I do when all of you lovely people are supporting me, put it on the board so you remember.
Yeah.
They don't put the nail in.
Unless the defense is going to do like they did in the Wild Bill and go down and write down every single timeline and say, okay,
Mhm.
this is an unfortunate way to put this, but when did this child pass? Because we have 3 different scenarios and none of them makes none
Yeah.
of them
Yeah.
make sense.
Yeah, and that's my biggest problem with this case is yesterday I became convinced she was dead around the time they were evicted from the house. I think she died in the house ingesting fentanyl. That's my in my head theory.
And it makes sense.
Mhm. Well, they need to, if they're gonna show Kayla's lies, like start picking out her lies and saying, this is like all the stuff that she said that you are trying to show as a lie. Be very obvious about it because it's
Yeah.
not obvious.
As I say, make sure when you do your closing, you have you make a timeline and you say, Kayla, blah blah blah, and then you put either some post-its or something, and then you said, no, oh, by the way, that was disproven by the state's own witness, Mr. Crack Dealer, blah blah blah. No, that was disproven by the tow truck driver, blah blah blah. That was disproven by. That's the only, because we follow trials for fun and for an interest in crimes, but
Mhm.
juries are people who couldn't get out of jury duty. They are about as willing to sit there for the 6th day in the row after we just had 2 hours of crinkling paper. They want to jump off. Turd is one of the words. They want to jump off the planet.
Oh my God.
Hey,
Me and
court
Valhalla
might be
has
one
the
of the
same mindset.
words. Brought to you by Amber Heard and Associates.
Yep.
Court, turd, and crud.
My God.
Well,
Does it
I'm gonna
not?
make me some dinner.
Yes,
See
me
you
too.
all in a bit.
Bye,
All
guys.
right.
I'll be back
Bye.
in a little bit.
Me too.
Hey Joe, don't let me down. Come back after you put the laundry on. We love to hang out with you in the doctor. Yeah, that could be that too. Matzi Abianati. That's a cool name. I'll be back. Yeah, of course I come back just as I have to cough. I just wanted to show something Ariel made, because this is kind of interesting. If I can figure out to stop this, present this, share this. Where is it? Don't go away now. This one. That's the one I wanted. Ariel was nice enough to make a comparison about 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 the different stories that Kayla told us. November 27 started living in the village the day before Thanksgiving. Harmony was covered all the time in public and in the parking lot. Got evicted on the 27th. Doesn't remember where she stayed on Thanksgiving. Kayla said she was never alone with the kids after being evicted. The 29th, they were in the car accident. He couldn't see Harmony because Adam covered her with her injuries. Harmony was under a blanket at first. It was not under a blanket at first. Blanket was thrown over Harmony to hide the fact she was unrestrained. Went to Kayla's mom sometime after the accident on that day. December 7th, woke up. Adam hit Harmony multiple times. Harmony was crying. Kayla woke at 3 a.m. Adam started hitting Harmony because she had an accident. Kayla stayed awake until going to the clinic. Said Adam gave her crazy eyes when she told him to stop. In June 2022, Kayla told law enforcement that Adam punched Harmony 10 to 15 times in the Colonial Village parking lot at 3 a.m. Told investigators that Harmony did not pee before going to the clinic. Then they went to the clinic. Seating arrangement: back seat, driver side to passenger side. Seamus, Declan, Harmony. In June 2022, she told law enforcement that Seamus was in the middle and the blanket was on Harmony's lap. Adam returned to the vehicle, smelled urine, started yelling and hitting Harmony in the head. Adam struck Harmony outside the clinic. Started driving, hitting Harmony more so at red lights. Harmony was making weird noises on the way to Burger King. At Burger King, Adam said, "I think I really hurt her." Adam said this while pulling into Burger King. His voice sounded like he was scared. Harmony was under a blanket while going through drive-thru. Kids were screaming in drive-thru. Harmony was moaning, didn't throw a blanket on her to cover her. 2022, she told law enforcement that the kids were sleeping while going through drive-thru. Gave the kids food at Burger King. Gave kids food at Burger King without looking at them. In 2022, fed the kids at the Colonial Village parking lot. Harmony was under a blanket when she gave them food. Said she didn't throw a blanket on her to cover her. In June 2022, she told law enforcement that the blanket was on Harmony's lap. Went back to Colonial Village. Got heroin and crack. Doesn't remember if Adam asked Kayla to get drugs from Bodo. Told law enforcement in 22. He asked if she could get it, and she got it back from Bodo. Said they did drugs, heroin and fentanyl. Doesn't remember crack. Stayed in Colonial Village for 10-15 minutes. Doesn't remember how long they were at Colonial. Left at some point. Didn't know where they were going when they left Colonial. Car died at light. Adam tried getting a jump, ended up having to leave the car, started getting kids and stuff out. Noticed Harmony passed away. Adam got Harmony in duffel bag that he got from the trunk. Car broke down around 12:30. Kayla and Adam both waving cars around theirs. Going to Bodero's was Kayla's idea. Adam got duffel bag out of trunk, but trunk didn't open, so they went through the seats. Couldn't take much out of the car because they had to carry duffel bag. Harmony wasn't bleeding, but she had dried blood on her face from a bloody nose the day before she died. Yeah, she forgot her drug order. Walked back to Colonial Village. Adam put the bag in the snowbank by dumpster so Bodo wouldn't see it. Got a ride from Bodo to get stuff from the car. Car was already getting towed. Adam and Kayla got stuff out of the car. Adam was wiping the seat when the tow truck driver was there. Doesn't know if it was blood. Kayla said it was not true that Harmony was always covered up. Bodo saw Harmony a couple of times every couple of days for the whole 2 weeks they were at the Colonial parking lot. Harmony never went into Bodo's apartment. She also says she remembers bringing kids into his apartment but doesn't remember when. Bodo would come to their car and talk to them, also give them drugs. Bodo saw Harmony in December, doesn't know if the kids were in the car 24/7, doesn't remember when she took them anywhere to entertain them. November 29, Bodo didn't want them staying in the parking lot, but he came down and brought them drugs. Bodo met with Adam occasionally and left Kayla with the kids in the car. December 11, after December 7, Adam would sometimes use Bodo's car, spent 2 days in Audi before going to Kayla's mom. They went to city welfare as a family to apply for shelter. All kids were there while filling out application, unsure if she meant Harmony. Bodo dropped them off at Kayla's aunt. Eventually, Kayla's mom picked them up and went to mom's place. Adam put duffel bag outside, then brought it inside and put it in the cooler. He pushed it into the cooler so it could fit. So, totally different stories. Moved to the fit center, put duffel bag in ceiling. Adam took it out and put the body in a trash bag, then into CMC bag. Took him a couple of hours to do. Kayla wasn't in the bathroom when Adam did this. Adam cleaned bathroom with ammonia, had discussion about using lime and making a big problem smaller. Adam took duffel bag out of the ceiling, had bag in shower, put body in trash bag, then into CMC bag, then into closet for a day or two. Next couple of days, she brought it to Portland Pie. Adam got rid of the duffel bag. Adam put bag back in ceiling. Adam asked Kayla to bring the bag to Portland. Kayla put the bag in a stroller and walked to Portland. Adam put the bag in the freezer, and that was the only time the bag was in the freezer at Portland Pie. Adam got the bag from Portland Pie Co. and brought it back to the shelter. Bag was put in tote and brought to Union Street. February 20th, moved to Union Street. Kept Harmony in the fridge. Adam brought back in a tote to Union Street apartment, put in closet for a day or two. In June 22, Kayla said she took the bag from the freezer at Union Street apartment, walked to Portland Pie Company. CMC bag was there for 1-2 weeks. Then they brought it back, the bag back to Union Street apartment. Had discussion about making a big problem smaller, using a handsaw or a NutriBullet. Kayla saw Adam trying to dethaw the body in the bathtub. Kayla helped her get her clothes off. Wrong screen. Saw Adam putting the body in the bag with lime. Hot water was running on the body from the shower. Body was still folded the same way as in car, according to her. Adam took the bag out of the fridge, put body in bathtub. Scissors were only things she saw in bathroom. She used scissors to cut her clothes off. There was no tools outside the bathroom. In 22, she denied that she helped Adam at all, other than zipping up the bag. She told law enforcement she was in the bathroom a couple of times. Kayla left the bathroom to check on kids, couldn't hear anything because of the neighbor's music. She did not see Harmony's body go into bags. Adam put body into trash bags, then trash bags into CMC bag, and added lime to the bag. Harmony's clothes was put into the trash bag. Adam also put the duffel bag into the trash bag. Kayla initiated a photo of a power tool that was a grinder with a paddle switch. In June 22 interview, she told law enforcement that the box in the kitchen was a circular saw. Said that there was a brand new saw in a box in December 2021 at her mom's house. So, well, this is a horrible case, so of course it will always be absolutely horrifying when we go through stuff like this.
I know.
MLS, if it makes you feel any better, you missed non-consensual ASMR.
Mhm.
For the lawyers that couldn't find any microphones, they found all of them when opening crinkly wrappers.
But it just shows how, when you put it up like that, and then if you add the Bodo and you add the tow driver and the police officer, this would get even more convoluted.
For sure.
But I'm just still not sure that Elaine made the jury see that.
I saw where she was going with some of her questions, but it's then she would circle back to like, you put on gloves, right? 2 sets of gloves.
Yeah, it's a bad bedtime story, Carol, but I read it just for you. It's because you go to bed every time I stream, so I find the worst one for you.
If you could remain standing and just raise your right hand.
Oh,
You swear that the testimony that you'll provide this jury will be the truth and nothing but the truth and with the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
You can have a seat, Ms. Redwich, and make yourself comfortable. And when you're ready, if you could just start by stating and spelling your full name for the record.
My name is Rachel Radwich. First is Rachel, last Radwich.
Ms. Radwich, how are you presently employed? What do you do for a living?
I work for the Manchester Police Department in the Evidence Division.
And how long have you worked with the Manchester Police Department?
It'll be 9 years this September.
In those 9 years, have you held more than one position with the Manchester Police Department?
Hey,
I have. So I started off as a emergency communications dispatcher. And then after about 2 or 3 years, I began working in evidence as an evidence specialist. And then as of last July, I was promoted to the evidence supervisor.
And what are your current duties and responsibilities as an evidence supervisor?
So I primarily oversee the 3 evidence specialists that also work in my unit. I oversee the intake and collection of all evidence that comes into the evidence division, as well as maintain control of all of our storage rooms, ensure that all policies and procedures are being followed, and just keeping up with day-to-day tasks, completing requests, that sort of thing.
You mentioned the intake of all evidence.
Sorry.
And can you just walk the jurors through that process, how things are taken in by the Manchester Police Department?
So generally speaking, either a patrol officer or a detective from the investigative division is the one collecting items from the scene or whatever they're working. All of our lockers or storage units for temporary storage have a one-way locking mechanism. So essentially the officer puts the item in. Once they lock it and secure it, only someone from evidence can access that item. From there, we maintain that the packaging used was the proper packaging to maintain integrity of that item.
And they tell her, we know you're
decide on
professional
proper
witness, but
storage,
talk into the mic, not at
for
the jury.
long-term purposes. For that, update the computer, make sure everything kind of checks out, and then put it away until it's needed for further analysis.
Ms. Radwich, you just mentioned that the detectives will collect things. Are you in a position where you go out and collect items?
So on large-scale scenes, my unit will be asked to assist, to include myself.
And you've mentioned evidence rooms, lockers, and storage units. Can you just describe those for the jurors so they're familiar? Are those all at the Manchester Police Department here in town?
Yes, so primarily most of our rooms are at Manchester Police Department. We have about 12 rooms on the second floor, all under the control of the evidence unit. It's limited access in, and then only the 4 of us in evidence can actually get into those rooms. We also have some outside storage areas for things that can't be brought in, so like explosives, bicycles. And then we have a room that's for ventilation. We call it our vented storage, so anything that isn't a drug item, which requires double security within the building, but still needs some sort of airflow due to the smell, that'll get stored in our vented storage. That way you're not bringing in something that stinks into the building to then permeate my office.
Like sandwich.
So, Ms. Radwich, I want to back up for just a second. To be an evidence supervisor, does that require any specific training or education?
So it requires experience in the evidence unit. I hold my Bachelor of Science degree in forensic science, as well as a Master's of Science degree in criminal justice. I've had training and certification through the International Association of Property and Evidence. And then there's also just on-the-job training that you get exposed to just through years of working in that division.
And do you do continuing, or have you done continuing training during your 9 years with the Manchester
Thank you
Police
for
Department?
becoming a member.
So I mostly stay up to date with case law, so local, state, and federal laws. Make sure we're
You know, it's to
adhering to
establish
that.
that she knows what she talks
Stay up
about.
to date
It's
with our
just that
CALIA standards,
I'm
which
an
is
expert.
accreditation for the
Look
police
at my
department.
expert
Make
expertise.
policy changes as
Yeah.
necessary to reflect
I
that.
still can't
And
understand
then
why
I
they just
keep up
can't
with
say this is our
technological
expert
advances. We work
and
closely with
go
the
through
New
it.
Hampshire State
The jury
Forensic
doesn't
Lab
care.
as far as
Yeah, I mean, could they
different
stipulate to most of
analysis that
this?
they're doing, keeping up with that
I-
Association for Property and Evidence,
I
as well
and I
as we
know
work
it's
closely with
because
the
I
FBI
am
and
in a
the
different
ATF,
court
and
system, but
kind of always
if a doctor says he's a
maintaining
doctor, we
constant
believe him.
communication of where we need to be at to secure and maintain evidence.
Now, Ms. Radwich, I'd like to switch gears, and I want to talk about the case of a missing child, Harmony Montgomery. What was your role, just generally, your role and involvement on the case of the missing child, Harmony Montgomery?
So for this case, I was still an evidence specialist, so I hadn't been yet promoted. And I had a few different roles within this, but primarily it was to assist the detective division for those large scale scenes, just to help maintain and document any evidence that's being brought in, ensure the integrity and packaging of those items.
Do you recall when your involvement on this matter began?
I want to say it was January 2022, and at that point, it would have just been primarily the intaking and storing of items coming in. At that point, it wasn't a full-scale investigation to what it ended up being. So just, different interview discs, paperwork, that sort of thing we were collecting through those one-way lockers and putting them into storage.
And you mentioned earlier that you're in charge of intake of all evidence that's brought into the Manchester Police Department. Are you aware of whether or not evidence has been brought to the Manchester Police Department regarding this case?
Yes, there has been a lot of evidence.
When you say a lot, what does that mean?
About 900 pieces, give or take.
Ms. Radwich, during your involvement in this case, did you ship items from the Manchester Police Department to DNA Labs International?
Yes, so we would take items being stored at Manchester Police Evidence Office, and I would transport it to a FedEx facility. Generally, we go to the one in Bedford and do standard express overnight delivery of those items directly to DNA Labs International in Florida.
And that's why I can't.
And I want to discuss specifically.
I can't understand why we have to,
item
because none of the juries
the
knows
evidence
which schools the
item
expert
number
went to.
MER 3D-RL1 through RL18. Are you familiar with those items?
Vaguely. I know MER 3D is the ceiling tile, and then anything with the RL attached would be any of the rails or screws that were removed from that ceiling tile.
And can you just describe for the jury how you became familiar with the ceiling portion, the rails that you just mentioned?
Okay, so MER 3D is a large piece of drywalled ceiling tile. There's a vent opening with metal rails. I first became familiar with it when, of course, it came into my office and we needed to store it. I was also part of transporting that item to and from the lab being the state forensic lab. Once that came back to my office, after testing was done at the state level, I was then overseeing that piece of evidence being reopened essentially, so that the analysts could get smaller cuttings for a deeper analysis, only because transporting that ceiling tile was just becoming too much. It's very large, required two people. So it was decided that cuttings would be taken for further processing instead of transferring this massive piece back and forth.
And let me stop you there. You said that the analyst made the cuttings.
Yes,
Were you there when the analyst made the cuttings?
yes.
And what was that analyst's name?
Kevin McMahon?
And that's an individual from the lab
Yes.
here in New Hampshire. Do you know whether he made specific markings on the areas that he cut?
There were markings made next to the squares that were cut out.
Following that interaction, did you have occasion to see that item again in your facility here at the Manchester Police Department?
Yes, so shortly after that time frame, that was mid to late June. And then about a month or so later, we again had to pull the ceiling tile out, and we brought it to our second floor training room, essentially to remove the metal rails from the piece of drywall. The reasoning for this is, again, it was really big, really bulky, and we wanted to see what was under those rails. So I was amongst a team of detectives. We took the ceiling tile that was stored securely in the evidence division. We wheeled it down in its packaging to the training room, which was right down the hall from my office. And then once there, we did what we needed to do to get those rails removed.
Do you recall with any specificity the detectives that you mentioned?
It was Sergeant Lovejoy, Detective Lammy, Detective Bombard, and Detective Rayhill.
That's Max Rahill.
Yes.
And so did you unpackage the item that day? You mentioned it was in July. Do you recall the specific day?
I want to say it was the 18th.
So on July 18th, did you unpackage the item for the detectives?
Yes. So once we got to the training room, we put down a clean piece of craft paper, put this item on top of it, and then just carefully open it up so as to not disturb the contents underneath. Of course, we had to use a knife to cut into it because it was wrapped in cardboard, given that it was drywall, so we didn't want it to bend and then break.
Did you have any impressions when the rails came off that item with MER 3D?
Yeah, so first looking at the ceiling tile, you could see some like dark staining on the drywall backing. And then as the rails were being removed, you could see dark red, like crusted staining along the rails as well as slightly underneath. And as the rails were being removed by the detectives, I could smell just a foul odor coming from that piece of drywall as the rail was being lifted.
And were you familiar with that foul odor that you smelled?
Yes.
And can you explain that to the jurors? How are you familiar with it, with the smell?
So the smell, I would call it like a pungent rotting smell. And I'm familiar with that, and I would associate that with decomposition. I know what that smell is like. I've worked on numerous crime scenes in which there was a body present. I've attended an autopsy, and I've also regularly handled evidence that comes in from death scenes.
The Manchester Police Department, do you have a specific location for
Wasn't she in the gun trial?
Body fluids decomposition?
I think I remember her voice.
Yes, that would be the ventilated storage. But given the importance of this piece of evidence and the amount of packaging that was wrapped around it, again, there was layers of cardboard. It was really maintained and sturdy. We kept that in our upstairs evidence room. That way it would be better preserved and the integrity would maintain through different weather changes, that sort of thing.
If I can have a moment.
Yeah, burning flesh and rotting flesh, you will always remember smelling.
May I sit down?
Thank you.
And again, it's just to prove chain of custody on the evidence. So until the DNA evidence comes in, there's nothing really there in this one. This is technical evidence, and it's Yeah, it's kind of boring.
You think?
I'm not sure I heard that. I think dead bodies.
All right. The witness is coming, and then I'll ask the interpreter to please step up as well.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, we'll have an interpreter.
Ooh.
Might be spice it up today. Oh my God. Quit giving the
prosecutor's
coffer a
voice sounds
microphone.
raw, but not like bruised or raw, but undercooked. Can't find the right English word that just sound undercooked. Having an undercooked voice, Carmen, Latvia won the comment of the day.
I love it.
Fried might be the word. Is this the driver?
And sir,
And the interpreter has been placed under oath
A la intérprete se,
to interpret to the best of her skill, knowledge, and ability.
a la intérprete se le ha puesto bajo juramento para que interprete a lo mejor de sus habilidades.
good afternoon, Mr. Mondrag.
Buenas tardes, señor Mondrag.
If you could please stand up for a moment,
Sí, por
please.
favor, se podría poner de pie.
And if you would please raise your right
Si puede
hand.
alzar la mano derecha.
Do you solemnly swear
Usted jura solemnemente
testimony you give this jury
que el testimonio que usted va a dar ante este jurado
will be the truth,
va a ser la
the
verdad,
whole truth,
la verdad completa
and nothing but the
y
truth?
solo la verdad,
So help you God.
bajo la ayuda de Dios?
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat.
Puede tomar asiento.
Mr. Mondrag, as we're being recorded here today,
Señor Mondrag, ahora nos están grabando,
would you please state your name and spell both your first and your last name?
por favor, nos podría decir su nombre y también deletrear su primer nombre y su apellido.
Jared Brian Lujano Mondragón.
Jared Brian Lungano Mondragón.
Y-A-R-D.
Y-A-R-D.
And your last name, sir. Would
Y
you
su
spell your last name,
apellido?
please?
Lujano.
Lugano, Lujano.
And is that your full name, sir?
¿Y eso es su nombre completo, señor? Yes.
Sir, what town do you live in?
Señor, ¿en qué pueblo vive usted?
En Manchester.
En Manchester.
And how long have you lived in
¿Y
Manchester?
cuánto tiempo ha vivido usted en Manchester?
23 años.
Iris, are you
23
loving this?
3 years. Okay.
3 años, ¿ok?
What do you do for work, sir?
¿En qué trabaja usted?
En Drywall y metal frame.
En drywall and metal frame.
How long have you done that kind of work?
¿En cuánto tiempo ha hecho usted ese tipo de trabajo?
15 años.
About 15 years.
15 years. If I could approach the witness, please, Your Honor.
Si me puedo acercar al testigo, por favor. Señor Lugano Mondrag, estoy aquí para mostrarle lo que se llama la prueba número 30. ¿Usted reconoce este edificio?
Sí.
Yes. ¿Usted alguna vez ha trabajado en este edificio? Yes. ¿Qué tipo de trabajo hizo usted allí?
Sí, Robbie frame.
Sheetrocking, framing.
Do you know or have you ever met someone by the name of Adam Montgomery?
¿Usted conoce o alguna vez ha conocido una persona con el nombre de Adam Montgomery?
No.
No.
And do you know or have you met with anyone by the name of Kayla Montgomery?
¿Y usted conoce o ha conocido a alguna persona con el nombre de Kayla Montgomery?
No.
No.
And that location where you did work installing sheetrock,
¿Y ese lugar donde usted hizo trabajo instalando el sheetrock?
did you ever live at that address?
¿Usted alguna vez vivió en esa dirección? No.
And other than doing the work for the sheetrock, have you ever been back to that address?
Fuera de hacer ese trabajo con el sheetrock ahí, ¿usted ha regresado a esa dirección? No.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any other questions for you. Defense counsel may
Gracias.
have
No
a few.
tengo otras preguntas para usted.
What?
La defensa.
What?
Y yo no tengo preguntas, su señoría.
Your Honor, we'd ask the witness to please be excused then.
A su señoría pediríamos que excusen al testigo.
You are
This
was
guy
he, though?
must be the most confused person in the world.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor.
No, what did he have to do with any of this? Was he in
He
there at
installed
some
the
point?
sheetrock. He installed the
He what?
sheetrock. He
Oh,
installed
he
the sheetrock.
installed it
Thank you.
in the place?
Yeah, he hadn't been back there.
Oh my God.
They asked him
This time the state calls
if he put up the. That's how I was waiting. I might have been looking at chat because I hadn't seen it. What?
Would he ask them?
Nada aquí
Why
está
wouldn't they
aquí.
ask him? Donde es sheetrock look like this
Yeah.
when you put it in? Look, I don't know Spanish.
I love most Spanish rendition of Spanish. Donde o sheetrock. I can't even right now.
Well, at least it broke
Careful the wires,
Jamie.
please, sir.
Yeah. Oh, she got
Mr.
paid.
McMahon, if you would please remain standing for a
Oh,
moment
Mr.
and please
McMahon.
raise your right hand.
Now we have the
Do you
DNA.
solemnly swear that the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat.
And he's a professional expert, so he's going to talk
Good
forever.
afternoon, Your Honor.
Is their TV cockeyed
Mr.
or
McMahon,
is it
there's some
just our
water up
view?
there for you if you need it, or if you need a break at
Okay.
any time, please let us know.
I
Okay.
hate it.
Thank you.
Would you please, because we're being recorded here today, state your full name, spelling both your first and your last name for the record?
My name is Kevin, Kevin, middle initial G, and my last name is McMahon, capital MC, capital MAHON.
And Mr. McMahon, up
you
until
a
last
relative
year,
of
where
Vince
did
McMahon?
you work?
I was formerly employed by the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory in Concord, New Hampshire,
How long did you work for them?
for over 40 years.
And it's my understanding that you retired last year from there.
Yes, I did.
What was your position while you were working at the lab?
I was assigned to the forensic biology unit,
And was there an official title that you had?
criminalist 2.
And what does that mean to be a criminalist 2 at the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Lab?
Well, a criminalist 1 is an entry-level position. Criminalist 2 would be more of a journeyman level position.
He sounds like his
where you have more
serials had a
responsibilities
slight
or more,
taste of
more duties
something
assigned
else
to
than
you than
milk
a
this morning.
criminalist 1 would.
I understand that you said that you were there for 40 years. What were the different units of the lab that you worked in during those 40 years?
I worked primarily in the forensic biology unit, although way back when it was
I'm
just
not sure.
forensic serology. I was actually hired as a drug chemist, but then was transferred into the serology section. But over the years, I took on additional responsibilities, most of those dealing with the analysis of items of what are known as trace evidence, which would include the examination of hairs and fibers, the examination of paints and
Yeah,
plastics,
he's KG.
and the
McMahon.
examination of automobile lamps, specifically the filaments in a lamp for purposes of determining whether a taillight or a headlight was on or off at the time of a collision.
And Mr. McMahon, let me ask you, can you go through a little bit of what your educational background was,
Please
specifically in
don't
the
ask
area
him that.
of dealing with serology and the identification of bodily fluids?
No.
Well, I hold both Bachelor of Science and Master of Science degrees in forensic science from the University of New Haven in West Haven, Connecticut. And both those programs were overseen by fairly well-known forensic biochemists at the time. And so
it would be difficult for someone to go through that program without having a lot of experience and exposure to forensic serology. And so in addition to what
No,
I learned
sadly not,
about forensic serology while
because you
undergoing
could
my
tell all about the
education,
headlamps.
I underwent extensive on-the-job training soon after transferring to the serology section of the lab back in 1983.
And could you please explain what forensic serology is? What is that the science of?
So forensic serology is that area of expertise within the field of the forensic sciences that deals specifically with the identification and the characterization of blood and other body fluids as they are associated with physical evidence. And it's the screening process which in modern times immediately precedes DNA testing.
In addition to your educational background, have you received any specialized training after you obtain your degrees within that field of serology?
Well, over the years, I've had a number of opportunities to attend various schools and workshops and symposia dealing with various aspects of forensic science.
Not
Some of
symposia.
those specifically dealing with forensic serology.
Are you a member of any professional organizations when it comes to serology or to detection?
Well, I'm a member in good standing of the Northeastern Association of Forensic Scientists.
And over your career, how many serological analysis or serology analysis would you estimate that you've made?
Serological analyses, I would estimate in the thousands or tens of thousands.
Have you ever been qualified in court as an expert witness in the subject of serology?
I have many times.
And were those in New Hampshire courts?
Yes.
And does that include this particular jurisdiction where we are today, Hillsborough County, Northern District?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask the court to please qualify Mr. McMahon as an expert in the field of forensic serology.
Any objection?
I have no objection to giving his opinion.
The court finds that he is qualified as an expert.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank God.
Mr. McMahon, what was your
I was
involvement
worried there for a second.
investigation into the
Yeah,
death
I
of
wasn't
Harmony
sure.
Montgomery?
I was assigned as the point person, at least as far as any requests that were made by the Manchester Police Department for testing or
Texas Jen, you have to go back and watch The Last Witness. It will be one of the most important pieces of evidence in this entire trial. I will make a few shorts of it. I think I can maybe make 1 or 2 shorts out of his testimony.
examination of evidence for biological materials, primarily in this case, blood or hairs.
I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the evidence that you did do serology testing or at least examinations on in this case. It's my understanding that several of the items that you examined had no stain, that you saw nothing to be tested. Is that correct?
That's correct. There were a number of items that I examined and did not find any stains or deposits that I felt were characteristic of blood. And so no further testing was done beyond a mere physical examination.
And then were there other items that you looked at that you did test, but it turned out that they were negative for blood?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were there also an item or two that you tested that was positive for blood?
Yes, sir.
So I'd like to start then, understanding that those are 3 categories of things that you found. I want to start with some of the evidence that you tested
Becca has a point.
that did not have blood on them, things that were examined and tested, but then did not have blood. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What pieces of evidence did you test that you found out that they did not have blood on them? And I'd like to start specifically with items that you tested on January 5th of 2022, excuse me, that you wrote in a report on January 5th of 2022. And would you like me to refer to the item names or, excuse me, the numbers that have been assigned to those items? Or do you have a copy of your reports available in case you need to refresh your recollection?
I have a copy of my entire case report. So you can either refer to the date of the report or the exhibit numbers so that I can verify what you're asking me.
And let me ask you, did you sit through a deposition, Mr. McMahon, on the same case?
I did.
And that the same file that you have with you today, is that the one that you had at deposition when you were able to answer Attorney Smith's questions on that day?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any objection, Attorney Smith, to having him refer to his notes?
Oh, he wants to read every
So,
line
Mr.
of those
McMahon, let me
notes.
ask you specifically about a test that you did on an item listed as JMT8. JMT8. And first of all, what was the description that you had for that item?
It was a section of automobile carpeting, not from the passenger compartment, but from the trunk of an automobile.
And let me ask, we're talking about JMT8. Did you ever meet a detective by the name of Joseph Tucker from the Manchester Police Department?
I'm sorry, what did you ask me?
Did you ever meet a detective by the name of Joseph Tucker from the
I did.
Manchester Police Department?
I did not.
Okay. The testing on JMT8, what were the serological tests that you performed on that, and what was the results?
Well, I performed a physical examination of this piece of carpeting by putting some white paper, some bench paper down on my examination bench, and then taking this section of carpeting out of its original container, laying it out on the bench, and examining it under the normal room lights. And maybe with the assistance of a flashlight, I did not see any staining on there that I thought was suggestive of blood. But knowing that dark colored substrates like this carpeting, which was black, I then employed the use of an infrared light source. It's basically another source of light, but rather than white light that we use for room lighting, it employs infrared light, and the image of what the camera is seeing is projected on a computer tablet. And during the course of this particular examination, I happened to notice a dark colored stain that was not visible under normal room lighting. And I tested that for the presence of blood, and that test was negative.
Did you also test another item with the same initials, JMT5, a T-shirt?
I did.
Okay. And similarly, what were the results on the test on the T-shirt?
In that case, I performed an analysis of a number of stains that were on that T-shirt, and I employed a test that would detect the presence of blood, and each of those tests were negative.
And
Did you test for
finally,
man
at
juice?
one point, did you also, I'm referring to a report that you wrote on June 15th of 2022, or 13th was a correction on the 15th. Did you ever do an examination of a piece of evidence entitled JD47, an igloo cooler?
I did.
Okay. And what testing did you perform on that piece of evidence?
Again, the testing always begins with a physical examination for
I'm so sorry,
deposits which you
Chrissy.
believe are reflective of or suggestive of blood. There were a number of stains on this particular cooler that seemed to resemble dry blood stains. Each of those was tested chemically in the laboratory by myself, and each of those tests were negative for blood.
With regards to that cooler, could you generally describe what it looked like?
It's a large red
Jesus.
igloo portable cooler. It has wheels on it, so it can easily be transported if it's full of ice or other things. And
Yeah,
it
the
has
carpet. What happened
a
with the
red
carpet?
body. It has a white lid on it and a white liner.
Yeah, what happened with the carpet?
Is he catching
believe it-
Elainness from Elaine?
Sorry, chat. I might have drawn. JMT5 was a T-shirt with stains on it, no blood. Cooler, no blood. The carpet he examined and saw a dark spot under that was invisible. Did he just move on, or did he test it for blood?
I didn't remember hearing anything. I just thought he said it's something about it, a dark stain, and then all of a sudden we're talking about a cooler. So
Maybe they're going through all the things they got, and then he's going to ask him questions, or he seriously just tall guy contracted Elaine style questioning from Elaine. You better
No,
wear a
because
mask.
he
I
has
think
he has testified there was no
Mhm.
blood on the T-shirt, no blood on the trunk carpet. He said no blood. Thank you so much, James. I must
thank
have
you.
lost my brain
Yeah,
somewhere
okay.
because
Yeah.
his temper is that the temper of voice is putting me to sleep. Hey, Sandra. Good to
Hi,
see you.
Sandra.
Dark State. That's why we have the Baker's Brain Trust, because we don't understand whatever is going on. Yeah, he got go through all the things that didn't had any hits on them, because that's very important to put in all the evidence that didn't have any evidence on them.
Yeah.
Wrong day to stop on methamphetamines.
Tractable black metal handle on it, like a
It is the
wheeled
worst day
suitcase.
for that.
Oh my God.
Yes.
What are we crunching? Come on, quit it.
The cooler, the cooler.
It's Exhibit 73. I'm going to lift the lid for a moment and just ask you whether or not you recognize the item that is inside.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that item to be?
That is Exhibit JD47, the igloo cooler.
So this is the one that you checked.
Hey,
Yes, sir.
Jacob, save us.
Could you please just tell us generally,
Hi, Jacob.
where did you test this item?
If I might refer to my notes.
Yes, please.
Yeah, he's a carpetbagger, Dr. Phil. He doesn't have the southern accent.
So I tested a number of stained areas, 7 different areas,
I'm sorry, did you say 7 different areas?
7 different areas.
Okay.
One stain on the bottom of the base, another stain on the right side of the base of the white top edge, another stain on the red plastic base at the right front corner, another stain at the left side of the base near the white top edge. Let's see, the 5th stain was on the left side of the lid on the edge. 6th was on the right front of the lid at the edge, and the 7th stain was on the right side of the lid at the edge. I drew a diagram to assist me in detecting where on the lid I actually.
And with regards to each one of those tests, were all of those in fact negative for the presence of blood?
Yes, sir.
Rejection leading.
What was your conclusion with regards to the test on those 7 areas?
Each of the results of each of the tests that I performed on those 7 areas were negative for the presence of blood.
Thank you. In this case, did Manchester Police Department ever inform you that some of the items that had been treated, for example, let's say JMT8, the stain in the trunk, did they ever tell you that some of these had been treated with a product by the name of Blue Star?
Yes.
And let me ask, does Blue Star interfere with the serological testing that you do?
In and of itself, it does not.
Okay. Does it interfere with the DNA testing of these samples?
It reportedly does not.
What's the testing method that you use when you're testing for the presence of blood?
Well, in the laboratory, I would use a test that's known as the Castle-Mayer test, KASTLE-MEYER, Castle-Mayer.
What advantage, if any, does the Castle-Mayer test have over a test like Blue Star?
Well, the benefit of the Castle-Mayer test over a test like Blue Star or some other tests similar to it is that
this is my problem.
The Castle-Mayer
That
test
tool should be-
enjoys a reputation.
They stayed there for 2
of
weeks.
being both
She was
very
leaking at that point.
sensitive and fairly specific. None of these blood detection tests are 100% specific, which means that occasionally they will provide you with a positive result, but it's actually a false positive result. The result that you're getting that you would ordinarily think is positive is in fact a false positive, and it's due to something in the sample that you're testing that you're unaware of.
So, with regards to the Castle Mayer test, is that the test that the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory uses?
It is.
How long have you been using that test? How familiar are you with that test?
I've been using the Castle Mayer test since college, and on day one in my introduction into.
Yeah, it's a cooler.
Oh,
It
so
has
since
smooth walls, but
1860.
it's still plastic, and plastic will absorb blood. We have seen this in multiple charges. You can rinse off. We saw that in the Caronatale case, where the luminol lit up, even though there was no visible blood. And to me, it's a problem that, and there's I in the affidavit, the only DNA evidence is the toothbrush and the ceilings, and she was in that bag for a week to 2 weeks, leaking into that cooler. And I still don't understand how a 35-pound kid could be in that cooler.
Yeah.
This is the problem. We are the entire brain trust of 195 people, and we can't make anything make sense. It would light up if you used it. Yeah, but the cooler is like a couple of days after she supposedly died, and she stayed in there, so she would be leaking fluids at that point that would get into it, because she was in the duffel bag in the cooler, not in a plastic bag. So some kind of bio material would be in that cooler.
Forensic serology testing at the state police lab back in 1983.
Does the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Lab use Blue Star?
We do not.
Why not?
We prefer to use a different chemical for trying to find traces of blood at crime scenes. We use a chemical that's known as luminol.
And with regards to the concept of false positives, could you explain what false positives are when it comes to serology testing?
Well, in testing for the presence of blood, the tests that are available to us to detect the presence of blood all rely upon detecting the presence of hemoglobin. In order for a screening test or a detection test to be of any value, it must test for something that's unique in whatever you're looking for. And the one thing that's unique about blood compared to other body fluids is blood has hemoglobin in it, where saliva and semen and other body fluids do not. So all of the blood detection tests rely upon detecting the presence of hemoglobin. And in the Castle Mayer test, we add a drop of a reagent that's made up of a chemical called phenolphthalein, and we look for a color change at that point. If in fact any of the known or well-recognized false positives are present in your sample, very often you'll see a reaction immediately after adding the phenolphthalein where you shouldn't. It's only after adding the second reagent, hydrogen peroxide, should you see a color change. And in the Castle Mayer test, we're looking for the formation of a pink color. So if in fact I'm testing something for the presence of blood, and I get that pink color after merely adding the testing agent.
I don't know, Liz. Maybe.
The phenolphthalein. If I get a pink color there, that's a warning to me that the test isn't over yet. It's only halfway through, yet you're getting this pink color. And that would be considered a false positive reaction. It doesn't happen very often, but when it does, you're quite taken back because you're not expecting to see that color so soon. It's only after adding the hydrogen peroxide that you should see the color form, if in fact blood is present. If no color forms, then you can safely conclude that blood is not present.
The hemoglobin that you're trying to detect, what does the first part of that heme, what does heme stand for?
Well, the hemoglobin molecule is fairly large and complex, and a major portion of it contains an iron atom. And that's the heme portion of the hemoglobin molecule, the part that contains the iron.
The part that
That's
contains
the
the
heme
iron.
portion.
That's correct.
Okay. I'd like to now move on to some of the other evidence that you tested, understanding that. Did you test a section of drywall and a T-beam framing in this case that you referred to in your June 13th and then 15th report of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Specifically, did you test a piece that was entitled MER 3D1?
Agreed.
A
The
piece of
painting
T-bar
takes away the
framing?
multiply
Yes.
data.
Did you also test a piece called MER 3D-3B-1, a swab?
Yes.
And also, did you test any sort of cutting from a backing of a piece of drywall?
Yes, I did.
Could you please explain to the jury how you came to examine this exhibit, made that cutting, and then made those tests or conducted those tests?
This large item of evidence was submitted to the laboratory and was opened up by my colleague, criminalist Martin Orlowitz. He was preparing to process this item of evidence for latent fingerprints. But knowing that there was another request for looking for bloodstains, I was called over to conduct that examination.
Lolita Smiles, you have missed the most important evidence in the entire case. It broke the case wide open. You have to go back like roughly half an hour. You will thank me later.
Prior to his analyses. And after I had examined that item of evidence, I had found several areas that I had suspected that were possibly blood. And so I went about testing several of those areas for the presence of blood using the Castle-Mayer test. And each of the areas that I tested positive for blood.
Before you did that testing, you described before how you would do a physical examination of an item. Did you do that before you decided what areas to test?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And at any point, did you label anything on that piece of drywall, on that backing?
I did. So that it would be clear, if need be, down the road, like today, to know exactly where I
There's
tested,
no evidence of how she died.
or I took my samples for testing. Every area that I performed a test on a sample from was numbered.
Okay. Numbered or lettered?
Well, in the cases of the deposits on the metal frame, they were each given a number. And then on the backside of the drywall portion of the exhibit, there was a very large discoloration, a stain that consisted of light and darker areas. And I elected to test 4 different parts of that one large stain. And that got not only a number, but a number 5, but also a letter, A, B, C, or D.
A, B,
No
C, or
evidence
D.
of that
So
either,
it's
Medita.
4, correct?
That's correct.
And I believe, but if you could please go ahead and I think you may have already said this, what were your conclusions of testing those areas, whether they were positive for the presence of blood?
Each of those areas and everything I tested in that particular exhibit was positive for the presence of blood.
You stated that you were working with somebody else that
Crossing
day in the
fingers for you,
state
Lynn.
lab. Could you say that name again?
Criminalist, that's his title, Mark.
This guy is the guy who tested the evidence for blood. And the first blood he found was on the T-beam and drywall from the ceiling, where we saw the staining. No other blood has been found so far. And you'll rock, Lynn. And Lynn, yeah, you missed the most important part. Go back 30 minutes roughly. A Spanish-speaking gentleman he blew the case open.
Orlowitz.
And with regards to criminalist Orlowitz, what unit of the lab does he work in?
He works in the pattern evidence unit.
I'd like to ask some of the samples that you took, or the parts that you were able to cut out and make cuttings. Did you submit those for
She
further
might
DNA
lose a wrench
analysis
if she does that.
inside the lab?
Yes, I swabbed the blood deposits that were on the metal frame because that was the most effective way of removing the blood from that metal surface by transferring it to a swab that had been moistened with something called digest buffer. As far as the stained area on the backing of the drywall, that had soaked into this very thin cardboard backing, and swabbing it would not have been as effective. And so what I did was I took a sterile scalpel, and I
He has a
very
odd way to
carefully
put
cut
his
out a small square of the darkest stain
where he puts his
on that cardboard
pronunciations.
backing of the drywall. I put that cutting into a coin envelope, and that coin envelope and the swabbings from the metal parts of the exhibit were forwarded to our DNA unit for DNA testing.
How did you label that cutting that went to the DNA unit for DNA testing, and how did you label the swab that went on for DNA testing?
So the cutting would have been labeled, if I might refer to my notes again.
Please do.
So as far as the metal swabbing, and I
Actually,
only
it was
took
a joke.
one of the four that I had available to me, I selected one as a representative sample, and the actual stain on the exhibit was exhibit NER 3B. And because this was now somewhat of a child of that, this swab was now MER-3B-1. As far as the cutting is concerned, again, it's the same exhibit, so it's going to be exhibit MER-3B. But this was that large stain area, which I called collectively stain 5, but then subcategorized each of the four
better let
stains
the
in
jury
there as
go
A,
after
B,
this
C,
guy.
and D. And so the stain that went on for, or a portion of it that went on for DNA testing, because I didn't cut the whole stain out.
Oh, I'm
The
sorry.
stain was large enough that I could cut out about a 1-inch square from the middle of it and still leave the rest of it behind. That I identified as MER-3B-5A.
Thank you. The DNA testing that you sent it along for, did you perform that testing yourself or someone
did
else?
not.
Do you
There
remember
will
who that
be a
was
test
that
on
did
all
that
the
testing?
evidence
That was
numbers
performed by
at
my
the end of this
colleague,
stream.
criminalist Katie Swango.
And
Swango.
finally, Mr. McMahon, with regards to, I know we talked about a couple of specific items. It's
Mr.
my understanding that there were
McMahon.
many other items that you swabbed and checked for serology. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And with regards to those, were those either ones where no blood was found or that after a physical examination, there was no stain to test? With regards to the physical items, not hairs. So excuse me, I think anything other than the hairs that you were provided.
So that would be correct. All the other items that I looked at, with maybe the exception of 2, either did not find blood on them, or my testing of what looked like it could be blood was negative.
And with regards to the 2 that you thought that you might have located blood, let me ask, was one of them, to your recollection, a sweatshirt or a portion of a sweatshirt?
I think it was a portion of a sweater.
Okay. A portion of a sweater? If
Yes.
you could refer to your notes. I just want to make sure that we're clear.
While we're waiting for him to find this will blow the case open. The sweater evidence, Mo. You have to leave before the sweater evidence.
I'll be listening, but I have to go pick up the youngest, most feral. So I'm sure I'll be riveted to the point of staying awake on the freeway. I don't have one of
This
those
guy.
self-driving cars. I might want to think carefully before I operate heavy machinery with this guy.
This guy comes with a red warning triangle because might impair your able to drive, ability to drive.
Pure uncut Ambien.
He is.
Thank you for showing up, Mo.
Hi, guys.
Everyone, Mo's
Uh-huh.
channel is linked. If you like a funny woman, you should go
A
follow
woman?
Mo.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I
I'm
love you.
No, everyone should follow Mo. The funniest person alive today and
She is.
the last 50 years.
She is.
Thanks, guys. I'll be back in a little bit.
Bye.
Oh, I love Mo.
It's so nice to have her back.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just put it at 1.5.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, the two items that I'm referring to are exhibits JP 216, which is a pink sweater, and this is detailed in my report dated April 21st.
And JP 216. So that's the first two initials there are JP. Is that
That's correct.
Okay. And with regards to that sweatshirt, do you know what kind of vehicle that came out of? Whether or not it was an Audi that came out of? Are you aware of that?
I don't know what the source of where the item was collected from, but it's a sweater.
Sweater. Okay. And was there? You said there was one other item. Could you please tell us what that one was?
The other one was JP 251, which was a length of twine.
And that also was a JP, I believe you said those initials.
Some
Yes, sir.
twine.
And do you know whether that came out of
Yeah.
Audi, or similar to your last answer, you don't know where that item came from?
I do not know.
We can just have a
Who
moment.
has twine nowadays?
I have. I tie my plants up with it.
Oh, you have some twine. Okay, well, I stand corrected.
I have some.
Good afternoon.
Oh,
One of the New Hampshire State Lab has a separate DNA lab, right?
That's correct.
And do you do DNA?
I do not.
Okay. And one of the reasons that things don't go directly to DNA is DNA kind of costs a lot of money, and you want to make sure that the testing is of something that may produce.
I don't
a
own
DNA
any
result.
twine.
That's
Sorry.
correct. The vast majority of evidence that comes to the laboratory with a request to check for blood or semen or saliva typically goes through a serological examination first. And if we find something, usually only a portion of the original item gets forwarded on for DNA testing, not the
I
entire
guess I
item.
will.
We'll cut a stain out of a garment or out of a piece of drywall, like I just explained to you.
well, Julie, don't
When
admit
I
to
don't
that.
find any type of a biological material, then that's where the analysis ends,
Okay,
and nothing would go on to DNA.
right, because if it doesn't get through you, there's likely not DNA.
That's correct.
Sandra, no. We think it's her long lost sister, Elaine 2.0. She just sounds like her, is just as bad a lawyer as her, but she doesn't say what, if anything, as much.
And that a DNA test would be a waste.
That's correct.
So that's not always the case that it goes through you, right?
Well, the vast majority of it is the vast majority of the evidence is subjected to some sort of a serological analysis by either myself or a colleague of mine.
Okay.
There are some items that would go straight to DNA, like a known DNA sample of one person or another. There's no need to perform any analysis on an item of evidence, which is a known sample from a known individual.
Okay. I'm going to show you a copy of what's been marked as States Exhibit 10. Have you seen this object before?
I have not.
Okay. And this is a full exhibit, Your Honor. A toothbrush. There's been testimony about DNA tested in the lab and results found on the toothbrush. Why was it that that didn't go through you?
I'm not sure if I can answer that. I could only surmise that for serological or biological testing, the area of interest in that particular item is so small. We're not looking for DNA on the parts of the handle. We're looking for DNA only on the part that goes into the person's mouth and makes contact with their teeth and gums. And that was so small. And the fear would be that there would be very little DNA present because it's a small surface area. And so rather than wasting sample on a serological test, because we're going to do DNA testing regardless, let's just reserve all of the sample for DNA testing. There are a few situations where even though my testing is negative, the item still goes on for DNA testing. And that's a few situations, and it's only done because we recognize that the sensitivity of the test that I perform is much lower than the sensitivity of a DNA test. So when I swab the mouth of a bottle that was left behind at a crime scene, and I test that swabbing for saliva and it's negative, that swabbing.
The significance of the toothbrush is there is a very clear DNA match. It's more likely to be a child of Adam Montgomery and Crystal Montgomery than, I think, if you had the world's population 10 times over, there would only be one person with that DNA match. So that's because they don't have a DNA sample from her. So that's why they want to use that, because they're using that to compare to the ceiling board. So it's just to prove she was at the car at some point, which it doesn't prove. It just proves that she at some point brushed her teeth with that. It doesn't prove she was at the car. But it's to imply she was in the car.
Would still go on for DNA.
And essentially, we are talking about saliva, and that the area of interest on a toothbrush would be saliva.
That's correct.
And so pretty much no matter what, that's going to.
I'm a baker, not a chef.
Yes, ma'am.
And so this isn't simply a procedure where people are doing things by rote. You actually consider the possibility of whether testing might consume DNA before DNA can actually be tested.
That's correct.
And if there's the possibility of that, you're going to send it straight for testing so that your tests don't consume or have any effect on the DNA that might be present.
That's correct.
To make sure that if it's there, it's going to be found.
Yes, ma'am.
There you had some testimony about JMT evidence starting with the initials JMT.
Yes, ma'am.
And that was a section of black carpet, a child's t-shirt, and a child's pajama pants, right? Go ahead.
Yes,
Okay. And those, I think you were aware, were found in the trunk of a car?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay.
The T-beam and the ceiling
same
had some
area
blood, I
where
believe.
the toothbrush was found.
That I'm not sure I was aware of at the time.
Okay. And so you tested each of these items and they were all negative for blood.
That's correct.
And you talked about the testing that if you saw a stain that looked like it might be blood, then you would take the next step and do some screening with the chemical.
That's correct.
In the black carpet, because a stain might be there and you might miss it, you do extra tests, right?
Right. That's when we re-examine the item using the infrared light source. That's correct.
So you don't assume, okay, I can't see anything. You're going to make sure that it's not there.
That's only done when the color of the substrate, the surface that possible blood is on, is dark enough that it might, by virtue of its dark color, interfere with my ability to see the blood stain. Items that are lighter colored, it would just get a standard physical examination under normal room lighting.
So the next step after you question, perhaps there's something there, you do that Castle
Mayor.
Testing. And the black section of carpet from the trunk was negative for blood. The child's t-shirt, you checked that for, you examined it by sight to check for stains, right?
That's correct.
And you found several.
Yes.
And you tested them to see if those stains were just child stains or blood.
Well, I'm not sure I would describe it that way, but there are a number of stains on a green sweatshirt.
Turquoise, perhaps?
Okay. I wasn't exactly sure which one you were speaking about.
All right, JMT5.
Okay. I was thinking of another item, but yeah, I conducted an examination of it. Again, if I might refer to my notes. I conducted a physical examination of this child's t-shirt, and because the sleeves of the t-shirt were dark blue, the body of the shirt was this turquoise, I conducted an additional physical exam using the infrared light source and looking for additional staining on the sleeves.
And so that was negative for the presence of blood.
That's correct.
And then there was pajama pants, a child's pajama pants found in the same area.
That's correct.
And
Well, I'm not sure where it was
the
collected
location.
from.
Okay, sorry. JMT6. That one, you didn't have to go to the Castle.
A lot of Germans
Meyer
here.
Testing, right?
I did not.
Because you could see the item well enough to determine if there were stains characteristic of blood.
Well, in this case, like some of the other items, these pajama pants were dark gray in color. And so after examining, I conducted a re-examination using the infrared light source, and I didn't find any staining on these pajama pants at all.
So it's pretty fair to say that if there's a question in your mind, you take another step.
If one is available.
So then you did several items that had the
Yeah,
initials of
he's a good expert. He's
JP.
just as boring as Per Clausen fra
Yes.
Enhedslisten.
And there's been testimony before you that JP would, and you understand that the initials reflect the officer that has collected and bagged or whatever the evidence.
I do. That's a common practice in law
Better
enforcement.
get your
And
prostate
there has
checked.
been testimony that that was JP referred to an Officer Pittman. And these items were from the Audi. Were you aware of that?
At that time, no.
Okay. And same sort of testing to determine whether or not there was a presence of blood.
That's correct.
And if there was a question in your observation, you would take the next step and check for either a light source or the Castlemeyer.
That's correct.
And the results were a little bit mixed. Some you did not find the presence of blood. Some you had to do additional screening for blood.
That's correct.
And 2 items I think that you testified of, let's see, 1, 2, 3, about 15 items that were JP something.
Do you want me to double check your math?
We can do approximates if you want.
Well, excluding hairs. I can only find 9 that are JP.
Are you looking at your report of 1/20/22?
He's a quitter.
And then
Yep, there's 2 items
4/20
there.
Pardon?
2 items there.
4/21/22? The next one's 1/26/22?
Yep, those are the hairs.
Okay. And then 4/21/22.
Seven items there.
7, 8, 9, 10, 13.
But you're including the hairs.
Yes.
Okay. 14.
Okay. Good thing.
14 in total.
Okay. And
This is getting a little.
speaking of the hairs, you found
It's Valentine's Day.
one specimen.
He
and
likes
it's
a lady who
JP
don't
hair,
mess.
One specimen suitable for DNA analysis and send it on, right?
With respect to JP 185, yes.
And
I'll
then
break.
with respect to JP 202, a couple of hairs to go to the DNA.
That's correct.
And other hairs didn't actually have any DNA in them,
Well,
or you couldn't detect.
no. I guess for the remaining hairs, based upon my microscopical examination of the hairs, I had determined that they were likely unsuitable for a DNA analysis.
Okay. So then you also testified on direct about a pink woman's sweater, screening positive for blood, right?
That's correct.
A length of twine, which was JP 251, screening positive for blood.
That's correct.
And you sent those 2 on for DNA analysis.
That's correct.
And if these items were found in a motor vehicle that had been sitting out in the weather for a very long time, subject to heat, subject to cold, and subject to mold, apparently, you were still able to find presence of blood on those items.
That's correct.
And environment can degrade blood or DNA,
Possibly, yes.
and it may not.
That's correct.
And so the fact that something has been in the environment doesn't mean that any blood that's been there has degraded.
That's correct.
And the fact that something has been subject to heat and cold doesn't mean that any blood that had been present would be degraded.
That's correct.
Thank you. I think, one moment, Your Honor, please. Oh, and one more thing was you talked about the area of dry paneling that was sent on to the DNA lab as well. Drywall paneling.
Yes, ma'am.
Paneling, ceiling, I don't know what to call it. Drywall, you have it as drywall paneling, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And if there's testimony that this was taken from a ceiling, would that be consistent with your description?
Yes, although I couldn't describe it in my notes or in my report as a part of a ceiling because that's assuming I knew where it came from, and I can't take that assumption into account. So I just describe what it is as it's presented before me.
Thank you.
On that last line question you were just asked about not being able to take it for granted that the drywall that you saw necessarily came from the ceiling. Is that something where to be able to say that you'd have to talk to the person that actually took it from the ceiling or took it from a wall?
I'd either have to be there during its collection. I'd have to get its source or from where it came from someone whose opinion I trusted. Or a third option would for it to be described that way when it was submitted to the laboratory on the paperwork that's submitted with evidence. But I'm still the final say for how an item is described. That may have come from a ceiling, and I'm certain it probably did. It's just that that wasn't so apparently obvious to me that I had to describe it as what it actually was.
Thank you. Two other quick questions for you. You were asked a moment ago about JMT5, the T-shirt. I believe you described how on cross-examination that the sleeves were darker, that dark substrate that you talked about earlier. And that's where you used the infrared one.
That's correct.
Did you make any notation the fact that that T-shirt was a size for an 18-month-old?
I did make a notation in my notes where I can about the garment manufacturer's name and the size. And again, I'm referring to my notes. I described exhibit JMT5 as a blue/teal long sleeve T-shirt. And furthermore, it's a children's long sleeve T-shirt with a turquoise colored body and dark blue sleeves. The brand name is Just One U, and the size was 18M.
You were asked about the toothbrush with regards to that going not through serology but directly to DNA. I believe that you were asked whether or not the toothbrush would have saliva on it. That small part of the toothbrush would have saliva on it. Do you recall that question a moment ago?
To some degree, yes.
In addition to the saliva, would it also have cheek cells or other cells from the gum or the line?
It's inferred that it would. I mean, it's a motorized toothbrush. Assuming that we use it in the fashion for which it was intended, it's reasonable to expect that the end of the toothbrush that you would insert into your mouth could bear deposits of saliva, and that saliva would contain cellular material from the gums or from the cheeks of the mouth.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Just also very, very quickly, the turquoise child's long sleeve T-shirt you said was specifically what age? 18 months?
Well, it said 18M on the fabric label.
Okay, so toddler-ish.
I assume so, yes.
Okay, and the pajama pants similarly?
May I look at my notes?
Sure.
One pair of dark gray fleece children's sleep pants with a red, white, and black winter holiday pattern. The brand was Holiday, # or hashtag, if you will, FAMJAMS, FAMJAMS, size XS 4/5.
Fam jams.
And I take it you're not going to interpret what that size means, but it's
Extra small.
okay.
And I'm guessing 4 or 5 in children's clothing typically refers to the approximate age
Okay.
of the child that would wear that size clothing.
Okay. And the pink sweater was an adult woman's sweater.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Did we get anything good?
No.
Any objection?
Yeah, but they use that profile to connect it to the ceiling tiles because it's a very hard hit. The profile they have in the ceiling is a mixed profile, but because they have Harmony's DNA, they can they say it's, I believe it's her and Adam that contributes to the fluids in the ceiling tile. That's why I think they are focusing that much on the toothbrush.
Maybe excused. Sir, you may step down. You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's 2:30. Perfect timing for our mid-afternoon break. So I remind you, don't discuss the case with each other. Don't do any independent
just
research.
wanna
I'm going
say
to ask
my-
the witness if you would just to
my
stay there
bio
for just a
break
moment
wasn't
so I
that
can let the
long.
jurors
I
go.
just made a
We'll
phone
see you in
call
about 15 minutes.
before
All
anyone
rise for the
asked
jury,
me about
please.
my IBS. I was away for a long time, and I said I was on a bio break, so just don't start any rumors.
I'm going to start all the rumors.
Yeah, should we go back and watch our new friend again?
Yeah, I want to watch every moment of his testimony over again.
All 8
I don't
minutes,
care.
and 4 of those was him swearing in.
Yeah. Are you going to... Him and his bare feet. I don't
Read-
understand it.
Read
It's
the screen.
cold.
Read the screen.
I know, but I still have questions about you and your no socks during the winter time.
I never have socks on. I hate wearing socks.
I have to wear them in
No
the
socks,
winter,
no
but
pants,
never the summer.
only t-shirts. Jamie had a swing.
No, Medita Finn thought there was a swing screeching in my background. I'm like, no, I don't have anything going on. And then you know how chat goes.
You were young. You needed the money. We don't hold it against you, and we won't start rumors. No. And he said he loved me. Well, we have a little time.
She's joking.
La mano derecha.
Do you solemnly swear
Usted jura
the
solemnemente
testimony you give this jury
que el testimonio que usted va a dar ante este jurado
will be the truth,
I love it.
va a ser la
the
verdad,
whole truth,
la verdad completa
and nothing but the
y
truth?
solo la verdad,
So help you God.
bajo la ayuda de Dios?
Don't say that.
Sí.
Yes.
You know, I
Thank you,
always
sir.
wonder
Please feel free to have a
if
seat.
Puede
they're
tomar asiento.
speaking correctly. Iris,
Mr.
how are you?
Mondrag,
Is
as
she
we're
saying
being
the right
recorded
words?
here today,
Señor Mondreg, cuando ahora nos están
Iris,
grabando,
are they
would
saying
you
the right
please
word?
state your name and spell both your first and your last name?
por favor, nos podría decir su nombre y también deletrear su primer nombre y su apellido.
Jared Brian Lujano Mondragón.
Jared Brian Lungano Mondragón.
Y-A-R-D.
Y-A-R-D.
And your last name, sir. Would
Y
you
su
spell your last name,
apellido.
please?
L-U-J-A-N-O.
I love
Lugano,
people spelling their name in
L-U-J-A-N-O.
Spanish. Oh my God, it's so
And
cute.
is that your full name, sir?
¿Y eso es su nombre completo, señor? Yes.
Sir, what town do you live in?
Señor, ¿en qué pueblo vive usted?
En Manchester.
En Manchester.
And how long have you lived in
¿Y
Manchester?
cuánto tiempo ha vivido usted en Manchester?
23 años.
23 years.
23 years, okay.
23 años. Okay.
What do
Did
you do for
say-
work, sir?
Oh,
¿En qué trabaja usted?
En Drywall y metal frame.
En drywall and metal frame.
How long have you done that kind of work?
¿En cuánto tiempo ha hecho usted ese tipo de trabajo?
15 años.
About 15 years.
15 years. If I could approach the witness, please, Your Honor.
Si me puedo acercar al testigo, por favor.
¿Dónde está el baño?
I know.
That's Spanish and means where is something. I don't know baño.
Ask your Google.
Señor Lugano Mondragón, estoy aquí para mostrarle lo que se llama la prueba número 30. ¿Usted reconoce este edificio? Yes. ¿Usted alguna vez ha trabajado en este edificio? Yes. ¿Qué tipo de trabajo hizo usted allí?
Sí, Rocky frame.
Sheetrocking and framing.
He is a drywall expert.
Do you know or have you ever met someone by the name of Adam Montgomery?
¿Usted conoce o alguna vez ha conocido una persona con el nombre de Adam Montgomery? No.
And do you know or have you met with anyone by the name of Kayla Montgomery?
¿Y usted conoce o ha conocido alguna persona con el nombre de Caleb Montgomery? No.
And that location where you did work installing sheetrock,
¿Y ese lugar donde usted hizo trabajo instalando el sheetrock?
did you ever live at that address?
¿Usted alguna vez vivió en esa dirección? No.
And other than doing the work for the sheetrock, have you ever been back to that address?
Fuera de hacer ese trabajo con el sheetrock, ¿usted ha regresado a esa dirección? No.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any other questions for you. Defense counsel may
Gracias.
have
No
a few.
tengo otras preguntas para usted, la defensa. Y yo no tengo preguntas, su señoría.
Your Honor, we'd ask the witness to please be excused then.
Su señoría pedí.
That's what's called hard-hitting evidence.
It is. The guy was their
Before
star
he
witness.
testified, I had no idea that this case it just blew my mind. Oh, that's what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Sheetrock is drywall. Ioga. I
don't know. I just like the way he spelled it. I lost track of what it was.
So if I spell things out in Danish, would you find that fascinating too?
I don't know. Maybe. No, your language is so funny to me. You're gonna have to try it one day.
Baker. That's Baker in Danish.
It just sounds like you're making sounds. Or A-I-E-O.
Jamie.
I think it's because in Spanish they like make that rolling tongue sound and it sounds fun.
Yeah, again, we make all the funs, but remember, this wouldn't have happened if a poor little girl wasn't placed in custody of two crackheads by a judge.
Yep.
I'm even beyond. I just hate these two people who killed that little girl, and she was dead before they moved into that car. I'm 199% sure of that. But that judge should be sitting right at the table besides Adam Montgomery. Isn't it dry wool if it's made of sheetrock? You have a point.
Oh my goodness. I love you guys.
Did he blink a certain message? Someone said, how do you know if the translator? I actually had a translator, and I only speak rudimentarily. You can even call it Serbsky or Bosnanski, because when I was deployed, we had like this circus language where we used words from Polish, words from English, words from Danish, and words from the local dialect in Bosnia. And at one point, I picked up the interpreter was saying what the guy should say instead of what asking him a question. The interpreter told him to say no. So we had to get a new interpreter because the interpreter was coaching him how to answer the court, and they're not allowed to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Chris Mullen, that's after I heard Bandero say he never saw her in the car. I totally changed my mind and thought she died in the house with all the drug paraphernalia.
Yeah.
Yeah, I say simultaneous interpret for Jamie. Whenever she's not that good at languages.
No, not that good at making noises that sound like talking.
Anyone know if L may officially testify, then they use camera evidence? L? Oh, AIs. What? Do I understand it? AIs? No, because it's an algorithm feeding the AI so they can't testify. Welcome back, Hollymore. Yeah, free Zachariah Anderson.
Hi, Holly.
Yeah, for Nelson Mandela's funeral. This guy is owed all the Dunkin' Donuts. He should have a month's supply of Dunkin' Donuts after wasting. He could have framed a house in the time he wasted sitting there waiting for them.
Yeah.
Who is Adam? Adam was the first guy on the planet.
Stop it.
And he was only put on the planet because Eve tempted him with an apple. Before that, he was in paradise. So I'm not blaming all the ladies. I'm just blaming some of the ladies.
Yeah.
We could have been in paradise without a woman. Thank you, Brandon. Or it could be
You
Adam
both
Montgomery in this case.
Yeah.
Holly, I think 10% is a low number.
Mm-hmm.
No, I thought it was El Rocco.
El Sheet Rocco.
Well, I think the police and those have been okay, but the drug dealer, yeah, he just didn't want to be there because he was afraid he was getting in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
I believe in Dead Sea Scrolls, it was crack cocaine. It wasn't an apple. No mentions of her superior eyelashes. No.
She should have.
El Sheet Rocco.
You hear them. Oh,
Jamie,
my
tell people
goodness.
to stop texting you.
Not doing anything.
But you're dropping in and out, and I know it's every time you get a
Yeah,
message.
I know.
Stop
Well, I got
having
a
friends,
message
Jamie.
that a bill was due. That wasn't a cool one. We'll block that number.
Yeah, because what he seemed genuine when he said, "I just want to help find harmony." That's the only person who have shown any kind of compassion towards that poor little girl. I know police officers and people who work in that field can come off as quite cold and kind of a-holy. But again, when did Kayla cry? Poor me. She
Yeah.
didn't cry many tears for little Harmony. And again, she didn't cry when she described the multiple beatings to the face of a 5-year-old. No, she cried when she couldn't have her poor little Adam. Because I still love him. I know it's weird.
Yep. Yeah, please stop it.
You have to go into flight mode when you're live.
I guess.
Nobody texts Jamie. Thank you, Brandon. Tone Capone was a brilliant name.
I know. I love how they
Absolutely no one cared. No one. Maybe crack dealer, maybe foster mom. Foster mom seemed genuine, but still it was hard working with the other party. That's why she gave her up. Yeah, she cried when she got fired and got caught stealing from Dunkin' Donuts. Well, try turning it on and off again. Baker, IT specialist. No one wants to blame God for saying it's not good that the man should be alone. Well, I'm alone. I'm so lonely.
Oh, jeez.
So lonely. Well, you can be my Valentine's tonight, Jamie. So, has anyone ever seen Jamie without the headband? No.
Yeah. Yeah. I've not wore it sometimes.
I don't think I can remember you without a headband ever.
I've been on Dave's stream before without it and Mo's, I think.
Oh, bringing up new dad again. Okay, I see how it is.
I don't know. I don't brush my hair most of the time, so I just put on it and then throw it in a little bun. Y'all don't understand.
Yeah, Ariel has it right. Tone Capone wasn't a bad type of drug dealer. Thanksgiving is for family, not for El Rocco El Heroina. Paul Pierce, yeah, and you can do the LeBron James when your hairline recedes and just put it up there in the end.
Yeah.
Happy Valley Day. Those sounds are murder with headphones on. Which? Me or Jamie laughing or me singing?
All right. Please rise for the jurors.
Afro cut, yeah. It is
All about
curly.
New Dad all the time. New Dad quits, goes out for milk and cigarettes, and still she loves him more than she loves me. Yeah, she has that long commute. That's why she doesn't have the time to fix her hair.
Shut up. I don't care all that much, guys. I just don't.
I think Liz is behind. That is tiny.
Please be seated.
I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I think she's behind.
May call us next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Martin Orlowitz to the stand.
Who will this be? He looked like a mobster hitman.
He's got his little briefcase.
Yeah.
Mr. Orlowitz, to remain standing. Raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. You have a seat. Make yourself comfortable.
Why should the Spanish
Mr.
guys swear?
Orlowitz, can you start by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
My name is Martin Orlowitz, MartinOrlowicz.
What?
And Mr. Orlowitz, how are you presently employed?
I work for the state of New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory.
What's your current position with the forensic laboratory?
I'm a latent print examiner.
And how long have you worked for the state of New Hampshire the New Hampshire State Lab?
Since October of 2019.
Is there to tell you that there was
And
fingerprints
prior
on
to
the
that,
vent?
any experience with the forensic laboratory?
I worked from October of 2016 to July of 2019. I worked for the State of Alaska Scientific Crime Detection Laboratory.
And how long were you with the Alaska State Crime Lab?
Between October 2016 and July 2019, so almost 3 years.
What was the role that you held while you were working, while you were employed at the Alaska State Crime Lab?
I was doing latent print processing as well as crime scene processing for the lab.
And when you say crime scene processing, what did that look like when you were at the Alaska State Crime Lab?
The crime scene processing that I did
they have to
for
give
the
you
state
a
of
deal
Alaska
before you can prove
was
yourself.
a accessory role where law enforcement would call for an assist if they needed specialty work done at a crime scene, searching for fingerprints or tire tracks or blood, those sorts of things.
And was that for the entire state? So all the way from Utqiagvik up north to Ketchikan down south?
Yes, it was.
You also mentioned latent print analysis.
Yes.
And did you do that in your current role or in your role with the Alaska State Crime Lab or both?
My role in Alaska was more specifically just latent print processing, which was evidence processing to search for latent prints or fingerprints, as they're more colloquially known.
In New Hampshire, I do the second portion of latent print processing, which is the analysis.
And they only found
comparison.
fingerprint on the ceiling
And which
vent.
unit for the state of New Hampshire? Which units have you worked in?
The name of my unit is the pattern evidence unit.
What are your primary duties and responsibilities in that unit?
In New Hampshire, I'm doing latent print processing, so processing evidence to find fingerprints or friction ridge evidence, as well as doing the comparisons, so analyzing any impressions that I find to determine if they're of value for comparison, and then comparing them to known record impressions to see if I can determine the source that they may have come from.
Mr. Orlowitz, what areas do you specialize in at the state lab?
Just fingerprints.
No, because lack of evidence isn't evidence per se, but it infers that she might not have been there. But that's up to Elaine to put that into people's heads, and she hasn't done that.
No.
And I want to talk about your background, your training. Can you tell us what your educational background is?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree from the University of New Hampshire in biology. That's my educational experience. Outside of that, my training specific to my duties, I went through roughly a 6-month program in the state of Alaska to learn how to process evidence for latent prints. And then when I moved to New Hampshire and started at the lab here, I went through roughly another 10-month training program to do the analysis and comparison portion. This training program is sort of like a residency program. So it's shadowing personnel who are already employed at the laboratory while doing my own independent research and study in those areas to become competent. And then there's final competency exams before I'm allowed to do any independent work.
You mentioned your Bachelor's of Science. What year did you obtain that degree?
She's a small tank
2015.
steam engine. Woot woot.
I want to talk about the New Hampshire State Police training program for friction ridge detail. Are you familiar with that program?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what it is?
So that was the residency program that I was just describing. So it's an in-depth program where any trainee, myself included, who goes through is learning about friction ridge processing, analysis, and comparison for an extended period of time in order to become competent in the field.
And Mr. Orlowitz, do you currently hold any certifications in your field?
I do.
Can you tell the jurors what that is?
I have a certification from the International Association for Identification for latent print examining.
Can you also tell the jurors what you have to do to become a latent print examiner?
In order to, there's an application process to take the certification test. So I had to put together a packet showing my experience and training in the field, as well as showing that I was currently employed in the field and doing latent print comparisons. I believe the certification mandates that you have to have at least 2 years experience doing latent print comparisons before you can take the certification test. So that was submitted to the certification board. And then when they deemed that I met the qualifications for the test, they sent the written and practical portions of the test, which I completed and passed.
When did you obtain that certification? What year?
2021.
And Mr. Orlowitz, about how many fingerprints would you say you've personally examined over the course of your career, both here and in Alaska?
Thousands.
Is the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory accredited?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what that accreditation is?
Our accreditation is through the American National Accreditation Board. It's a third-party company, essentially, that reviews any work policies at our laboratory and makes sure that they are meeting industry standard, and then also makes sure that we are adhering to those policies in our day-to-day work. They come through every 4 years for an on-site review, and every 2 years, I believe, for a document review to make sure that we can hold our accreditation for the laboratory.
And Mr. Orlowitz, as part of your role with the lab, do you have to undergo continuing education?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what that is, what that requirement is?
So in order to maintain my certification through the IAI, I have to have a minimum number of continuing education credits in each 4-year period between my certification tests. So I'm routinely searching for new courses to help bolster my training and experience that in regards to latent prints.
How often would you say you undergo those new courses that you mentioned?
I'm actually in one right now, so fairly often.
Fairly often.
Yes.
Mr. Orlowitz, have you ever been qualified as an expert in fingerprint and palm print analysis in a superior court here in New Hampshire?
Yes.
How many times?
Once that I remember off the top of my head.
And how about a superior court in Alaska?
Not for fingerprint analysis, no.
Your Honor, at this point, the state moves to have criminalist Orlowitz qualified as an expert in the field of fingerprint and palm print identification.
Any objection?
I have no objection to him giving his opinion.
The court finds him so qualified.
A fingerprint expert to say there's
Mr. Orlowitz,
fingerprints on
before we
the
move on,
ceiling
I want to
vent.
talk about. I want to teach the jurors exactly what fingerprint palm print analysis is.
Okay.
No,
Have
please
you had
don't.
an opportunity to look at several slides, demonstrative slides?
Yes.
Do you feel like those slides would aid the jurors in understanding what you do, exactly what it is that you do?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, at this point, permission to publish several slides.
May we approach?
Yes.
No, they found a partial left hand print on the ceiling vent at the fit facility. So there is something for him to say. Yeah, he do look like the guy from Night Court. Oh, that could be cool if he. Imagine being a jury and he said, "Oh, I can take your fingerprints right now, and you could got to play with it, and that would be fun after a day like this in court." He looks like the bailiff from Night Court. But how fun could it be if they had like a jury try on taking fingerprints, and then they could take all the fingerprints home and run them through coders or whatever it is, just to make sure no one is a felon. And why haven't they got it prepared? Are we at sidebar? What happened? Bull was the name. Yeah, Bull, the bailiff from Night Court. Oh, that's too bad. I heard they were going to do a new Night Court series. Please don't. It was fun. Yeah, have a little excuse. Go around and see how much. Oh, and they could have one come in and said, "We can swipe this and see if there's cocaine present." That could be fun to see if there was any cocaine in the courtroom. They are having a Steve Gosney moment. Could you shine your dome up like that? Here in Holland, they take your when they take your fingerprints, they also take ear prints. No joke. Apparently, ears are also quite distinctive, and burglars listen at the door, for example. Oh, I never heard that. That's kind of cool. Yeah, because every earlobe should be. The first is you can check if it's your kids, because if you have flappy earlobes like me, and your kids doesn't, then you have to have a talk with the mailman. I haven't watched it. I don't like any of the new things. No, I won't comment on your criminal wrongdoings. I could be accomplice to some of them.
And Mr. Roller, just to clarify, the demonstrative photos that you reviewed prior to testifying today, nothing to do with this case. Is that correct?
No, as far as I know, they're just stock images of fingerprints or friction-ridged skin.
So, Mr. Rolowitz, what is a fingerprint?
Fed knows everything.
A fingerprint or friction-ridged skin is the skin that's on the grasping surfaces of your palms and your fingers, as well as on the bottoms of your feet and your toes. Its name implies its function. Friction-ridged skin provides friction to those surfaces of your hands and your feet in order for you to be able to better grab things.
And what are some of the basic fundamentals in fingerprint, in the science of fingerprint and palm print analysis, identification and analysis?
So two of the basic fundamentals in fingerprint analysis and comparison are that the friction-ridged skin that you are born with is unique to you. So any
Everything is
individual
legal
has
until you get
unique
caught.
patterns and flows of friction-ridged skin across their hand. And then the other fundamental is persistency of that detail. So the details that are present in your friction-ridged skin should persist throughout your life, barring any catastrophic change.
And the images that are depicted on the screen there, what do they depict?
These two images, the image on the left shows
Ew.
a fingerprint, specifically the distal phalange of a finger, the one furthest from the palm. It's showing the friction-ridged skin present on that. And then the photo on the right is showing a palm print, or a portion of the palm print. This portion of the palm is called the interdigital palm. It's just underneath where the fingers meet the palm, and it's showing the friction-ridged skin there.
Can you tell the jurors what a latent impression is?
Latent impressions are, rather than your
Are you
physical
okay?
skin, your friction-ridged skin, a latent impression is a chance impression that might be left behind when an
And we're happy
individual
that
touches
you
an
are
object.
spending it with us.
So the residue that is present on your skin may deposit itself onto a surface, leaving a copy, essentially, of your friction-ridged skin on that surface. It can also be the inverse, where if a surface is dirty, your friction-ridged skin could lift up the contaminant that's on that surface, leaving almost a negative image of your friction-ridged skin behind.
Can you tell the jurors what a known impression or a known print is?
Known impressions they're also referred to as exemplar impressions or record impressions. So these impressions are taken anytime someone is fingerprinted. These are a known recording of an individual's friction-ridged skin. Traditionally, these were done with ink, by rubbing ink onto someone's finger and then rolling that finger on a piece of paper to record that. Now there's digital systems that capture the same information.
And how are fingerprints deposited onto an item?
So again, latent prints,
Stacy, the only thing is we rewatched
there's a
the
possibility
groundbreaking news
when
of the
someone
sheetrock
touches
guy.
something that friction-ridged detail can be left behind.
And
if some of the
that they
residue that's
tested a
on
lot
your
of
hand
stuff with no
stays
blood
on
on
the
it.
surface, or if residue that's on the surface comes away on your hand.
So is it like what you'd see on TV where if someone touches something, it always leaves a fingerprint?
Not always. There's a variety of factors that may inhibit deposition of friction-ridged detail. The easiest one that I can think of is if someone was wearing gloves. When I work in the laboratory, I wear gloves so that I don't leave fingerprints on the things that I'm working on. That's the easiest way to inhibit deposition.
What determines, other than the gloves, what determines whether fingerprints are left on an object?
There's other types of surfaces that are very difficult for fingerprints to be left behind on. So for instance, clothes, these types of porous surfaces, they don't hold friction-ridged detail or fingerprints very well. Surfaces that do hold fingerprints very well are nice, smooth, non-porous surfaces, or things like pieces of paper, the adhesive side of tape. Those things hold fingerprints very well. It also depends on environmental factors. So if the surface is very wet, the likelihood that a fingerprint may remain goes down. If a fingerprint may also be deposited, but then later be washed away if it's raining. So there's a variety of factors that go into deposition.
And how long do fingerprints generally remain on an object?
it's difficult to say exactly how long a fingerprint may stay on an object. Again, it depends on environmental
He's
conditions.
not an ugly dude. He's just
So
really
if,
boring.
to give an example, if a fingerprint is left on an exterior window,
You could
in
spend the night
baking
with
sun,
boring.
and then it rains the next day,
Just
and then
look
we
at
go
him.
through some New Hampshire weather, and it snows, or we have a
I have
nor'easter.
standards.
There's a higher chance that that fingerprint is going to be washed away or wiped away than, say, a fingerprint that is inside a house on a metal
It's so
fridge
cool to meet
that
people
gets
from all
touched,
over the world.
every day. Likely there will be
That's what
fingerprints
that
there
behind
much
it
longer.
is.
I want to switch gears just a bit. Once you've received a fingerprint, how do you go about analyzing it?
When I'm looking at fingerprints, I'm trying to analyze any of the information that's present within them. So the information that I'm looking at is a macroscopic to a microscopic feature. Generally, we describe these as level 1, 2, and 3 detail.
Mr. Orlowitz, how is an identification made and a comparison conducted?
A comparison is conducted by taking the analyzed latent impression and then comparing it to known impressions or a record impression to determine if there's the same source or if they're not the same source. An identification specifically is a conclusion that can be rendered if it's my determination that the latent print and the record impression have enough detail in similarity in order for me to say that they came from the same source.
And so the screen shows this methodology ACE. Can you describe that to the jurors?
This is the analysis, comparison, and evaluation methodology that I use on every case that I work. This is the methodology that most latent print examiners in the field use. So analysis is, again, assessing the detail. So assessing those macroscopic and microscopic features, those 3 levels of detail. Once that's done, I would move to the comparison phase, comparing the latent impression that I analyzed to known record impressions. And then my evaluation is my final conclusion of my comparison phase. So whether I identify the print, which is, as I said, when it's my opinion that the 2 impressions came from the same source, or if I exclude the print, meaning that the latent impression and the record impression, I believe, are from different sources. There's a third conclusion I can come to called inconclusive. This conclusion is used if the record impressions that I have available to me are too low quality in order for me to definitively say whether the latent print came from them or did not come from them.
Mr. Orlowitz, can you walk us through that identification process and the different levels of detail that you're looking for to make a comparison?
But it's on the highway
during my analysis,
to Hungary, right?
Again,
Because
assessing
we
the
used to go
details
on
present
and
in latent print. I like to think of it as starting with a macroscopic view of the impression,
had like a
and then
big
moving to a
power station
microscopic
outside
view.
of it. I
There's
believe.
3 levels of detail. The first level of detail is ridge flow. So how the ridges themselves are flowing across the finger or across the hand. In fingerprints specifically, there are 3 pattern types that are typical to see. There is an arch pattern type, a loop pattern type, and a whorl pattern type. Those are helpful in determining anatomical source and orientation. If I can see a
There
pattern
is
type, I
one
can
set of
determine
prints on
this
the
likely came from a distal phalange portion of the finger, and I
This
can
is
usually
just,
determine which
information,
orientation
so-
is up on that, which direction would be up on that.
In the
latent
affidavit, they mention
because all I'm assessing with level 1 is the ridge
the
flow.
ceiling sheetrock with the metal framing
I
attached.
would not
together with
make an
print was
identification
submitted to
just
state lab
based off of that
for,
ridge flow.
fingerprint.
Lots of people in the
testing.
population share pattern types. So a lot of people have whorls, a lot of people have loops, a lot of people have arches. That's a
He had
macroscopic detail. But
13
the
areas
microscopic
with friction-rich
level 2 and
details was
3
developed, 6
is
on the
where I
metal
can
framing,
begin to make
attached to
an
the sheetrock, and
identification.
7 on the metal
So let's
vent
discuss level
itself.
2 detail.
The level
So-
2 detail.
So this guy
is
found
ridge
13
path formation or deviation. So this is moving
imprints
from looking at
from Adam
the entire
Montgomery
latent
and
print to
the guy who
looking
did
at
the
one
maintenance.
single ridge at a time. And what I'm determining and looking at in my analysis is where these ridges are ending.
You
where
don't
they're
need to know
splitting,
all of this.
where there's smaller ridges. So I'm searching for
No, he didn't need to put
attributes
together a
specific to
PowerPoint.
each ridge. A
You
grouping
don't need a
of
PowerPoint,
these
guy.
attributes
No.
can be used to identify a latent print to a source.
Phoebe Buffet word, phalange. Yeah.
So I see bifurcations
Phalange.
up there. Can you describe what that is for the jury?
Bifurcation would be where a ridge splits from one ridge into two ridges. A ridge ending is exactly
watch
what it
out for
sounds like.
Iris.
So a ridge ends, and then
She's
a
a
dot
bad
or a
girl.
short ridge is just
Why?
a very small segment of ridge instead of a longer portion.
Is she in a mood today?
No, she's
Can
just
you,
she beat up Brandon yesterday, so
Identification
okay.
process in terms of
and now she's
level
trying
two
to
detail.
start a fight with
What are we
Bebop.
looking at on this slide?
Uh-oh.
So this is
Yes, Sean Bird.
this
yes.
photo is showing
Yes.
specifically those three features that I just mentioned.
And again,
Bifurcations,
I can
ridge
tell you
endings, and
because it's in the
dots.
affidavit.
It's pointing them out.
He matched all
in a
9 of the
greater ridge flow with a
identifiable
larger
impressions
image,
with
and
from
then
the middle
zooming in to
vent
show you the
Adam
exact
Montgomery.
feature
3 to
in
his left
smaller
middle
images.
finger, 2 to his left little finger, 1 to his left ring and middle fingers, simultaneous finger impressions, 1 to his left index finger, 1 to his right index finger, and 1 to his left palm. Both
Let's
Adam
discuss
and
level
Kayla
3
Montgomery was
detail.
excluded from the impression from
Level
the
3
middle
detail,
framings
this
to the
is the
impressions
most
were subsequently
microscopic
searched for
level of
multiple
detail that
automatic
I
blah
used
blah
during
blah.
my comparisons.
It was
This level of
identified as
detail
the
goes
left
from
middle
looking at
ring
a single ridge
from
to looking
Yared
at
B.
the
Luciano, the guy who was
exact
here today.
characteristics and attributes of that one ridge.
That's
So
all we're gonna get
where
in
the
from this
pores
guy
are present
after
on top of the
35 minutes
ridges,
about how to become
what the
boring at
edges,
parties.
the edge shape of the ridges look like.
No, there's no
this
evidence, but still, Brandon
level of
said so.
detail is not
And we can trust
commonly
Brandon.
recorded in latent impressions or record impressions because it is so microscopic. But when it is present, it is highly discriminating and highly useful in identification and exclusion decisions.
It's not about the evidence,
Can an
it's what you can make the
identification
jury
be
believe.
made in all cases?
No.
And what does it mean if you cannot find a fingerprint when you're during your analysis?
Do you mean if I don't develop any on evidence or?
Correct. Yes.
So if no fingerprints are developed on
Where we're
evidence
going, we
that
don't
I'm
need
processing,
no evidence.
I know.
I can't say whether or not that item
No size
was
shaming in
touched
this
or had
chat.
ever been touched. Like I said before, there's a large number of factors that go into deposition of a latent print, as well
Apparently,
as
they're going to do a hearing
if that
about
latent print remains
that
on the
motion
surface.
tomorrow.
And I have no knowledge or control of those factors before the evidence gets to the laboratory.
So if a fingerprint
know he
or,
does.
or friction ridge is not
I mean-
observed on one of the items you're analyzing, does it mean that that was not touched?
No.
Doesn't anybody want them to go to
And
trial
I
so
think you
they look
touched on
like
this earlier,
idiots?
but speaking generally, what variables may cause a fingerprint not to be detected on one of the items that you're analyzing?
The fingerprints may be wiped away over time
Yeah.
if if an object contacts another object, or if something is cleaned, as well as
This
environmental
is the
factors.
last
So
witness of the day
latent
because
print
it takes way
residue
too long with
is a
these experts.
combination of waters, fats, amino acids.
All of this for him
Over
to say
time,
probably one
those things
sentence. So
degrade,
let's
they
chip, chop,
evaporate.
chip. Let's go.
No, he's going to
there's a
say
potential that the
13
print could itself just
fingerprints
disappear.
from Adam Montgomery on the metal vent
Mr.
itself.
Orlowitz, I want to switch gears and discuss State v. Adam Montgomery.
Oh,
Did
thank you.
conduct
Jesus
analysis on
Christ,
this
thank
matter?
God.
Yes.
And what did you process?
I processed 5
you're on
items
vacation.
of evidence that were submitted to the laboratory for latent print impressions.
Well, that's an offer on
And I want to
Valentine's Day,
begin with
Danielle.
an item with the evidence number J47. Does that item stand out to you?
Yes.
What was that item, or what is that item?
I remember that item being a red Igloo brand cooler.
But I'll
Do
nail
you think
you
you'd
right now.
recognize that if you saw it today?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Thank you so much, little D.
So, Mr. Orlowitz, I'm showing you what's been marked for
Little-
identification
little
as State's
D.
Exhibit 29.
We haven't heard from the
Yes, I did.
professionals
What's the
in
picture
Florida, so we
in this
don't know
image?
about any DNA
This
so
is
far other than the toothbrush.
JD47, the red Igloo brand cooler that I processed at the laboratory.
Is that a true and correct copy of the item that day?
Yes, it appears so.
Your Honor, the state moves to strike.
Does it appear so?
State's Exhibit 29.
Oh,
No objection.
All right, the idea is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It may be published.
And so.
yeah, I don't get why he's not in court. At least to try
Let's talk
and
about this.
tell
Did the item
Elaine
arrive
what
in
she
your
should
laboratory that
know
day,
about.
appearing as it
Well,
does in
yeah,
this image?
because that would probably be very helpful
To
because she
my
asks a lot of
recollection,
questions she don't
yes,
seem
it
to know
did.
the answer to.
And
Yeah.
are there stickers placed on this item?
There are, yes, several.
And had this item, at the point that this image was taken, had it undergone
He streamed yesterday.
I don't recall if it had gone through my laboratory analysis at this point. I believe I don't want to speculate on that. I don't recall if that was before
We
analysis.
just had a
I believe
45-minute
it might
lesson
have
in
been.
how a fingerprint works. Now we went on to the physical evidence in the case. KKB, that's almost like KGB. Yeah, that's a big problem, but I still don't think Elaine have said it enough so the jury understand it.
Yeah.
Mr. Orlowitz, I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit
Oh, I'm
28.
sorry.
Having
Yeah.
seen this item, does that refresh your recollection on whether or not image State's Exhibit 29 had undergone analysis?
Yeah. KKB, I'm pretty sure the jury's probably settled on what they're going to say anyway. Even though I
Again,
agree.
I don't believe it went through latent print analysis before that image was taken.
Okay. At some point, did it?
Yes, it did.
And you conducted that analysis?
Yes.
And again, you identified it in the photograph there. Would you recognize that item if you saw it today?
Yes.
Mr. Orlowitz, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 73, and I'm just going to ask that you stand. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
Is this the item that you conducted testing on?
Yes, it is.
Remove it from the from the baggage.
There's nothing in the affidavit about, I don't think.
Oh my goodness. Come on.
The affidavit says there was it's negative for presence of blood. In addition, no suitable areas for friction-rich details were developed on the cooler. So why pull it out? To show you.
The cooler that you mentioned
Oh,
examining, is this
now we see it for the first time in real life. You couldn't store a 35-pound baby in that. No
No,
way in
Yeah.
heck could you put a 35-pound 5-year-old in that cooler. I
That is a
absolutely
really,
don't
yeah,
believe it.
that's really small. And the inside part is even smaller, you know, because they have
Yeah.
like at least an inch around everywhere.
Jamie claims she doesn't have an accent, but it's Midwestern.
Oh yeah, I don't.
Uh, it doesn't say. I don't know if anyone knows how big this cooler is, but no, it doesn't say in the. But you can't have. I don't believe you could put. You would have had to have broken every bone in the body to store it in that cooler with a duffel bag.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Is they said she was in the duffel bag in the cooler.
See you later,
You
June.
know
Hope
how?
everything's well.
Have you ever tried to camp and try to make a cooler, fill the cooler full of crap and like move everything around? I feel like I feel the same.
No,
way.
because they have like what a couple of inches thick walls. This is the
Yeah,
outside.
they have. That's just the outside.
Yeah, but she wasn't a contortionist, and she was unalived, so she would have been very hard to manipulate.
Yeah, because they didn't start like breaking her up, I guess, until later on, right? Or
No, they
whatever
didn't
they were
break her
doing.
up till later, according to the testimony.
Yeah, like later. Yeah.
If
An
she lived
18-pack
at
with
her
ice.
mom's 2
Yeah.
weeks and the cooler was in the hall, tell me one mom who isn't looking at. Well, she only used it for basketball practice. Well, he's 9 feet tall, but still, that cooler isn't that big. Where did the coarse light smell come from? At Union Street apartment, the body was still folded the same way as in the duffel bag the day Adam put her back. Yeah, and then she changed it to they did something to it at the halfway center, but that's after this one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
after she put it in
the wheels take out a little bit as well. But again, you would have to jump on it to get it in there. Oh, well, thank you, Stace.
Well, yeah, because what did he put ice on it? Did he put ice in it or anything? Or
No,
did he
we
just
have
have
no.
her in there?
Ariel, the CMC bag was later. She was in the duffel bag when they moved to the shelter. It's
Yeah, is there any like evidence of like what size it is?
Iris has found one, an Apicool X40 portable fridge. Looks kind of the same. How big is it? It's 28 quarts. I don't know what quarts are.
Quarts.
Yeah, you can say it to me, but I still don't know it. Eighteen and a half by 17.5 by 13.7 inches. Yeah, we're gonna hear
Is that
about.
like-
We didn't find any evidence on that one.
But is that the sizing from the like the complete outside, not considering the?
Yeah. So it's 4, 8. It's a 4 gallon. 4 gallon.
28 quarts is 7 gallons.
7. But is that inside outside? We'll let it roll while I try to figure that out.
Yes, it is.
I mean, like, look at it. It's not that.
I recognize the item.
We're talking a
from
kid
when I
and a duffel
processed
bag
it.
stuffed in that cooler.
Also
As a
believe
person who used to
if
run
it's the
their
same
own
packaging,
frozen meals,
or the packaging is present inside.
no, that's a
from when
small
I
cooler.
analyzed it at the laboratory. My initials should be on a evidence tape.
And
seal.
again, because it's not important what they're saying. The bottom is concave because of the wheels. You wouldn't stuff a duffel bag into this with a kid inside it, even a small kid.
I mean, they would have to like really be jamming it in there.
Yes, you may.
But without any ice in it, like ice is really gonna matter. That would have been rank. Sitting in someone's hallway for a week.
It's $400 for this one on Amazon. You could get it with Prime.
I love everybody asking the price of the cooler that you're looking at.
You can get sorry, it
Oh my
was the
God.
wrong one. You can get it for $51.51. Sorry. And you won't get an import fee. I should get one.
Mr. Orlowitz, you mentioned processing that item, analyzing it. What were the results of that analysis?
I did not find any friction ridge detail on that exhibit.
So we just wasted 45
No friction
minutes.
ridge detail.
That's correct.
Sorry, I saw the
Garner, may I
wrong
approach?
setting. Yeah, and
There's 4 of them to a gallon, so they're almost like your liters.
yeah, if it's 4 quarts to then it's 28 liters. I still don't believe it.
Yeah, I don't know. That would be.
Well, it's for science, Dave. So you can do it.
What did the duffel bag look like again? I can't remember.
We haven't seen the duffel bag. We have only seen the
Oh.
CMC bag.
I thought you had a picture of it in the affidavit.
No, it's only the CMC bag, which is way smaller than I believe you could stuff a baby into.
Mr. Orlowitz, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as States Exhibits 109 through 135.
Carol, go
I'm
put
just
your
gonna
kids
ask
in the
that you
cooler and see if it
review
works.
Each of those items in turn, and just look up when you have an opportunity to review all of them.
– 14 inches inside.
Farrell will do the
Okay,
science
so when
for
we
us. she
call
said.
Kayla's behind back to the stand and say none of what you said made any sense.
No. When you stop
And
lying,
they-
did you start lying?
Yeah. Well, and then they didn't find any evidence of DNA on the or fingerprints or anything on the cooler. So if that had
We're
a
missing a
child
tape.
in it, there would be stuff. Like I feel like you can't get away from that. There would be something in
Okay,
there.
now whoever gets the oh dang it, you gave the price. I was gonna do prices right, like guess your prices.
Yeah.
Well, then you're not a real attorney.
Do you recognize those items, States Exhibit 109 through
Where the F is my...
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize?
These are images that I took or generated in relation to my latent print processing and analysis and comparison for this case.
Yeah, but you have bones. Bones are kind of hard to smush up in a small space.
Well, I would think after
Yes,
like
they
rigor
are.
mortis too. You know, it would be hard.
No,
to,
that
like,
goes away
bend
within
around.
48 hours.
So strike ID
No.
for states.
I forgot you're an
that's marked for
expert.
Identification is items 109 through 135.
I sat through that evidence.
The ID is stricken, they're entered as a full exhibit.
So, Mr. Orlowitz, switching now to the white metal ceiling, it's MER
Amen.
3A and 3D. So metal ceiling, a vent, and a section of drywall. Did you have an opportunity to analyze those items?
You only
Yes,
wait
I
for
did.
3 rings, then you
And
go away again.
based on your analysis, were you able to develop friction ridge details for those items?
I was able to
I want to
document
know how
friction ridge
tall she
detail
was.
on MER 3D, which was a section of drywall with metal framing, as well as MER 3A, which was a ceiling vent, a white ceiling vent.
And did you denote those friction ridge details?
All of the
I think that's what it is
friction ridge
for me is
areas that I documented were designated with an L number. So L1 and so on and so on as more would be documented.
And was that L1 through
Is it-
L13?
Yes, it was.
And so the image that we're looking at now, what are we looking at there?
This is an image that I took to show the rough location of the first area that I documented, L1, on exhibit MER 3D. So where the small adhesive tag with the ruler on it is, that's the rough location of L1.
And if you can just
I just looked up her measurements. She is 1.20 meters or 4 feet.
what the hell are you
So
talking about?
she's 4 feet tall. That's 1.20
Okay.
centimeters.
I love when you
That
talk
that
meters.
Oh.
It's funny.
that would put her roughly that high off the ground. Yeah, I can't really. Can I visualize this in some way?
Well, he said he's not wearing pants. Ladies, get your ones out. He's gonna stand up.
He has no socks on either.
Oh, that's a party foul.
Hmm. My thing is, regardless if she fit in it, what everybody was saying too is like, how there is no way that it sat in that hallway for a week and no one smelled anything. And that thing would still smell to this day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I,
So why make up the cooler story in the first place? Unless you are so fried, you don't remember anything.
Yeah. That's where my confusion is at, because I can't believe they didn't find any evidence in the cooler. And you didn't smell that? Come on.
Yeah.
is what? Well, we shouldn't
What?
because it says 4 feet tall and 50 pounds. That's not what we hear.
No, they said like 35 pounds.
Yeah, but they claim all the article says 4 feet tall and 50 pounds. I want to have the exact one, but 4 feet tall, you couldn't fold her into that one.
point that out on the screen there, Mr. Orlowitz.
Oh, I think they.
And so
Have
does
they
that item,
rounded it up?
sticker that you just pointed to, does it say something on it?
It says L1 on it. It's labeled.
And is that just another photo of L1?
Yes.
And what does this image show us?
This is showing the rough location of the next two areas that I documented, L2 and L3. They are similarly labeled as L1 with the small adhesive scales in this area.
So that's L2 and L3. Closer version.
Yes.
And those are the stickers that you mentioned.
Yes.
What does this image show us, Mr. Orlowitz?
This is showing the location of the next three areas that I documented, L4, L5, and L6, with their related
I think it
labels.
must be a typo. She was 35 pounds according to the testimony.
And what does this image show us? Can you back up one?
Yeah.
What does this image show us, Mr. Orlowitz?
This is a different angle of those same three areas, L4 through L6.
Can you just point to the jury here?
Yeah, I know that
This is
This-
L4, L5, and L6.
do we have measurements on that one. I'm getting angry now.
And what is this item?
This is exhibit MER 3A. This is that ceiling vent. This is a photo that I took to show the location of several designated areas that were on, I guess I would call it the underside of it. So the side that would typically be in a ceiling, not the visible side of it.
And can you identify in the photograph just each of the
The areas present in this are excuse me, L7, L8, L9, and L10 in that corner. There's another tag over here, but I'm not sure what the designation is on that one.
Vanilla is behind the two.
This is a closer view of those same 4 areas from that front
Heather,
left corner
I
in the
agree.
previous photo.
And just for those in the back that can't see, can you just point out?
Again,
Yeah.
L7, L8, L9, and L10, the furthest.
Which of those items had sufficient details that you can compare them to known impressions?
During my analysis,
Not everyone
I
knows how many
determined
beers you
that
can have in a cooler like that.
some of these areas had multiple sections of ridge detail in them. So they were subdivided out. So instead of just being L8, I subdivided out to L8A through L8E, for example. So 5 impressions in that one area. Of all the impressions that were present in this case, L6, L7B, L8A, L8D, L9, L11, L10A through L10C, and L13 were all determined to be sufficient to move on for comparison.
Okay. And this is showing States Exhibit 116. I want to take a look at the prints that you found beginning with, you mentioned L7. I want to look at that first. And so it's blown up here. If you could point out L7 again. The friction.
L7 is in this area.
Okay. And what did you do with L7? How did you analyze it?
So again, moving back to how I described the analysis phase before, L7 particularly was 2 impressions. So I sub-designated those L7A and L7B. Looking at the details present, the level 1, 2, and 3 detail present in those 2 impressions, L7A I determined was not identifiable. So I would not be moving forward with that impression to comparison. There's not enough detail present in it that I believed was reliable to make any sort of conclusion with. L7B, on the other hand, I determined to be identifiable based on the detail present in it.
And just for those that can't see, can you point out those items, L7A and L7B?
L7A is the impression on the left of the photo, this area here. L7B is this impression.
Oh, I
on
think
the
the
right
4
of
feet
the
tall
photo.
and 50 pounds is an
Area.
approximation
And
because
what
of her.
analysis did
This
those
is
impressions undergo?
when they start looking for her
So
when she was 7.
the analysis that I'm doing for all of
Gotcha.
these impressions is the same as I've described before, looking at the 3 levels of detail, documenting detail that's present
They
in
didn't
them.
find any body fluids. We had the
Particularly
guy
when
testified to that
I'm
earlier.
marking up an analysis image like this, I will mark level 2 features that are present, or if there are reliable,
I think
what I
the
believe
part
to be
about Harvey
reliable
being dead is
level
true.
3 features that are present in the impression,
And she
Yeah.
I'll mark
wanted to
those
feel
up
his
as well.
nipple.
So I'll put like a small green dot at the end of an ending ridge or at a bifurcation or around a dot. Or if there's a section with pores that I can see, I could shade that a different color. And I can use that group of features later in my comparison.
And can you show us
Can
where
we
you did
just
that
get
in this
on with
image?
it?
And that for the record is referring to States Exhibit 117.
There are very small green
Winter
dots at
weather
the end
advisory. Get
of
out of
these
here.
ridges or these bifurcations
Wait a minute.
that are
No.
present in this image.
I'm
And the
getting
large
winter
line
weather
at the
advisory
What does that
alerts.
indicate?
The in my field we would call that a horseshoe. The horseshoe line at the top of the impression means that I have deemed it to be identifiable. So any impression that has a horseshoe over it, it's denoting 2 things. One, that I've determined that that is a fingerprint impression specifically, so from a finger, as well as that I believe it's identifiable.
And what is written next to L7A?
Next to L7A is NI, is written NI, which stands for not identifiable.
With respect to L7B, what was your next step in that analysis?
The next step after analysis would be my comparison.
Okay, and let me stop you there. When you were analyzing the items that you received, did you have anything to compare those items to? Any known samples, known prints?
When the evidence came into the laboratory, I was not supplied any known impressions to compare to.
Okay, and I believe you're going to say the next step of your analysis, and I'm moving to State's Exhibit 118. What is this image showing us?
This is my comparison chart. So this shows the latent image from the evidence on the left-hand side, and then the image on the right is from a record impression or exemplar impression. Excuse me. So comparing the feature, in this image, I'm marking features that I marked in my analysis onto the record impression to determine if the two have enough similarity in order for me to establish an identification. And then I would create this chart showing the areas of correspondence that led me to my identification conclusion.
Were you able to identify the person that deposited that print?
Yes, I was.
And who was it that you identified?
Adam Montgomery.
And can you show the jurors the comparison? Stand up.
Yeah, he keeps having to like moisten his mouth, and it's it's kind of cute.
Yeah, I mean, I'm taking points off. But he does have a nice, not divotty head, so the bald look
Yeah.
is working for him.
I said he's a fine-looking dude. He just is really boring. Really boring.
Well, I
And he
mean, he's
is.
not talking about D&D right now, but I assure you, you get him talking about Star Wars, I'm sure he's very excited.
I mean, hey, if he's got something fun to talk about other than latent prints, these latent prints, I don't even know what he was like. Jesus Christ.
He's
What'd
trying
you
to
do
stay
at work
awake
today,
too.
honey? Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Mr. Orlowitz, at some point,
I
during your
can't find
involvement on this
the
matter, did
medical
you receive
information they
known
talked about.
prints for Adam Montgomery?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive any other known prints?
I also received known prints of Kayla Montgomery.
And I believe you said you made a comparison and you received a result. Can you remind the jurors what that result was?
Yes. For this latent L7B, I identified the left middle finger of Adam Montgomery as the source.
And how many levels of detail are present in this analysis?
In this particular analysis, the levels of detail that I used were level 1 and level 2. The level 3 detail present in the latent impression was spotty or non-existent at best. And so not much of it was used, not much or any of it was used for the comparison phase.
And when you say L1 and or L2, that's level 1 or level 2?
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm just
Don't want to be
level 1
confused
and level
by-
2. I'm sorry about that.
And again, you mentioned level 3 being rare.
It is rare, yes.
Let's take a look at another print that you found. I want to focus on L8. Can you point the jurors where
This is
L8?
L8.
Oh, Lord.
So I'm showing what's been published or admitted and published as State's Exhibit 119. What does this image show us, Mr. Orlowitz?
This is a photograph that I took of the latent area, L8. So there are multiple impressions present that I further sub-designated during my analysis, but this is a photo that I took during processing of that exhibit.
And those sub-designations, do you recall what they were?
Yes, they were L8A through L8E.
And does this image show an alternative light source?
It does, yes.
Can you tell the jurors what that is, why you use it?
An alternative light source is a forensic lighting application that is typically used in conjunction, at least in the laboratory, with a dye stain or some sort of fluorescent chemical. What this enables us to do is remove background color or pattern from the
Problem with that
evidence
theory is
in order
humans
to better
have
visualize
a
friction-rich
back
detail that's been
a
developed on
spine.
that item.
Even kids have one. It's really hard to do.
And now this is State's Exhibit 120. What does this show us?
This is my analysis image of L8A through L8E.
And what was your analysis? What was the results? Were you able to develop? Go ahead.
Sorry. My initial analysis was that 3 areas were identifiable: L8A, L8C, and L8D, I believed to be identifiable. L8B and L8E, I determined to be not identifiable and would not be moving forward with those to comparison. During the course of my analysis, I reanalyzed L8C and determined that the detail present in that was not enough for me to reliably move forward with that impression to a comparison.
Never heard about
So I
the story.
determined
Sounds
that
interesting.
L8C was also not identifiable. And so now L8A and L8D are identifiable impressions.
And how did your analysis proceed with those items?
The same analysis methodology that I've been describing. These were all determined to be L8A and L8D were determined to be fingerprint impressions. That's the horseshoe over the top of both of them. So I would be comparing fingerprints to these.
And who did you compare those two?
I compared Adam Montgomery to these impressions.
And were you able to identify the L8A friction ridges from MER 3A?
Yes, I was.
And who did you identify those to?
I identified those to Adam Montgomery.
Which finger of Adam Montgomery?
I believe the left middle.
And how many levels, with respect to L8A, how many levels of detail were present?
Yeah, because if she was seated in a chair, she would be halfway in that
I'm not
position, maybe.
I'm not sure. Without looking at my chart, I'm not 100% sure. But in any latent impression, any of the 3 levels of detail can be present and can be used for a comparison. In most of these impressions, I was using level 1 and level 2 detail to arrive at my identifications.
With respect to L8D, were you able to identify friction ridge details from that item?
Yes, I was.
And who did you identify as the source of those?
I identified Adam Montgomery.
Which finger of Adam Montgomery?
The left little.
The left little.
Let's look at another print that you found. This one, L9. This is State's Exhibit 121. Can you tell us what we're observing here?
This is my analysis of L9. This impression I analyzed to be a simultaneous deposition, meaning that both areas present in this image are from one simultaneous touch. Both fingers came down at the same time and left these impressions. I determined that based on the angle of contact as well as deposition distortion present in the images. So this is a identifiable simultaneous fingers impression.
Can you show the jurors how that would occur using the screen there? The
Generally,
simultaneous
if
impression.
2 fingers come down at the same time, in this case, at a higher angle of contact, both impressions would be left at the same time.
And how is this analyzed? How did you analyze it?
As I said, I analyzed this to be a simultaneous fingers impression.
And who did you compare L9 friction ridge details to?
I compared this to Adam Montgomery.
What were the results of that comparison?
I identified Adam Montgomery, specifically his left middle and left ring fingers, as having made this simultaneous impression.
And I'm showing you State's Exhibit 122. What is that showing the jurors?
This is my comparison chart of L9. So the latent impressions are the images at the top of the screen, and then the known record impressions are on the lower section.
You mentioned that these are Adam Montgomery's fingerprints. Which finger specifically from Adam Montgomery?
Specifically the left middle and left ring fingers.
I want to look at another print that you found. So I'll draw your attention to L10. Did you have an opportunity to analyze L10?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors how you analyzed it?
L10, I determined to be 3 separate fingerprint impressions. These fingerprint impressions, I decided that they were not simultaneous because of the angle of deposition and the almost impossibility of deposition simultaneously due to anatomical position of the fingers on the hand and the directionality that these were deposited in. So these were all designated separately, L10A, B, and C, and they're all horseshoed at the top to show that they're identifiable fingerprint impressions.
Okay, and the image that you just pointed out that has horseshoes at the top to show that they're identifiable, that image, you did those horseshoes at the top, is that correct?
Yes,
That's
I did.
part of your analysis?
Yes, the analysis images with any markings on them, I generate those at the laboratory as part of my analysis.
And here we're referring to State's Exhibit 123. Did you have an opportunity to compare those items to any known prints?
Yes, I did.
And whose known prints did you compare them to?
I compared these to Adam Montgomery.
And I want to go through each in turn. So let's start with L10A, and I'm showing you State's Exhibit 124. What does this show us?
This is my comparison chart, the latent being on the left side, the known being on the right. This is my comparison of L10A to...
This isn't the cooler. This is the vent in the ceiling where we know there are bodily fluids in the sheetrock.
Yeah.
Both experts who testified about the cooler today said there was no evidence of either bodily fluids or fingerprints. So I don't know why we have wasted an entire day talking about two things that absolutely have no evidence other than Kayla claiming that they stuffed the kid there. There's no evidence of her being in the cooler other than Kayla. And Kayla is about as trustworthy as... No, I won't say your sphincter when you have the runs.
Adam Montgomery's left middle finger.
And Mr. Orlowitz, what was the result of your comparison of L10A?
This was an identification.
Do you know which finger of Adam Montgomery's?
The left middle.
I'm showing you it's...
They just want to prove that he put her in the ceiling. But
this is L10B. Again,
even the slowest
of the latent
guy
on
in
the
class
left,
knows
the
this
known
now.
on the right, showing my...
Oh, and I know why, because
you
this has
compare
grown on for
L10B to?
more than an
compared to
hour.
Adam Montgomery.
And what were the results of that comparison?
I identified L10B to the left index finger of Adam Montgomery.
Did Adam
I
Montgomery
want to turn
touch
to
it
the
back?
State's Exhibit 126. What is this image
Naughty
show us?
girl.
This is my comparison chart for L10C, latent on the left, known on the right. This shows my identification conclusion for that impression.
And what was your conclusion for that impression?
I identified L10C to Adam Montgomery's left little finger.
Thank you so much,
wanna look at
Lefty.
another print you
$5
found.
for getting
Turn your
these games.
attention
The
to
girls to simp for
L11,
you all
and here
day.
I'm looking at State's
Actually, I have a
State's
bigger
Exhibit
male
127.
audience than female
What is this
audience.
image showing us?
This is
I
one
don't
of
know why.
my
You're a man's
processing
man.
images from processing the
Yes.
evidence
He's a
MER3A.
man's man.
That this latent
But
L
thank you so much,
You're a
Lefty.
man's man.
is just showing the latent in its entirety.
And how did you process this latent?
Good to see you.
I
Uh,
just hear
this
Leighton gave whatever he's saying
latent
it.
itself, are you referring to the chemical processing? Or? This latent itself went through a process well, this item itself, I'll say, went through a process called lumicyano
Golden
fuming.
Girl, yeah, it
So
seems like
the
they're working
superglue fume
backwards.
that when
Kayla was the only
when
witness,
heated
so
up,
they have to
will
prove it that way
polymerize on
around.
top of friction ridge detail present on an exhibit, present on an item,
Yeah.
and it will leave a white residue,
Well, they-
very light
But they
white
won't get
residue on
any
top of the
answers.
ridges. This helps preserve them. It also helps make them more
They will
visible.
just say you have to
Lumicyano
interpret
also combines
evidence
a
from the best
fluorescent
of your
dye,
recollection.
so it can then later be visualized with an ALS, which I mentioned earlier, to help
Yeah, but
better
only
visualize any
48%
prints
of my viewers.
present on that exhibit.
I'm going to move to States Exhibit 128. What
And
does
Mo.
States Exhibit 128 show us?
Well,
This is my analysis image.
I
I
mean,
cannot be
that latent L11.
categorized.
who wouldn't simp over
After
a Mo?
analyzing L11, did you have an opportunity to compare it?
Kayla likes the tails
Yes, I
that are
did.
tall.
And I'm turning to
Simply
States Exhibit
very tall
129.
tails.
What does States
True
Exhibit
story.
129 show us, Mr. Orlowitz?
This is my comparison chart of
100%
L11.
correct.
L11 was analyzed to be a palm print, not a fingerprint. So this is my comparison chart of L11 to
Oh.
Adam Montgomery's left palm.
What were the results of your comparison, Mr.
Hope
Orlowitz?
everyone is
I reached an
doing good.
identification conclusion for
And
this.
who did you identify as the person that deposited that palm print?
Adam Montgomery,
And I'm sorry if I missed this, but which palm print was it of Adam Montgomery?
the left palm.
Mr. Orlowitz, I want to look at another print that you found, and I want to turn your attention to L13. This is States Exhibit 130. What does this image show us?
This is L13. This latent was also present on MER3A. This is another processing image from that exhibit.
No,
from
but
that
they have
Did you
the
have an
spot on
opportunity to
the
analyze
ceiling
this?
where
Yes, I did.
where they found
And
bodily fluids
how did you go
with
about
DNA
analyzing
in it. So we know she was
My
there.
analysis for this, I determined that this was a latent fingerprint impression in the opposite orientation from what you see in this photo.
That
Turning
light
to
detector
States
could
Exhibit
power the
131.
Earth.
What are we looking at here?
This is my analysis image of latent L13. The horseshoe for this latent is near the bottom of the image. So this is telling me that I believe this is an identifiable fingerprint impression, but also showing that my theoretical directionality of up for this would be this way actually, so that the finger, if you can imagine my finger on the screen, it would be in this orientation.
Did you conduct a comparison of L13?
Yes, I did.
And who did you compare that item to?
Adam Montgomery.
And I'm turning to States Exhibit 132. What is this image showing us?
This is my comparison chart of L13. So latent on the left, known on the right. This shows my identification conclusion to the right index finger of Adam Montgomery.
I want to look at the final print that you found. So I want to turn your attention to L6, and this is States Exhibit 133. Did you have an opportunity to process States Exhibit
you.
1? Sorry, States Exhibit 133, so L6.
Yes, I did.
And how did you go about doing that?
The exhibit that L6 was on was MER 3D. This evidence was a large piece of drywall with metal framing on it. It was roughly 5 foot by 6 foot. It measured about that. I did a super glue fume, so similar to the lumicyano fume that I told you about earlier, but without the addition of the fluorescent dye step. So this was just with a super glue fume in order to process for these impressions.
Were you able to analyze this item?
Yes.
And I turn your attention to States Exhibit 134, which I've put up on the screen. What does that show us?
This is my analysis image of latent L6. So I determined that these 4 touches, these 4 areas of friction-ridged skin on this exhibit were one simultaneous impression. So all 4 of those fingers came down at the same time on the exhibit and left those 4 impressions.
Following your analysis, did you conduct a comparison of L6? And who did you compare L6 to?
I compared to Adam Montgomery and Kayla Montgomery.
And what were the results of that comparison?
Both of them were excluded as having been the source of this impression.
And did you conduct further comparisons on this L6?
After reaching those exclusion conclusions, I ran this impression through our automated biometric identification system, or ABIS system, which is a repository of record impressions from local systems as well as national systems.
So I turn your attention to States Exhibit 135.
The cooler was never at the ceiling. It was in the hallway at the mom's. That's
L6 to
it has nothing to do with this
known
place.
impressions.
It's, I know
of
it's
an individual
confusing.
who was a candidate on the search list that ABIS sent
Hey.
back to me after performing the search against the records. This candidate's name was Yared Luyano Mondrag. I identified this impression as having originated from that source.
So after looking at the entire ceiling paneling, the vent, there were only 2 individuals you were able to identify as having deposited prints on those items. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you remind the jurors who those 2 individuals are?
Adam Montgomery and Yared Luyano Mondrag.
Are you aware that Garrett Mondrag, Mr. Mondrag, was the drywall installer?
I was not aware of that.
Thank you. No additional questions.
Okay. The cooler evidence that wasn't evidence is from the cooler at Kayla Montgomery's mom's house, where they stayed after they had stayed in the Audi. I'm beginning to speak American now. Where they claimed that they stuffed the body into with the duffel bag. No biological evidence was found in the cooler. No fingerprints were found on the cooler. And no smell from a decomposing body. All of what this guy has been yammering on about in his very, very monotone voice for the last, 8 days is we know the bag was placed on the ceiling we saw earlier and started to leak. And what he has told us is that the vent that was pushed up to gain access to the ceiling had Adam Montgomery's left hand prints, 7 of them, and 6 impressions from my favorite witness, Mr. Aguero, or whatever his name was, who installed that vent. So he's just been yammering on for so long about, I found some fingerprints. Yes, but they didn't ask him if he touched that ceiling. Oh. Yeah, the lack of physical evidence is being, the more witnesses to bring, the less evidence they have of a murder.
When you're ready, Attorney Smith.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
A couple of questions. One about the fingerprints that you just testified about identifying.
That was at 1.25 speed, and I still fell asleep.
In a comparison to a person.
Yes.
Okay. You got a high degree of certainty that you've identified the right people, right?
Yes.
And for especially in some of those fingerprints that had that level 3.
I don't recall specifically using level 3 in any of my comparisons. They were also done in June 2022, so my memory may be a bit off.
In any event, a very, very high degree of certainty that Adam Montgomery's fingerprints were found on the metal ceiling vent, and then some on the metal that held the drywall together.
Yes.
Right? And then the other was somebody completely unrelated.
Yes.
Okay. So let's go back to the cooler. When you analyzed the cooler, did something happen while you were analyzing before you started your analysis of the cooler? Did somebody come in and do something in front of you?
Kevin McMahon, who was a serologist at the laboratory at the time, performed a serology examination on the cooler.
Okay. And this cooler, right now it's pretty dirty, right?
Yes.
And it's dirty because of the tools that you use to look for rich detail, right?
Yes, I believe that's a portion of the residue that's left on that is from my processing.
Okay. So the reason that you would want somebody like a Kevin McMahon to come in and do serology is that you might actually be changing the condition of the cooler.
Yes, there's the potential that any processing I do could dilute or remove biological evidence that's present on an exhibit. So in the laboratory in general, and specifically for this case, serology would be conducted prior to latent print processing.
And the reason, well, and again, you do this so that if there's evidence on this cooler, it can be found, whether
Yes.
it's serology or fingerprint.
Yes.
The other is that you talked about different surfaces being good for fingerprints.
Yes.
Is this cooler? And I can bring it to you. I can put a glove on and bring it to you if you'd like.
That's okay.
Okay. Is this cooler good for that sort of finding rich detail and stuff?
The exterior of the cooler is textured, which is not the best type of substrate or surface to retain fingerprint detail. Like I said before, smooth surfaces are usually what's best.
Okay, so I can go and I can touch this cooler at the top and you may not be able to find my rich detail.
That's correct.
Okay, how about the handle? So, same thing, it's metalish.
There may be a potential to find friction ridge detail on something like that handle. It's smooth, but it being a handle gets handled a lot, which could potentially wipe off any friction ridge detail that was deposited prior.
Okay, and that was going to be my next question. An object that is touched a lot might remove, smear, or change any rich detail below it, right?
Yes, it may remove it completely.
And so you get an accumulation at some point, and you may not even be able to identify the last person touching.
That's correct.
The metal ceiling vent and the drywall, did that go through a similar serology analysis before your fingerprint analysis?
Yes, they did.
Scott McGinnis,
And
a
that was
5-year-old
separate. It wasn't
girl with-
actually in your
who's
portion of
died
the lab,
will get
right?
him to Friday.
Right, that's correct.
Okay. And there's another item that you tested. Do you recall?
There was a small pink child's cup. I believe the agency item number was BEO 25.
Okay. And nothing there?
No friction ridge detail was documented or developed on that.
Okay. And was that a good surface to find fingerprints?
My recollection was that the exterior of the cup was fairly textured. There were some flat portions, but much of that cup, I think, was a textured surface.
Okay. So is it fair to say that none of the items that you tested raised a suspicion that they had been wiped or cleaned off?
No, I did not have that suspicion during my testing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Orlowitz, I just want to follow up on the last point. How would you know? How would you be able to see if things were wiped off?
During my processing, if wipe marks or drag marks became visible during the processing, that could potentially cue me off that something had at least been wiped across the surface.
And that wasn't present on the items that you analyzed?
I did not observe that.
With respect to the highly textured surfaces that you mentioned, how would you see this one? Highly textured surface like the cup that you mentioned, or?
Oh, this is boring.
It would be very difficult to see if any white marks were present on a textured surface.
No additional questions.
But it's fair to say that you saw nothing to raise that suspicion.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, you may sit down.
Oh my God, finally.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the end of our day today. I remind you, don't
Oh,
discuss
thank
the
you,
case with
Jesus.
anybody, not with each other or with anybody else. Don't watch any social media, read any newspapers, look at any online coverage of this case. Avert your eyes. So we'll begin again tomorrow morning. Please be here at 8:45 for a 9 a.m. start. Don't do any independent research. Thank you so much for your significant attention today. Have a good evening, ladies and gentlemen. All rise for the jurors, please. All right, everybody. We'll see you in the morning. I don't know if we have somebody who's incarcerated who's coming. You're going to let me know before I say, call your next witness.
Yes, of course. Okay. I think there's just the one individual for transport tomorrow. I don't know yet the order of the day. We have two other witnesses planned for today. We need to go back and figure out that order.
Okay. Okay.
Make sure that person gets on it.
Okay. Oh, you can all be seated.
Speed it up,
just
because
one
you
last,
wasted. If you have two witnesses
observation.
you didn't
It
bring
seems
on,
that there
it's
are
your
some
fault.
things that are being marked that either you may have had marked subsequent to the original marking for identification that hadn't been shown to the defense. Maybe I'm misreading that. I just seeing you bringing things over that are, new to the list. I just want to make sure. Are you seeing other than that fingerprint issue? Are you seeing everything in advance?
I think that there were some things that were marked this morning that we hadn't realized.
So I just want to say, if you know you're going to be using something and you're having our court monitor mark it, make sure that they see it. Okay, I think that's important. Just then we're not they're seeing it for the first time when it's being introduced. Okay, anything else? No? Very good. Thank you, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Oi.
I was thinking you said
Okay, game face on. So this was day 6 in the Adam Montgomery trial. And what did that bring us? Well, it brought us M. Young made the witness summary. So if you are a member on my Discord, you can see this. Kimberly Frame worked at Dunkin' Donuts with Kayla and Adam and babysat for their children, provided jumper cables, saw 2 kids in Audi, not Harmony. The red you can read for yourself. Courtney Garcia, wife of Adam's friend, gave food, gas money, and food Thanksgiving 2019. Said that all 3 children were there, but Adam mentioned sending Harmony back to her mother. Antonio Bandero, Tone Capone, lived in colonial apartments, sold drugs, let them stay in his Audi, saw 2 kids, not Harmony. Aaron Sweeney, tow truck driver, who towed a sibling on, saw 2 dudes, empty car, saw no children. Matthew Genderon, former Dunkin' Donuts friend, didn't help out with jumper cables, didn't see anyone, went to bed. Officer Neil Petterton, reporting officer for both car accident, didn't see Harmony either time. Katie Lynn Swango, DNA lady, confirms Troll's toothbrush was female child of Adam and Kayla. Professional sniffer. Officer Scott Riley, removing a ceiling tile from an apartment at Families in Transition, said it stunk like dead body. Rachel Radwich, evidence supervisor, processed ceiling tile, said it stunk like dead body. Police detective Ray Lammy confirmed the ceiling tiles were from the fit center. They stunk. Also processed Audi. Kevin McMahon, criminologist who confirmed there was blood in the ceiling tile. Best witness. Yared Lodiano Mondrag, installed ceiling tiles, saw nothing, doesn't know anyone, smelled nothing.
Yeah.
Martin Orlovich, latent print examiner, found Adam's print on the ceiling tiles. That's the high quality stuff you can get over on my Discord, by the way, of M. Young. Thank you so much, M. Young, for
That was awesome.
summing up
Good job.
today. It's in my Discord, Christine. Thank you. It wasn't me. It's M. Young who is this creative, and it's Ariel who made the walkthrough. Those are both posted on the Discord as well, where you can download them and try and look at the different explanations if you want to do that. Yeah, it's in the members tab if you want to join the Discord. It doesn't cost anything. Right now, I just keep it in the members tab because I just started it. I want to kind of figure out how everything goes. Squad Bob, thank you. We were patient because you kept the flatulence on a lower level today. Oh, you forgot the mailman with ears. Yeah. Well, it's a work in progress. It's artwork in progress, I'll say.
Yes.
Only on this channel. Chart. Drama Landry. Can I be honest? 6 days in, there will never be justice for Harmony. There will be a conviction, but there will never be justice. That's the sad truth. We make fun. We sit here. We try to stand the boredom of expert witnesses. By day 6, there will never be justice because one person will never get convicted of her part in it. So this isn't justice. It's just a conviction. I'm sad to say it.
And she's just sad she got caught, not that she did it or was party to it.
Cool. Put it in the Discord. I don't know. Can Iris make Iris knows stuff? Yeah, sad but true. I'm so annoyed by the state in this case. They just want a conviction. They don't care about the 5-year-old girl who isn't here anymore.
Okay, so Baker, if the state were to, when Adam Montgomery was pleading for something, do a powwow and say, "Look, Adam, if you tell us where she is, we will,
Give
maybe
you
work
50
on a
years.
deal."
Yeah, we
Yeah.
give you 50. We give you an opportunity for parole.
Would we be okay with that? Because I feel like I'd be okay with that if we could just find where she is so she could be laid to rest with her biological mom and, the people that have grown to care about her, have a place to honor her.
In the best of all worlds, I would say, you're serving 65 years, and we'll give you I don't know, 40 years with the opportunity of parole. He's in his 30s. He's gonna get shanked in prison anyway. But give him a lowball offer, because if they are willing to let Kayla skate, I would be fine with him getting a good offer, so he could show the last dignity on this planet, and hopefully whatever remains of her after 2 years would be brought home and put in whatever hollow ground they adhere to, because
Yeah.
she will never get justice with this court system.
I agree.
No, yeah, but Mass, whatever, at least give the mother somewhere she can go and mourn. Tell her I threw her off the bridge on 101. Okay, she can go there every birthday and leave a wreath of flowers. The mother, till this case started, had hope that Harmony might be there somewhere. He killed that hope, as he killed that girl. She should at least have peace by being able to mourn her daughter. She did some very bad things in her life that made this. None of these parents should ever had been able to have kids. God should have made them barren. But for all dignity, that piece of human waste should say, I dropped her there. Just like our friend with the spider ninja, who lied about where she put poor little Ganon.
Yep.
At least we
Oh,
knew where he was, so he got peace. But Harmony will never, ever be remembered for anything other than a poor girl who was murdered by 2 crackheads. Yeah. Sorry to bring you all down. Yeah. And that the state is willing to let Kayla go just shows they don't care about justice. I don't think he know any. He saw a movie and thought it worked.
I'm shocked as hell he didn't go to the Walmart and get limes from the pantry department, the produce department.
And again, 2 years when no one wondered where she was. No, nobody's going to trust him, even though that Kayla has no physical evidence. Everyone's going to trust her because a 5-year-old kid died. That's why I say I still think that she ate some fentanyl or something, and then they carried her around just because Kayla convinced him we can get the welfare. Why they didn't dump her the first second, I don't know, but yeah. Well, I am quite fun at parties, but sometimes I have to be honest. I don't I don't like her to show a 5-year-old girl. That's why I didn't put her on my thumbnails. I know other channels have done it. I might bring her up. We have seen her during the trial, but I think, to be honest, way too many people are generous to me, and I have ad monetization on my channel. I wouldn't feel good about getting money from a murdered 5-year-old daughter that way. That's why I don't put up the big picture of her, because I know it would drive in more viewers, but I tend to try to think I'm a pretty good human being when it comes to kids. So I wouldn't try and get more viewers, more ad revenue out of a 5-year-old. I'm sorry, C-Swift, but I can put it in the Discord. But I just feel bad about it on a monetized stream. Well, they said there was nothing to worry about after seeing her allegedly after being told that she had a black eye, and they saw a drug den with no power. Nothing to worry about.
Ugh.
The only person who talked about a beating is Kayla. And it's going to be interesting. They must call Tabitha. If she's still alive, they must call her the one who was in the first accident with them. Because he apparently beat her like you beat a pinata. And she must have seen all these marks. Frame, who babysat, never saw anything about marks.
Yeah.
Wonder why. Kayla is the only one. And then the uncle said she had a black eye, and another guy said he was mean to her when he said that she had been slapped in an eye with a lightsaber or something like that. Did he beat her? Probably. Was it because she was smothering her little brother? Probably not. Maybe she got her fingers on the crack. I would think there's a pretty good chance he would beat her if he touched her drugs. Not because he was afraid of her getting ill, but because he didn't want to lose his drugs.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Well, on that
We're
happy note, well,
yeah.
Mo,
I was going to say we're trying to find reason and logic in a pair of people that cared nothing except for when the method clinic would open and they could get their next fix. When you're addicts don't make sense. They just don't. I wish
no,
they did, but they don't.
no, and it makes perfect logic in their head when they did it. They could, yeah, clearly we get away with this, or no one will come looking for her. We'll just blame it on the mom, all of that. The problem is there will never be justice. Methadone is good for people who has to recover from. It works. We have heard a personal story in this channel that it works to get you off drugs. But again, if you just supplement your addiction, it works. Well, it just keeps you pretty. Yeah.
Yeah.
It keeps you
You
mellow.
switch one for the other if you don't use it properly.
Yeah.
It's just then you become addicted to that. So
And on that cheery
anyway,
note, and with this super chat from Sandra Oliver, thank you for covering this trial as sad it is. Yeah, I try to make fun of it and make lightheart with all of you in chat, and when it became a little rough today, and I tried to reel it back, but again, it's a really bad case, and in the end, let's remember: be good to your kids. Go out, give them a hug, and if you don't have kids, find a niece and a nephew who will probably say, "Ew, stay away from me." But just remember to show a little bit of love, because today is Valentine's Day. And Mo, what are you doing on Valentine's Day?
Well, I think I am going to do some of the Daddy Dom text message reads with Oh gosh, I went to the dentist today, guys. I'm gonna be really honest with you. I'm pretty sure I'm doing that. I don't have newsy news tonight. And my toast for moms of littles today, may your drinks be as strong as your kids' sugar highs.
Hi, guys. Happy Valentine's Day. I got eyelashes tonight, so that's what I'm doing for Valentine's Day. And then I might stop by the Dollar Tree.
Ooh.
Get some new nail polish. See, I got some Dollar Tree nail polish.
Pixie,
That's
thank
my
you for being a
life
member
for
for
ya.
3 months, and happy Valentine's Day. And for Valentine's Day, I'll now run off to bed, get a nap, sleep for approximately, if I'm lucky, 2 hours, and then I'll do my Valentine's stream, which will be, I have to math, 3 a.m., 12. It'll be 9 p.m. Eastern. I'll have a Valentine. I never had Valentine's Day before, so I don't know. I'll show up. You can
Aw.
teach me what Valentine's Day is. I might do an unboxing of I got merch today. I can do an unboxing of
Ooh.
that.
Yeah.
Happy chocolate on sale day
Exciting.
tomorrow. Thank you for
I
being a member for
know.
2 months, C-Swift.
Waiting
Yeah,
for those
exactly.
Reese's hearts to go on sale.
Yep.
Yeah. And yeah, but what I'm gonna do for my Valentine's, I don't know. I can read the story about how Valentine's Day was invented. It was a priest who got his head chopped off. I don't know if that's a good story.
It seems fitting today.
Yeah, yeah, it could be. I don't. I don't know if I'll do that. Maybe I'll put on some nice clothes and just sit here and smile to all you lovely ladies. So if you're not here for
Oh,
Valentine's Day tonight, come back tomorrow where we will dump ourselves into another batch of people who should have been yeeted into the sun and never wasted the oxygen that their lives took. Imagine the amount of trees we could have cut down if we didn't need oxygen for these people.
I know.
Greta Thunberg, where were you to tell us these things?
Your Honor, I apologize. What exhibit are you referring to? I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor. 100. Because it is 100% correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you see the lawyer's face? Okay, we have to go back and they.
Widower case.
Did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.
Wait a minute, I need this story time.
Everybody has.
Everybody has.
Everyone has slept with his mother.
If I showed you.
Oof.
Oh my God.
I'm having a Jamie moment. And the way he just said it, he was just like, everyone did. Things on YouTube.
Mr. Randolph, do you?
I got to get some man. You don't know.
Called him chicken shit.
That's right, you are chicken shit.